I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. This is a fun week for football fans. We finally get to see the team in action. Today is a road trip for the Commanders. They are heading up to New England for a game, their first preseason game, Friday night against the Patriots. Tomorrow, Dan Quinn's team going to have a joint practice with the Pats.
I'm looking forward to heading up to New England. I've known Mike for a long time, so I'm looking forward to getting up there and working with those guys too.
And of course, Patriots under their first-year coach, former player Mike Vrabel. 7:30 kickoff against the Patriots for the first game of the year on Friday night. Dan Quinn did say yesterday there's no timetable right now for Terry McLaurin to be activated off the PUP list. Elsewhere, Vikings QB J.J. McCarthy will play in their preseason opener Saturday, his first game action since he was injured in their preseason opener last year, suffered that knee injury and missed all of last season. Jags have listed number 2 overall pick Travis Hunter as a starting wide receiver and a backup corner in their first depth chart of the season in Jacksonville. Teddy Bridgewater is leaving his job as a high school football coach. He'll be making an NFL comeback. Bridgewater expected to sign today with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baseball Nationals had Monday off. Boy, did they need it after getting swept over the weekend by Milwaukee. They are season worst, 23 games under 500 now after being swept by the Brewers tonight, first of 3 against the Athletics. Nats have Mackenzie Gore on the mound trying to snap a 5-game skid. Nats baseball, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
I was going. I thought
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Packed up for the first road trip of the year.
I'm packed. I was up early, Jay. I got up about 6 o'clock. I was on at 7 o'clock. I thought it was at 7. It started at 7:15.
What, a Zoom or something?
Yeah, I was on the Zoom at 7 o'clock, and it said the host has the host knows you're there, and they started the meeting. And then I looked at the what's called again. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm ahead of everybody. And Charlie get on the thing. B-Bitch, you're here kind of early, huh?
That's
Hey,
better
man.
than that appearance you went to a week early that one time.
Hey, bro, let me just tell you. I'll say this. Growing up in the military household, and my father was very much like Tom Coughlin, where if he say we leaving at 8, you better be sitting in the damn car by 7:55. Because 8 o'clock shows up and you'll see the back of the car leaving. He'll
Right.
leave you.
Right.
And I'm like, man, you said 8 o'clock. He said, hey, that could be 7:45, 7:50. But we're not leaving at 8. We're going to leave a little bit before. So I learned quickly then that Blanche Mitchell Sr. was a different dude.
He's a different dude.
Yeah.
We're all back in studio, holding it down in Navy Yard. Me, B, White Brian, Landfill, Jeff, all the boys are back in town. We're both on flights out of Dulles. We should see if Bees could set odds. Because
odds on what?
Well, air travel in the United States of America tends to be difficult. And you and I leave basically the same time. I fly out at 5:15. What time is your flight?
5:10.
5:10. So basically the same amount of time. We're going more or less to the same place. You're going to Boston. I'm going to Providence. Are you renting a car?
Nah.
Okay, I'm renting a car just because I think we're going to be running around a lot. I'd love 5:10 versus 5:15. Now, your flight is probably like 7 minutes longer. You know what I mean?
I don't know about all that. Let me check it out.
My flight is scheduled to leave Dulles at 5:15, land in Providence at 6:57 p.m.
Okay.
What does yours say?
I'm trying to pull it up, Mr. Finley.
So I am curious which one of us will actually land
First?
in Rhode Island and or Massachusetts first.
Probably me because I'm faster.
Brian, I don't think you're going to have much control.
Mine is at 5:10, and I'm supposed to land at 6:56.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is a good bet. So you're 5:10 to 6:56. I'm scheduled for 5:15 to 6:57.
Uh-huh.
Now, it appears that the entire East Coast has good weather. So let's assume that storms aren't an issue. But you never know.
It specifies this, though. It is scheduled to leave at 5:10, and it's scheduled to land at 6:56.
Oh, yeah. Well, and one thing that's interesting is, so my flight, 5:15 to 6:57 is roughly an hour, 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the actual travel time in the air from D.C. to Boston is what?
Right, 35,
45?
40.
Yeah. Like, they just build in delay time on both sides now.
Well, no, they know that they have, when they get there, they don't just land. They have to do a little slow down, and they do a little circle or whatever because all the different other flights that are landing.
So what's interesting, too, is Providence. I've flown in there a bunch. It's like small town, easy.
Mm-hmm.
That Logan Airport in Boston, not small town, not easy.
Easy because you come off with a carry-on, go straight to the
That's true.
The Uber lot or whatever, and keep moving.
Yeah. It'll be cool to be up there. I'm really excited for tomorrow's joint practice. I am not sure, kind of the first preseason game, generally you're not going to see a lot of the starters, but tomorrow I think we'll see a ton of good work from everybody on the team.
You will, and I not going to see. I think you'll see a lot of good work, but the thing of it is just seeing someone else, and I think we watching it becomes a little boring. You think it doesn't become boring for the guys that look at the same stuff every day and
Totally.
look at the same faces? Hell, I'm going against you. I'm sitting there talking to you. The excitement level of just going against somebody else. And I think for coaches, because it gets to a point, and I mentioned this over the yesterday and even Friday, it gets to the point where you go against somebody so much you know exactly how they're going to step. You know based on how they line what the play is. And instead of using all of your techniques and your keys, you play what you already know. And I think sometimes it gets a little complacent. People get complacent. But against this team here now, you're going to have to know. And they talked a little bit about Harris. Then Harris that came from there?
Yeah. No,
Jonathan Jones.
Jones.
Jones has been telling the guys what certain receivers like to do. Still, you don't see him doing it every day. And now you got to go, because as I always say about you have to also watch yourself, and you got to find out what tendencies are you giving off. So those receivers that Jonathan is telling them when he does this, he's going to do that. Hell, they may say, well, you know what? Jonathan probably giving them my keys. I'm going to change up something now. And I think you got to be more in tune to your fundamentals and not get caught. And then again, translation. Who can take it from the practice field when the coach is right in your ear right before the snap goes off, and now you're on the field and your coach is way on the other side, and you can't hear a damn thing he says? Who's going to be able to take that with them?
Well, I mean, one thing that'll be interesting is, Jonathan Jones knows some of those receivers, right? But he wasn't there with Steph Diggs, and Steph Diggs, by all
probably
accounts,
won't be playing.
He'll be
Is
practicing.
he 100% back?
Yeah, he's practicing.
All right.
I don't think he plays Friday night, but I think tomorrow afternoon.
I understand he's practicing against his team. I don't know if they really want to put him out there against another team right now because, you're going to have guys trying to make a squad. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, I don't think Steph Diggs in New England at this point, I think he's got to practice, don't you?
I don't think he has to.
He's been practicing.
I know, but what I just explained, practicing against
I'm
your
asking you to
guy,
explain it. Yeah.
practicing against your team is totally different than practicing against another team. As I said yesterday again, when you practice against your teammate, you know you're competing, but then again, you know I'm not going to try to hurt this guy.
Right.
I'm not going to do nothing stupid with him. When you're practicing against another team, hell, you're trying to impress your coach. You know what I mean? So I can see Steph. If he goes, he'll probably go against legitimate players that are older that he knows are not going to do nothing stupid.
Sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if we get a Diggs, Lattimore, I
wouldn't let him go get Lattimore.
You tell me if this is correct. But my assumption, at least for tomorrow, not Friday night, but for tomorrow, is I think we'll probably see ones versus twos rather than ones versus ones. Do you think we'll see I think we'll see Washington's starting defense goes against New England's backup offense, and
that's what I expect, but I would love to see the ones against the ones.
Me too.
Because the thing for me, I'm just trying to see how far he's away or his health from having that knee injury last year. That's all I'm concerned about. I'm not saying, if he was 100% healthy the whole year last year coming in, of course. But I'm just a little speculative based off of the injury from last year.
So he has been – now I'm judging on what I've seen via social media, but I think he's been full go at practices throughout.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been practicing about 2 weeks now. I think they're practicing today, which is kind of interesting. And based on, the guys I know up in New England, Mike Reese covers the Patriots for ESPN. They got no pads on, but they're out there today, and Drake May and Steph Diggs are jogging out to the field together. Now, kind of looks like Steph might not have his helmet, so maybe he doesn't practice today, but it's no pads anyway. He might run some routes. I think that'll be exciting to see, a player of that caliber, what he's got. And against this Washington defensive backfield that's, I think, looked pretty darn good. But to your point, they're going against guys they know when they break their routes, all those things. Diggs is a different level of accomplished receiver. I also think, Debo has looked fantastic. It'll be good to see him go against other people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're not going to see that Friday. So if you want to get at least a little bit of a test of who's doing what, it's tomorrow.
Steph and Debo, both guys that are experienced enough to where if they don't practice against those guys, it won't affect them like it would a younger guy.
Sure.
And the only thing the difference I'm looking at compared Debo and Steph, Debo been healthy the whole time. Steph coming off a major injury. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
Sure.
And he may be at the point where they say, hey, get out there and do some stuff. But a lot of times, and you watch football as much as I do, in this day and age, the money guys are overly protected.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Right. This surprised me. Diggs turns 32 in November.
Bro,
He's been doing it a while.
It flies, dog. It flies, and he's had a damn good one.
Yeah, from 18 to 23, he went for at least 1,000 yards. Some big seasons in there. His first year in Buffalo went for 1,500 yards. Only 2 double-digit touchdown seasons. It's hard to get a double-digit touchdown season. You talked about
Especially when you're as good as he is. Hell, the defense says we're not letting you get it. They have double team and sometimes triple watching you.
You talked about being up early, getting stuff done. So I had to get up early and drive both my daughters to camp in very different places. Shelby's doing golf camp, so I had to get her there at 7:45. All good. I thought the drop-off would just take a minute. It ended up being a little more involved, so I had Ainsley waiting in the car, at which point she kind of freaked out because we were out of the car for 5 minutes. So then she comes running up, kind of tearing up, like, Daddy, you said it would just be a minute. I was like, baby, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And time to a little one is like dog years. 1 minute is a month.
They're a little anxious.
So we dropped Shelby off, then picked up Ainsley's friend to go to their camp. I'm just trying to be helpful knowing I'm about to be out of the house for a couple days. The camp is over in Silver Spring. And from Silver Spring to downtown, the recommended route was just to go down Georgia Avenue. When's the last time you've driven from Silver Spring all the way to down here?
Never. Why would I drive from down Silver Spring?
I didn't know if you happened to be over there sometime.
I've driven down here, but it wasn't at rush hour time.
Yeah, it had been a minute for me. Like,
You came down George Ave?
just straight down Georgia Ave.
Yeah.
And there's so much stuff that's being built, yet at the same time, there's some old stuff still hanging around. Drove by a place. I never tried this place, but I do like the name of it.
What's that?
Seafood restaurant called the Crab Plug.
A crab plug.
It wasn't open at, 8:45 a.m., but Crab Plug caught my eye. That is good marketing right there, Crab Plug people. And so then as I get further into downtown, it just gets congested, and there's bus lanes, and, you're just driving downtown, and I sent that license plate I saw. I can't imagine that's a real license plate.
I would think it is.
It doesn't have, dates and you know how, you have your license plate, and then there's, a month, a registration?
But it's on the back, right?
It's on the back.
If it was on the front, I might say possibly a fake one. That's on the back of the car. And normally the back is a legitimate one. Because some places expect you to have if they expect to have one, they expect it to be on the back. You know what I mean? The extra one for in D.C., they were stopping people that didn't have them, even if it's from other states, because they'll give you a ticket on that.
Yeah, So I don't, can I say what that was, Landfill?
Just say female dog. People know what
so
it
this
means.
license plate just said female dog.
Yeah.
But the more vernacular of it.
The one word, yeah.
And it was a New York plate, but I tweeted it out if you want to look at it. But it doesn't, I find it hard to believe that's a real plate. And in turn, if you're driving around with fake plates, wouldn't you want a fake plate that isn't so noticeable?
Yeah,
if you got a fake plate.
That's why I'm thinking it's not a fake plate.
That was wild. So then I'm trying to remember what intersection I was at, but there were fire trucks everywhere, right? And so I think the responsible thing to do when there are fire trucks everywhere is you're supposed to get out of the way. I'm no expert, but you're supposed to get out of the way. So I want to say it was right around. It was just before Florida Ave. It was probably maybe at the intersection of Georgia and New Hampshire, kind of in there where it was getting a little busy. And these fire trucks show up, so I'm trying to get out of the way, but I'm also trying to make a left. Now, you know what? It was down closer to Florida. It was, I'm trying to make a left, and there's this one car driving super aggressive, and there's this other car just stopped because I guess, you see a fire truck, you want to stop? Okay, that could be one way to handle it. So I get out of the way and then come around to the left turn lane, and this other car zoomed up, pissed off at me, and I was like, all right, dude, I'm not worried about this. And to make the left on to Florida, there's a green arrow. You know what I mean? I got to wait for the arrow. And so this was like a 2005 Volkswagen station wagon, all tinted out. So I'm like, all right, you got a 20-year-old car that you got tinted out. Cool, good for you. I'm just chilling. I'm going to let them make the left first, and I'll go after them. Because I was getting out of the way of a fire truck. I wasn't trying to cut you off. The light turns green. They start to go. Not the driver or the shotgun seat, but the back seat. The window comes down, and it's an old lady.
She flip you off?
Yep. Yo, this lady was legit in her 70s. And just, the meanest stare ever and just a full flipping me off. And I was just like, have a nice day.
JP, New York license plates don't have the stuff like we have.
That's a real license plate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I encourage everybody to drive Georgia Avenue from downtown to Silver Spring. It's a wild ride. We got a busy day today. Barstool Nate's going to join us. B and I have been talking about this a lot. I want to check in on this Browns situation at quarterback. We got a little bit of time to kind of.
I watched NFL Network last night, and they were just going around. Mark Ross?
Yeah.
They were just jumping around the training camps, and they were talking about trying to keep all four on the roster. That's virtually impossible.
Well, dude, last night, Schefter reported they're signing Snoop Huntley because Gabriel's hurt, Shador has a sore shoulder, and Kenny Pickett's hurt. So they got all these quarterbacks, not to mention Deshaun Watson under contract, and they don't have enough bodies to throw in camp.
It's preseason. I'm talking about when the regular season, they talking about trying to keep forward. Nope, ain't going to happen.
Nobody go anywhere. It's P. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders on the road today. They will have the joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow, and then the preseason opener just a few days away now in Foxborough at New England Friday night at 7:30. College football first rankings are out for the new season. Texas, number 1 in the preseason coaches poll for the first time ever. Ohio State second, Penn State, Georgia, Notre Dame round out the top 5 heading into the new year. WNBA Mystics, who's lost 2 in a row and 3 of 4, trying to get things turned around tonight in Chicago, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. And the Nationals are back in action after being swept over the weekend, buried by the Brewers. They will try again tonight, first of 3 against the Athletics. Mackenzie Gore pitching. Nat today's 6:45 here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Going to be a busy show, folks. Diana Russini from The Athletic will join us at 12:30. Barstool Nate at 11. And then we're going to Cleveland at 1. Daryl Ryder will join the program. Russini had some information this morning about the Terry McLaurin deal. That's one of the reasons I want to have her on. We're going to play that audio for you a little later. I just sent it to you, Landini. But I think the thing I've been yelling about, B, is I understand if you want to compare contracts with DK, but don't get caught up in the AAV nonsense. Worry about the guarantees. I think as push comes to shove, as this time gets more serious in the McLaurin Commanders contract situation, I think the guarantees will become the focus. And
it should be the focus.
I mean, that's good news.
That's what goes into your pocket. Listen, remember, I think it was Albert Hainsworth deal? They said $100 million, right?
Right.
It was nowhere close.
Nowhere close.
Remember that first deal that Stephen Davis signed back then?
Yeah.
And they made it look like it could be close to $100 million? Nowhere close.
Well, on the
think about when that was, though, Jay. That
25 years ago.
It was in the 90s. And they tried to put that deal to make it seem like it was going to be like a 9-figure deal. Nah. But everybody saw that and they ran with it, and I think people still do it. Get the guarantee, homie.
Well, specifically, how about this? So DK this year, now he got a $30 million bonus. That's all guaranteed. That gets prorated over time. That's money in the bank, right?
Yeah.
This year he's got a $5 million guarantee, a $5 million base salary, cap number, very manageable. He's 1,000% on the team this year. He's going to be their leading receiver. They need him, period. Next year, 2026, he's guaranteed $25 million. Next year, he's on the team in Pittsburgh, period. After that, 27, 28, 29, not a single guaranteed dollar on that contract. Now, you'd still have to eat the prorated bonus, right? But that you deal with over time.
That first year of the no guarantee, he's still possibly on the team.
Sure, 27.
Yeah.
But
those next two.
By 2028, the cap number's $34 million. They would save $12 million by releasing him or renegotiating whatever. I'm sorry. They would take a $12 million dead money hit, but save $22 million against the cap.
Yeah.
He'll also be 31 years old at that point. Here is the fallacy of NFL contracts, okay? Because when this first gets reported, the numbers look incredible. Brian, I'm just going to lay out the facts, and you tell me if you think this ever happens. The 2029 season, DK Metcalf will be 32 years old. He'll have a base salary of $30 million with a roster bonus of $5 million with zero guarantees for a cap number of $41 million. That if they were to make a move, it'd be a $6 million dead money hit on a salary cap that'll probably be well north of $300 million by then. And they'd save $35 million against the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a real year on this contract?
Nah, that's one of those void years they throw out there.
So that's not even a void.
Yeah.
But that's That's the game that gets played with this. So that makes his AAV skyrocket.
Yeah.
Because 5 years from now, when he's 32, there's a huge salary attached to it. But it's just not real.
You're not getting it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think.
Oh, I understand money.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I like to point this out so folks can understand why the guarantees are what matter, not necessarily.
And that's why when you hear the size of the contract and what the AAV is, it's people, reporters that are connected to the agents. And when you hear the guarantees, more than likely they're connected to the team.
Right.
Because they're letting you know what we're really giving up.
100%.
You know, we're giving up $60 million, not $100 million. That's just how it is.
Right.
And I think you have different people who are on different sides, and they give out certain information. What you got to realize is what hits your bank account.
Totally.
Point blank.
Totally. And
Jeff and I had a conversation earlier, and I was telling him about, a lot of this content game, yes, they tell you can make a lot of money. It's a lot of work to make a lot of money. You got to put extra time in. When I look at it, I start calculating the amount of money I'm getting compared to the amount of time I have to put into it. And if it's below minimum wage, then that's not really doing good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I will stick to the ways I've been doing stuff a little lately. I do stuff because I like to do it, not to try to make a penny.
Totally, man. I think if we start to hear momentum on the Terry deal, I think it's the right time to start gaining momentum on the Terry deal.
Yeah.
You'd love to have him in by the middle of next week. You'd love to have him in by the middle of next week so that you could have him practice against the Ravens. I think that's your goal, right? If you can get him in, next Wednesday's an off day, let him practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday's an off day. Monday night's the Bengals. Then you've got that joint practice Thursday against the Ravens. Like, you can get 5 practices under his belt, and then maybe he goes against the Ravens. I think that is really kind of the best possible scene. Also, some cool news this morning. The Bengals, I kind of like this. Cincinnati coach Zach Taylor. The Bengals have started really slowly for multiple seasons, and it really has hurt them.
Yeah.
Zach Taylor says, we're not starting slow this year. He's got Burrow and other players playing a couple series Thursday night in their preseason opener, and says more starters will play game 2 against Washington. So you get to see, if you're going to that game Monday night, you get to see Joe Burrow, maybe Jamar Chase.
And hell, you get to see a lot of Washington people too.
You think a lot of guys will go
I
for
think
that
game they will, because they're not gonna play in the third game. Although you have an extra week now put in place before the season start. Last year in the third game, how long the starters played?
I don't think
if they even played. So the only game where you get work from your main guys really is the second game.
Yeah, and it's Monday night. I mean, I still think Jayden will play like a series, maybe 2. But what's the best way to get ready to play football?
Play football.
There you go.
You get good at football by practicing football.
Body craves contact. Jim Harbaugh said that. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on as these joint practices ramp up. I mean, there's going to be a lot of them going over this next 2-week stretch all over the NFL, not just in Washington. I'm curious just how, so you'll laugh at this. I'm on this 5 o'clock flight.
Mm-hmm.
I got to be at Dulles around 4. The way the bridge traffic is, everything, whatever, I'd probably head over there around 3. Last night, I cooked dinner for the family. We're all just hanging out. And Lauren says to me, like, don't you need to go pack? And I was like, nah, I'm just going to come home from radio tomorrow, pack, and then go to Dulles.
See, that's why you always in situations, dog. To get to your house from here takes about how long?
Half hour.
Okay, so we're gonna say 2:30, but I'm gonna add 15 minutes to it because it always something happens. So 2:45.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're wearing. You're gonna go home and try to pack.
Yeah.
How long do you think it take you to pack?
20 minutes.
Okay, so now we at 3:15, 3:05, 3:10, something like that.
Yeah, but I'd probably just sit around for like 10 minutes.
But the whole thing is you got to be there at 4. Right? Flight's at 5:15. How long does it normally take you to get across that bridge?
It's a wild card.
So, in other words, you probably should have packed last night and brought your stuff with you. And
I
headed straight
did.
that way because she told you to. You would have never done that on your own.
Fair. But regardless, the
But you are
end
still-
justifies the means.
I can see you still trying to run home.
No, because nobody's going to be there. They're all at camp.
But if they were,
Yeah. If the
Yeah,
girls were there,
yeah.
I'd probably try to go.
see?
I was sad saying bye today. But it was just like sitting there last night with Lauren. It's like, all right, like we're all the way back. Like we're going. It's the first road trip of the year. We're going to New England to watch some football. It's I'm excited, man. You excited? I mean, you were just saying, like, wait a second, they played 2 games in 5 days to open the season?
Yeah. But I'm ready. I mean, listen, I'm not overly excited about it. I'm excited more about the stuff I'm going to be doing.
What do you mean?
Calling the game and you get into it. Because let's be real, this is preseason for us too.
Sure.
You know? It's not like you just been doing this all damn off season and you're ready.
So for Friday night, are you doing the post-game show with Tana too?
No, we're not doing the post game.
Okay. I was going to say, that'd be to have to call the game and then run down and do the post-game, just a lot.
I think I'll be doing something like that for the Madrid game.
That's cool.
Pre, call the game, post.
That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, the Madrid game will be so wild, dude. I don't know. The London game I worked was so much fun and so unique. The Madrid game, I think, will just be that much more unique because obviously they're different countries and stuff, but there's so many similarities between the U.S. and the U.K. Like, Spain's a different entity.
The first time it ever had a game there, too.
Yeah, man.
In that stadium, in that
stadium
NFL
looks
game,
incredible.
NFL game in Madrid, yes, first time.
That stadium looks incredible. Dude, if you think about the schedule here. So, New England for the next 4 days, home for Monday night against Cincy, the Ravens, and then it's just off and running. Green Bay, Atlanta, L.A., KC, Dallas, all of that is the first 8 weeks of the season. Then you get a Madrid trip. Like, it's just pedal to the metal, like, immediately. And we're here for it, man. No other way to go. I think it's going to be fun. I'm curious how fans are excited about this. Do you know if the Commanders will be streaming practice tomorrow?
I don't know. You know, like, sometimes, normally the home team dictates that.
Right.
Because I think, remember when we went to the Ravens? I think it was showing and then it stopped.
Yeah, because they had those big fights.
Well, it was before the fight. It's just they controlled it and they didn't want certain things to be seen. So I think it's dependent on what New England wants to do.
I think that's fair. I also think, like, the Patriots. So everybody understands when you're at practice, once they get into 11-on-11s, they shut everything down, at least from a media perspective. You're not allowed to film any of it because they don't want to show anything. And I don't know if you noticed, but the fans that were there were always just taping stuff and posting it.
Oh, they had the signs up there telling them not to do it, but they were doing it.
Not only the signs, they had people walking around. I don't think much stuff got out this year at camp that wasn't supposed to from fans posting it online. They seemed I saw these volunteers walking around yelling at people like, you're not allowed to film right now.
So,
which is what the team wants them to do.
I understand what they were doing, but if somebody filmed something, you think they're not going to post it? They didn't go and make them watch their phone.
Right. There wasn't like a ton of viral clips from sessions that weren't supposed to be. In years past, that has been the case.
Yeah.
I didn't notice. And the team also did a good job of any like big play that happened, they would get that posted on their socials within a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of alleviates some of the bootleg requirements. Like, they better sell the Moss hat, otherwise the bootleg Moss hats are coming. It's smart to post the good plays.
They're going to get a hat, they're going to say DOS.
Mass.
Oh, they make it the Fat Tanner Mosses out there. With Jeff face on it. Talking about, nah, I'm really Santana.
When everyone in the DMV realizes that Jeff's high school nickname was Fat Tana Moss, Jeff might finally look to move. And if he does, there's only one person he should call, John Leahy.
Yep, just like a recent sale in Frederick, they had put tremendous care into a fix and flip project and was excited about the transformation and optimistic about the sale. But there was only some pricing uncertainty in play. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group took everything from there. They listed the property at $357,900, knowing no other home in the area had sold for $370,000. Getting the house to appraise at that value was a challenge, but John and his team were confident in their approach. The property went under contract quickly and sold for well over the list price at $370,000. Thanks to the obvious quality of the upgrades. And to top it all off, the buyer absolutely loved their move-in ready home. Talk about a true win. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
And, dude, if you're afraid of maybe your house not getting to that top dollar anymore, check out John's VIP seller program. John has access to thousands of pre-approved buyers. Pre-approval means they've already got the mortgage in place. They've already shown they can put the down payment down. You're not going to go through the hurdles and the BS that happens sometimes with buyers that are not pre-approved. It makes a huge difference, and it helps John get you the highest price possible. He's so confident that he'll sell your house. He'll even guarantee it. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go to johnsellsdmv.com. The real estate world is in an uneasy place right now. You need an expert. His name's John Leahy. If you're looking for him, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Good little morning here. Busy time. A video came out yesterday where we all knew Jayden was hurt when he injured his rib against the Panthers.
Oh, I saw that.
Mariota came in and kicked some ass.
Uh-huh.
Jayden was doing, looked like something for EA for the Madden release.
Mm-hmm.
And Jayden talked about playing through the rib injury and throwing that Hail Mary pass. So, basically, Jayden said, yeah, I was playing with a broken rib. And I don't think it's really surprised, but they never allowed that to be the case.
Well, the whole thing about it is when you see those type of injuries and you start hearing about strain and all this different type of thing, like we hear about, oh, I got a sprain. It's a slight tear normally in the cartilage or something like that, or the ligament.
That was kind of what we thought was
when we
cartilage.
hear sprain, we hear like, oh, you got a rib injury. Normally, there's a little fracture in it. Okay, when it's completely like the average person says broken if it's a fracture or if it's a break. The doctors understand a fracture. Like they'll ask the question, can it hurt you even more? And that question would be if that thing is already broken and then it can puncture that lung, it's a problem. But what if it's just a hairline fracture? Still hurts like hell.
Yeah.
It's the same pain. And I think that is the thing that really affects it. But, you know, shows you the kid's a tough-ass kid.
Totally.
100,000%. And who was the other guy that was with he and Saquon?
Justin Jefferson.
That was Jefferson?
I believe so.
Well, they had the name, didn't have Jefferson. They had some other name.
I think they had like his, I believe that was Jefferson. Do you have the audio, Len? Here, let's hear it here.
Nah, this was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I was at home watching this one.
Was that 65 in the air?
Nah, you launched that one. I ain't gonna lie. That's like a dream.
Yeah,
That's
I
like a
think
Hail
if you think
Mary?
like a Hail Mary,
Oh, yeah. That's a
I think
dream.
you got way
To win a
more
game
than
like
this,
that?
I ain't gonna lie. Five-time him versus Caleb.
In the all black.
That's
hard.
a broke rib. Damn.
Nah,
Like,
this was
damn.
crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
You saw they went there, they're like, damn, you got to add that to it.
He just so casually,
He's
nonchalantly said
casual
it.
about everything.
So that is Saquon, Justin Jefferson, and Jayden talking.
But what name did they use that? It was the Corellis or Trellis or something like that.
I think people call him Jet.
They had Jettis or something like that.
Yeah, I think
All right. Because I was like, who the hell is this? Never heard that name before.
his social media tag is J Jettis 2,
Okay.
Justin Jefferson.
All right.
But I think people call him Jets or maybe Jettas, I guess. But B, you remember when I injured myself playing golf and I thought cracked my ribs?
You wasn't playing golf. You were trying to chest bump somebody that's 2 times bigger than you,
Correct.
and you're non-athletic. If you do a chest bump and break your rib, you're non-athletic. Jeff, Landfill, would y'all agree with me? You go to,
Yes.
or just a little inebriated.
But dude, when I hurt my ribs, it hurts to sneeze. It hurts to walk.
It's hard to breathe.
Yo, I had to play golf the next day after I hurt him.
That is Jefferson, yeah.
Yeah, until I had a few, loosened up, I could barely swing.
Mhm.
Playing football with a rib injury, I'm sure you did it. That's got to be among the most painful things you can do.
The 2 most painful things in the world, let's say rib injury, because I don't know if it's a fracture or break or whatever, and a hip pointer.
Why's the hip? What is a hip pointer?
Hip pointers, you get hit right in this area, and it's one of those things. You're hitting a spot where it's like everything hurts. Laughing, sneezing, coughing, breathing, all of it hurts. And then what's the other one that the one you get what that ligament? Not a ligament. It's like a nerve coming through here. Sciatic nerve.
Yeah.
That is because when you move with that thing, it sends like a numbing sensation through your damn whole leg. And I told you I had one. I woke up one morning and I was like, oh hell, what the hell is this? And coach was like, man, you walking a little funny. I said, nah, I'm gonna be all right. and the first kickoff return, I got hit, and I guess they knocked me back in place because the sciatic nerve, the injury went away, and I just played the rest of the game like that.
That's crazy. When I was when I'm behaving myself and actually jogging and stuff, I can't remember what it's called, but something comes from like your shoulder all the way down through your left leg. It hurts like hell.
When you're jogging?
Like after.
I don't know what that is, Jay.
I learned this one stretch that takes care of it. Dude, I don't know what I did yesterday. So I finally went and hit that mini driver.
How you hit it?
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
You got to tee it up way lower.
Yeah.
You can hit it off the deck too, right?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
You have the 11.5, right?
I think it's 13.5.
The 13.5, yeah, it's easy to hit it. But
I was hitting it off the deck.
You got to find the
mats.
right position for it to catch it, or because if the way
It's got to be sitting up.
the way the sole is, catch that ground is going to take way a lot of distance off.
Yeah,
of
I believe that. I liked it. But, dude, I hit balls maybe yesterday for like a half hour. My back is a wreck. And I don't usually get it. It's like my lower
Swinging
back.
too hard, dog.
Maybe.
Not smooth, don't it?
Got to stretch.
Sex aerobics, Jeff.
Yes.
When we come back, Barstool Nate joins the program.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Are you ready for some football? I certainly am. For about 6 months, been ready for football. We have it finally this week. Commanders traveling today, joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow. And then the preseason opener Friday night at New England. Dan Quinn going to have a chance to see some of his rookies make their NFL debuts.
It's awesome. It will be eventually their first NFL game, and something that is a cool day for them to begin.
One of those rookies is a starter. The first unofficial depth chart of the preseason came out Monday. Second-round pick Trey Amos listed as a starter in the secondary. The right tackle spot, starter there listed as either Andrew Wiley or rookie first round of the first-round pick Josh Connolly Jr. Another impressive rookie in training camp has been the seventh-rounder Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill, he is the third running back behind B-Rob and Austin Eckler. Also today, we found out Teddy Bridgewater's making an NFL comeback. He will sign with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baseball, the Nationals back in action tonight trying to solve things. They have lost 5 in a row, season worst, 23 games under 500 now, trying to get things right against the A's, first of 3 against the Athletics tonight, 6:45 here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. When you hear OAR, it means it's time to go to Howard County's own, our boy, Mr. Barstool Nate. What up, Nate Dogg? How you doing?
Howard County's own. Let's go. I'm good. How are you?
I had an old lady give me the finger this morning.
Well, you probably deserved it.
I didn't. I was getting out of the way of a
Nate,
fire truck.
Yep, I think so. Try to cut the old lady out. No,
Cut the old lady
hold
up.
on.
She just
The
tried to
old
cross
lady
the
was
street.
in the back seat, though,
Yeah,
Nate.
she
She
wasn't
wasn't
even
even driving or in the passenger seat.
Well, just JP could never be wrong. Just the old. I'm sure the 90-year-old lady was wrong, not JP.
How are you, buddy? Are you you kind of getting into football zone, football brain?
Yeah, finally, man. July stinks. Let's get rid of July. Let's all go into comas during July and come back for August. I'm ready for football. I'm the chill in the air, the excitement of the fall season starting, pumpkin spice everywhere. Jayden Daniels throwing for 4,000 yards. I'm very, very fired up.
Yo, it kind of has helped feel more footballish with this little cold front on the eastern seaboard. Maybe cold front's not right, but like it hasn't been crazy hot for the last 5 days or so. After it was crazy hot for seemingly a month.
Yeah, and now we just get, the big news is that the Bengals are actually going to play some starters during preseason game 1, which I guess is exciting enough. I mean, I'll take any football news and call it exciting. So, yeah, I'm just ready. I'm just ready for it to go and stay healthy. I'm just ready for football to start and for everybody to stay healthy.
Dude, I just looked this up, B. The practice tomorrow, weather in Massachusetts, high of 78, low of 59. That's great weather, man.
Wait. Lower 59.
And then Friday.
Well, I got to go change the stuff I packed in my bag.
Friday is high of 82, low of 59. But that low is probably at 2 in the morning or whatever. I bet Wednesday morning practice, I bet it's like a perfect 70 degrees, man. I'm here for that. Nate Dogg, we're going to get to a Terry McLaurin conversation, but I want to start with what's happening on the field. I know you will be locked into all the reports coming out of Foxborough tomorrow. What are you kind of most excited for? To like what young players or what players do you want to see and hear have a really strong performance in Foxborough?
Well, given the situation, I think we need Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane to continue to impress. I think we've seen way more hype for Jalen Lane than we have for Luke McCaffrey. Not to say that Luke hasn't. We've seen plenty of people saying that Luke's looked good. Jalen Lane seems like he might be the superstar in the making, or at least someone dependable in the making, which is, what we kind of need right now, a guy who can go out there rookie season, maybe catch 50 to 60 balls. I'm not putting that pressure on Jalen Lane. I'm not trying to say everybody should expect that from him, but every clip I see on Twitter and every quote I see about him kind of says that he's a dude. And I know it's August 5th and every single preseason, there's always a dude. And then that guy ends up, not becoming the guy, but I like the cut of Jalen Lane's jib so far. I think that he has impressed everybody, and with the Terry situation up in the air, we need a wide receiver to step up, and I don't think it's going to be KJ Osborne, so I'm hoping it's Jalen Lane.
What about on the defensive side of the ball? We're not sure if we see Steph Diggs. I kind of think we will. I'm excited to see some of these young corners maybe get some reps against an accomplished player like Diggs. Is there anything you're kind of focused on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not gone under the radar in a bad way, but, Marshawn Lattimore, a lot depends on his health and how good he is. You don't give up a ton of assets for a guy who you think is the number one corner to have him come in and kind of lay an egg. And last year, I don't think we ever saw him at 100%. I think maybe the best we saw him was at 70 to 75%. Marshawn Lattimore, a lot depends on his health and how good he can stop opposing teams' number one wide receivers. And I would like to see him at full speed against someone like Diggs, or just, against any allotment of wide receivers in pads, full speed, not knowing the plays. Drake May, I think, is actually a pretty good quarterback to test him. So I think, Lattimore is a veteran. He's a guy who, he has Mikey around him. He has Trey Endless around him. There are other guys, but I need him to be the guy. I need him to be our best corner. I need him to shut down wide receivers. We can't have, 70% Marshawn Lattimore again. We need 100% Marshawn.
Yeah, he's looked it. He looked much better this year, moving a lot quicker, doing a lot of coverage. Yeah. But for me, I believe that the secondary has taken a major jump. If you think about it, Jay, I think, two of the defensive backs, cornerbacks that are here now were here last year in training camp. The rest of the guys weren't.
Who's Noah
and Mikey? And Mikey. Well, only two.
Yeah, that's true. Nate Dogg, think about
they overhauled that big time.
Well, they had to. Last year, week one, your top three corners were Forbes, Mike Davis, and Benjamin St. Juste. I think you're right about Lattimore. I think, having watched him plenty over the last couple of weeks, and
JP, can you say those three again, just for the people at home? So when people say, "Oh, this team might take a step back," there's no chance the secondary could possibly take a step back unless a meteor hits their film room. That is the worst three I have ever heard. Can you list those three again?
Yeah, it was Mike Davis, Emmanuel Forbes, and Benjamin St. Juste.
Holy moly. The fact that we made the NFC Championship game, never mind, didn't have the number one pick in the entire draft with that secondary, is crazy. What a bad room that was. Go on, I'm sorry.
Well, you got me thinking. I think Mike Davis is unsigned right now. See if you can double-check that for me, White Brian. And Benjamin St. Juste, where did he land? I know he got signed. Yeah, he signed with the Chargers.
He's in the Chargers.
Forbes is on the Rams, I think. Yeah. Listen, man, I don't need to knock those guys. They're all nice guys. It wasn't good enough to be your top three last year. We saw that.
They did it for you, Jay. You're not knocking them.
Right.
I got you, JP.
Lattimore, though, I have made a point on multiple occasions to just watch him run. And, coverage, and does he maybe get too physical at times? We'll see how that all goes. But just watching him run, he looks all the way back. He looks like he's running full and doing fine. And I
He's
think
getting in and out of breaks like hell, bro.
yeah, man. If he's ready to go, we had Fred Smoot join the program yesterday. If you missed that interview, check it out on Spotify or wherever you get your podcast. But Smoot said something that was really interesting, and our video team did a good job of making a video out of it. Smoot said it's time for the fan base to chill on the Lattimore hate and start to expect a full healthy season from this dude and recognize how different that can be. Does that sound right to you?
100%. I think last year I think he battled and gave it his all, and a lot of people were upset with his performance on the field. And I think I came on this show a couple times. I was like, we just need to hit the brakes. A 70% Lattimore is the best option we have out there. And I think it was clear that he was not 100%. And for some reason, he was forced to go single coverage against number ones. And it didn't necessarily turn out great for him. But the alternative was, trotting me out there. And I said, Coach, Lattimore is better. And Coach said, all right. So I think a full offseason of getting healthy, everybody, Bemis just said he looks great running. Let's blank page, blank slate, start over with him. We gave up a lot of assets for him. I think a cool thing is Adam Peters went out and made moves for these veterans. Everybody's complaining about the age of this team, but Laramie Tunsil, what are you complaining about? We finally have the stud left tackle that we've needed forever. We have a stud corner that we've needed forever. Bobby Wagner's back. Frankie Lou's back. Von Miller, in spots, he can make a play, get a sack. I love the veteran presence across the board on this team. I don't care about the average age because these guys are proven winning all-pro just studs that we've needed for so long.
I got a question for Coach B. Mitch.
Yep.
Nate's on your roster. You got to play everybody. Where's Nate playing for you?
Guard and tackle.
He's got to play.
He gonna guard the water and tackle anybody get close to it.
Maybe wide out.
Nate, let me see. Yeah, he gonna play slot. Little short,
correct.
shifty guy.
That's correct. I have great hands. I've phenomenal hands for catching a football.
We playing with Nerf balls that day.
Got to protect that foot, though, Nate Dogg. You can't step on it wrong.
I know. I have bad ankle, bad foot, no speed, not a lot of athleticism. I'm a little fat, but I can catch a football. If I go out there and make one play, it would be like a 5-yard button hook, and I would catch the ball and get destroyed in the process, but I would catch it.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Nate at Barstool Nate. Check out all his work at barstoolsports.com. Nate, I'm going to ask you about two players. Going into this season, how excited are you for another year of watching Jayden Daniels play football?
Yeah, it's a blessing, right? What we saw last year was so one of a kind for a rookie quarterback, and now we just get to see him in year two, and hopefully Terry's back. Terry made his life a lot easier with the contested catches and just, the way he can twist his body to get a read on the football and come down with it in bounds is second to none. But, I know we have to talk about Terry, but Terry aside, it's just Jayden, we know, is so special, and I think I kind of compared it last year to, at the top of the hype. Is this how Patriots fans felt for 15 years watching Tom Brady? You just know every single week you're going to see something special out of the guy, and that's how it felt. And I don't think that's I know it's early. We've seen 1 year, not 5, not 10, but it just felt so different than every quarterback we've ever watched and kind of every player we've ever watched. The aura that he has. We knew if he got the ball back at the end of the fourth quarter, he was going to go down the field and give us a chance to win, and we won those games more often than not. Jayden is just different. He's special, and we're just – I'll say it till I'm dead. We're just lucky that he's on our team and that the Bears didn't even think to call him in for an interview. They said, no, we want Caleb, a guy who can't hit a net from 5 yards away. That's our guy. And Jayden just sat there, and we plucked him out of the draft, and now he is the savior of this franchise. We could not be luckier.
I think the thing about him is in his second year, we ask the question all the time, who's impressing you at camp? And people are saying him. As good as he played last year, he's still a guy impressing you. Even the coaches feel that way.
Yeah, and that's just with his arm, right? Like, we know that when it's 3rd and 9 and he doesn't have, a guy open, we're just going to watch him run for another 1,000 yards. And we don't even talk about that because his arm talent is so good and just his accuracy is second to none. And then he just does this stuff with his legs, and we're like, oh, yeah, he can do that too. He is – if you had to start a team right now, I mean – It's Josh Allen, it's Burrow, and it's Daniels. It's just, and Lamar, I guess, but it's just crazy how good Jayden is. It's just it truly, when you just stop, watch the highlights on YouTube like I do every other day, and think about it, it's like, holy, how did we get this guy? How lucky are we?
I might hesitate in leaving Mahomes off that list.
Oh, I forgot about Mahomes. Yeah, man, he's old, but no, I agree.
Talking with our friend,
crazy as hell.
yeah, correct. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC products in the DMV. Give Nate Dogg a follow at Barstool Nate. Let's talk a little Terry. You've been pretty outspoken about where this thing is landing. We had David Aldridge on yesterday from The Athletic. If you missed any of that interview, it's available on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app, wherever you get us. Wherever you get content, we're there, man. DA basically said, now is roughly the time you got to get Terry in because ideally he plays against the Bengals or you at least get him full work in that Ravens joint practice, which is about, 14 days away, something like that.
Yep.
Maybe 15. Do you feel like there's some momentum building with the Terry situation?
Let me say this. Buddy Baker, it's on site. This guy, Buddy Baker, that's his real name of Terry's agent. For those who weren't sure who Buddy Baker is, that is a real name, not a made-for-TV movie fake agent name. That is his real name. And Buddy Baker's client list of NFL players are a bunch of people that he can't even get a tryout. He can't even get onto a practice squad. And then Terry McLaurin.
Can I briefly interject?
No.
Yes. So I know Buddy. One of his clients was here last year and played great in Jeremy Chin. Chin got good money to go to the Raiders. I understand folks are frustrated with the agent here.
That's the agent's job.
Buddy is a real NFL agent. Now, I think focusing on AAV instead of guarantees is a mistake, but, we don't need to drag the guy too much.
Buddy Baker is a quack of an agent. He thought that he could – walk into Adam Peters' office and big-time him, and Adam Peters laughed him out of the building and said, come back when you're serious, you fake agent. And now Terry's sitting on the sidelines instead of playing because Buddy Baker thought this was going to be his big break in the industry and people would finally take him seriously, and nobody takes him seriously. Terry is getting bad advice from his fake agent, and I can't stand to sit here and watch it go on any longer. Terry needs a real agent who understands the NFL game and NFL front offices, and he does not have that right now. If Terry's agent was anybody else, he would be on the field right now, but he has this sham of an agent who is just trying to destroy his career because Buddy Baker cares about Buddy Baker more than he cares about Terry McLaurin. That being said, I do think that the tides are turning a little bit because Buddy Baker will have to tuck his tail and say, hey, I actually didn't know what I was doing. My apologies, Adam Peters. And I think a deal will get done. I think it'll be somewhere in the realm of 3 years, $100 million with $60 million guaranteed. And I think, I would say with 90% certainty, Terry, number 17, will play week 1 for our Washington Commanders. It just shouldn't have gotten to this point to begin with. I think it's embarrassing for Buddy Baker, and I trust Adam Peters is going to get the deal done, though.
I think you're doing what you do, and I appreciate what you do. I don't think you're correct.
I don't know what that means.
You're going extremely hard about something kind of as a joke. Buddy's a real agent. I also think, dude, there is some legitimacy that the Commanders probably came in a little below what people expected for the first conversation here. And you do like to think everything moves forward now, right, between AP and Buddy. And that's clearly where the lack of communication is. Brandon Sostin is the one that actually negotiates the deal, so I'm sure he has an opinion too. There's a lot of NFL agents. I don't think he's strictly the problem. I do think you need to change the focus to guaranteed money, not AAV. AAV can
That's
be
day one
completely
agent stuff.
misguided.
Hopefully Buddy Baker is reading Twitter and he's taking notes, because that's probably the extent of his education in this field, is reading Twitter, because he's a fake agent. But yeah, I do think they get it done with more guaranteed money. I agree with you.
When do you want Terry back besides like yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as possible would be great. When the entire team is on the field taking first-team reps and Terry's not, I mean, I guess it helps elevate other guys. You know, it's great that Jalen is getting more reps, Luke McCaffrey's getting more reps, stuff like that. But you want your number one wide receiver, who's about to get paid $100 million, on the field with your second-year quarterback who, I mean, Jayden is as good as it gets, but he's still just a second-year quarterback, and there's still a full season of tape on him that defensive coordinators have been watching nonstop. How do we stop this guy? So, yeah, yesterday would be a great day for Terry to get on the field, but yeah, I don't think, I don't think he goes out week one and has one catch for 7 yards because of this. He looks as in shape as he's ever looked. I'm not worried about that. But it's NFL. Reps matter. Practice matters. It's very, very important that the sooner he is out there, the better for everybody.
Buddy also represents Reed Blankenship from the Eagles. I don't think we need to. It is kind of interesting though. So of the three major holdouts, you got Hendrickson, McLaurin, and Micah.
Mm-hmm.
McLaurin is probably the most high-profile agent of Exclusive Sports Group. Hendrickson is the most high-profile agent of, I believe they're the National Sports Agency. A guy, Harold Lewis, runs that.
That used to be my guy.
Really?
Harold Lewis used to be my agent.
Wow. So he's running Hendrickson's thing.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting, huh?
Yep.
And then
that was the guy, the story I told you the other day.
Yeah.
Harold was agent.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But Micah Parsons is with David Mulugeta, who's one of the most powerful people in football. I don't think, holdouts happen regardless of agencies and representatives. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to point out.
I can't wait for the Christmas card with you and Buddy Baker smiling together on vacation.
That's not the case. Dude,
this is crazy.
I think they are misplaying it. I've been pretty damn clear about this. I don't think the focus should be on AAV. It should be on guarantees.
But, okay, how do you know that, but not Mr. Sports Agent Buddy Baker? Why is Buddy Baker? Buddy Baker walked into Adam Peters' office and said, "We want $40 million a year." Adam Peters looked at him and said, "Get out of my office and come back when you're serious." And Buddy Baker thought that he was just going to, big time the Washington Commanders franchise organization front office, and he's not, because nobody respects him. Come back with a real offer when you're serious, Buddy Baker, and that's what he has to do now. He's an absolute clown of an agent.
Thank you, Nate Dogg. We got a break.
Looking forward to the Christmas card.
You don't get one this year.
You won't be getting one this year. I know who you're not getting one from.
My beautiful daughter's smiling. You don't get one, Nate. Goodbye.
See ya.
All right. That's our sort of friend, Barstool Nate. When we come back, what is the latest on the Terry McLaurin contract situation? We got it for you. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Baseball back for the Nationals after Monday off. They return to the field, first of 3 tonight against the Athletics. The Nats were swept over the weekend by Milwaukee, buried by the Brewers. They gave up 38 runs over the weekend. They are a season-worst 23 games under 500 now. Nats hope that Mackenzie Gore, all-star on the mound, can help things out tonight as they try to snap a 5-game skid. That's an A's 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Mystics also in action. They're on the road trying to snap a 2-game skid in Chicago. 8 p.m. for that one on the Team 980. And football, the Commanders on the road today. They will have the joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow in Foxborough. And then just 3 days away now from the preseason opener, Friday night at New England at 7:30. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside's the only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right. No carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You think Landfill played this for Terry? Slight Terry vibes here, Landfill. Is Terry in position to be your favorite player since Santana? I mean, just a guy that does it right. I mean, there's a lot of kind of parallels with Santana's career. Although now Terry's got the best quarterback he's ever played with, the best quarterback that Tana would have played with. Diana Russini had a new podcast this morning. You can check her out at Scoop City. She's also going to join the program in about an hour. Russini, I think, had some interesting information. I do think we're getting towards slight crunch time. I mean, now we're in the zone of what you'd like to happen for both parties. And we've said this is contract negotiations. This is what happens. They got plenty of time. But now you're getting into, okay, we still got time, but it'd be great to get this done. Now, you can go all the way to Labor Day weekend. Not ideal, but you can. But we're getting into the zone here, right? Diana Russini and her co-host Chase Daniels talking about the latest in the Terry McLaurin situation.
From what I can gather, nothing has changed significantly yet. Okay, so I know there's some talk out there that McLaurin is looking for that identical contract of DK Metcalf.
That's what I heard.
I heard there's parts of that contract that he's looking for, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the exact APY, right? Gotcha. Because the thing that's holding Washington back from jumping in, despite the fact that they love Terry. I mean, Dan Quinn has been phenomenal in speaking about his player of I think they're at a point right now where Washington's saying, for us, you're turning 30 years old on September 15th, right? That's in just a few months here, to give you a contract that is relative to the receivers that we're seeing get paid who are younger just doesn't make sense.
It's a tricky situation, man.
It's tricky. I think just as much as you don't want, I know the player don't want people to compare them, like the age aspect, but immediately the team, they use the age, but then they start comparing everything. I don't think the guys play good because of the age. I think they play good because they got talent. You know what I mean? Just because the guy younger don't mean he's better. And just because he's older don't mean he's worse. You got to look at the players sometimes. Everybody has to look at the actual player, how he performed, what has he done consistently. You know, Chase, Jefferson, we named those guys earlier. You know, we talked about this for the last 2 weeks. Yes, I understand why they get what they get. But just because the other guys are younger, if they were so much better, why they not getting what Chase and Jefferson getting? See what I'm saying? Why are they getting on the lower side than what those guys got? Because they are not those players. And turning 30, yeah, I understand. But a guy could be turning 25, 26 and still not have much left after that. But the people that seem to play beyond, when they first start looking, is right around 26, 27. And what he's done since then, he started ascending. And now he has a quarterback who is unbelievable and who he gives himself to help the quarterback out. He could probably ascend for another 2 or 3 years and probably work. But I believe, like you stated for the longest, looking for the certain average, it makes no sense. Get that guarantee. Get it in your account and start working at it. Then go.
Agreed, man. If it's who's going to budge sooner, you wonder if there's a side or if they're really going to dig in. I find it hard to believe Terry will miss regular season games. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess. You never know, though. You never know. Things could get so serious.
I want to let people weigh in here. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Commanders are flying out probably this afternoon, right? If I had to guess, they're on a flight around right when our show gets off. They wouldn't leave before our show's over. Maybe 2 o'clock, 2:30. Commanders have a joint practice tomorrow against the Patriots. That is legitimate good work to get you ready for football. Face off against another team in practice. The reps are controlled. The coaches can protect players they want to. Unlike games, that is uncontrollable. Even when it's third stringers, that is uncontrollable. That is football being played in the wild. But practice, you can control it, try to get the work you want, right?
Yep.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that tomorrow isn't important. Now, tomorrow's not as important as week 2 against the Packers.
Right, no stretch.
Tomorrow is a step, right? Like, these are steps towards a goal, and Terry's not going to be there. Actually, do you know, would he travel? Do PUP players travel?
I don't think they will.
I think it almost makes it a little easier that Cosme is also on PUP, so they have, like, a real situation where it's like, oh, yeah, we didn't travel or hurt guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to let folks weigh in. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We're now in August. This is the first week of the preseason. How are we feeling about the Terry situation? You feel better than you did a week ago? Worse? You think it's going to get done? We'll all weigh in, kind of check on Jeff, who's been very freaked out. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open. Diana Russini joins us at 12:30. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines are lit up. We're checking in with the people. Little Terry McLaurin vibe check. All right? You feel better? Listen, this is it's not crunch time, but you would like to have Terry on the field soon. Let's start with Wayne and Bowie. Wayne, how you feeling about the Terry situation, bud?
All right, B-Mitch, take it to the house.
All right.
Take it to the house, man. Hey, look, first of all, people piss me off when they talk about, well, Terry ain't Justin Jefferson. He's not this person. Let me tell you how valuable he is to this fan base and to this team. First of all, Justin Jefferson never had Sam Howell. How many times Sam Howell got sacked last year? If you're laying on your butt, you're not throwing any passes to anybody. Has Justin Jefferson had Carson Wentz? Has he had Taylor Heineke? See, what people don't realize
He did
when
have
they
Sam
compare,
Darnold. He did have Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold's not Carson Wentz.
Damn.
Nobody's Carson Wentz, okay? But my point is, you got to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. How valuable is Terry to this franchise? I've seen this guy in his career make more contested catches than anybody. We had a guy on our team years ago. His name was Brian Mitchell. They said he was too slow. What did Brian do? He played for the Giants. He played for Philly. I seen him take it to the house up in Philly. So don't tell me he turning 30. It's like he said, he's not walking with a cane or a walker. Come on, and like B. Mitch said earlier, when you get older, you get better because you've been in the trenches, and you can teach the young guys a lot. I'm out of here, B. Mitch. Take it to the house.
All right, brother.
See you, buddy. Take it to the house. Let's go to Umair in Alexandria. What's up, Umair? Take it to the house.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So my panic meter, it's still like I would say somewhere like, you know, like in that 65 to 70 range. I'm not in full panic mode just yet about Terry, but the thing that I've been thinking about is, you know, we do got some young receivers in this team. Luke McCaffrey, you drafted a guy named Jalen Lane, who kind of has a very similar backstory to Terry. You know, special team specialist, got speed, all of that, right? So the thing that I've been thinking about, how much does if Luke McCaffrey, are they looking to see if Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, these guys are going to take a step up so they can continue to stay at the dollar amount that they're probably at? Or if they go into these joint practices and then these first two preseason games and they're looking at it like, okay, yeah, we may be in trouble. We don't have anybody outside of Debo who's up for a contract next year, right? Are these guys going to make an impact for us so that we can stay where we're at? Or, hey, we got to maybe up the dollar amount for Terry because the guys that we have here, they're not going to be able to fill his shoes.
Well, I think they already know that. I think they already know that the guys ain't going to fill his shoes. But I think the ultimate thing is, I think it's as simple as right now they could be just getting more time with these guys. If Terry's not there, those guys get way more reps than they would if he was here.
Kingsbury said that yesterday. He's like, look, man, we want Terry here, but there is a silver lining.
Yeah.
A lot of guys are getting opportunities they wouldn't otherwise. And I almost wonder, Jalen Lane has been super impressive. Maybe his chance of getting more work is a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Ja'Cory Brooks is another example. There are guys further down the roster that are getting more opportunities.
Yeah.
All that said, more opportunities for guys down the roster is terrific. Terry McLaurin playing is better. So eventually you need him. 800-636-1067. Our boy Los in Severna Park is on the line. What's up, Los?
What up, Los?
Gentlemen, excuse me. Just woke up. Listen, things happen for a reason. The universe just, happened to play out. Last week I called in on Bleep You, and I bleeped the military aspect of the Commanders because I was mistakenly given a ticket for the training camp. Well, I was blessed with VIP training camp tickets for the military Sunday. And because of that, I'm going to bring this big, big, big check that says Terry McLaurin. And I'm going to give him a marker. I'm going to see what number he wants on it because I know he's going to be there. So all I'm saying is that if we put all our monies together, B. Mitch, I know you probably got maybe like, a couple $100,000,
sitting around.
B. Mitch.
I'm not involved.
Falls out of his socks.
I don't pay him. No, I got daughters.
but look, here's where I think of it. It's hurting. It really is. But I know dang well. Do you know how many jersey sales people are going to, the jerseys are going to increase for Terry McLaurin? And this internet is going to break when this contract situation happens. He's the most beloved player, and I think way more beloved right now than Jayden Daniels. I know we all love Jayden Daniels, but I think Terry McLaurin is still the face of the franchise, has been the face of the franchise. It's going to happen sooner or later. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, brother. Dude, actually, I want to read this. I got some texts from my neighbor, Joe, the other day. And I hadn't thought about this perspective, and I'm not sure everybody will share it. But it was interesting, man. So he texted me, I'm so mad about the Terry situation. This should be my preseason of complete joy. They just promised the city millions for all kinds of random stuff, which I think is good for the city. So it just hurts more than that they are penny pinching on the best person and one of the best players on the team. He continued, I feel for us. He's the one player they should be giving grace to. Character does matter and history does matter, especially to us, the paying fans. So I feel they are disrespecting not just Terry, but also us. I do think there's a good portion of the fan base that this feels personal about.
But I think they shouldn't be personal because let's just be real. It is negotiations. If we're going to give Terry the credence and the okay to go out there and fight hard, his agent to fight hard, the team is negotiating too. You got to get in the same luxury. No team is just going to give you a damn blank check. I know people think that all the time, but it's not happening. This is negotiations. It gets ugly sometimes. And some of the ones where you got the most to lose, it get uglier. Just let it happen.
I believe Jamar Chase is the best receiver in football. Do you?
Yeah.
That negotiation got super ugly.
Yes.
And then Jamar Chase went out last year and almost had 2,000 yards and led the NFL in almost every meaningful category. Like, Lamar Jackson has won 2, maybe 3 MVPs.
Yeah.
His negotiation got super ugly. Sometimes this is what happens, and I don't think anybody is trying to make the fans mad. I don't think anybody is trying to disrespect Terry McLaurin.
That's what people got to they got to stop getting so personal with it and understand that's what it is. Hell, this has happened with other teams forever. We now have players that you want to really keep around. Before, you were happy that they were gone.
I mean, outside of the end of the Trent Williams saga, which went sideways, I think, for really weird, unique reasons, this didn't happen with star players in Washington because Dan would just pay them because he liked them. He liked being able to text them. Like, you got to, for me, we're going to get to a point where I'll stop saying this, but you do have to let the football people run the football. And I think you should have, as a general rule, if Adam Peters is holding off on guaranteeing a bunch of money for a proven but player that's about to turn 30 and their thresholds tell you something different, I'm not mad at the process there. I do think Terry deserves a different situation. I also think, dude, it was only 6 months ago he destroyed good teams in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not expecting.
And that's what people are, and I can understand people's personal feeling based off of what they last saw him do. He elevated his game in the playoffs. You know what I mean? He didn't just do this early in the season. He elevated his game in the playoffs when it counted.
Phone lines are packed. We're taking your calls. Nobody go anywhere. If you're on hold, stay there. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. You heard B. Mitch and JP talking about this impasse still with the Terry McLaurin contract. That's being discussed everywhere in the sports media right now, including ESPN's First Take, where Dan Orlovsky wasn't holding back.
This is one of the dumbest things that has been a part of the NFL this offseason. It's one of the most maddening situations that I have been watching this NFL offseason. It ain't that hard. Respectfully, Washington, you were a dumpster fire for years. You were a laughing stock. The only thing good about your organization was that young man. Every year he did it.
Well, now we'll see. Dan Quinn was asked about it yesterday. No timetable, he said, for McLaurin to be activated off the PUP list, so really nothing further to know as far as that situation. Joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow in Foxborough for the Commanders, and then the preseason opener just a few days away now at New England. Friday night kickoff, 7:30. Baseball Nationals had Monday off. They're home tonight, first of 3 against the A's, 6:45 here in the Fan. Also, former first-round pick Cade Cavalli is being called up to start tomorrow night back in the Bigs, nearly 3 years after making his major league debut for the Nats August of 2022. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. A little bit of contract news across the NFL. Kyron Williams, really talented young running back, just got a 3-year
Rams
contract extension with the Rams, including $23 million guaranteed. So my guess is 2 years for 23. But Kyron can play, man. He's going to get a lot of carries, too. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and we're basically asking a simple question, man. Where you at on the Terry McLaurin situation? You think this thing is going to get done? Let's hear from our guy, Jupe. What up, Jupe? How you feeling about Terry?
B. Miss JP, how you guys feeling?
What up, man?
Hey, listen, man. I've been saying this. I call it the trash area. Of all the trash area, me debating, arguing, and defending my team against fans of other teams, never thought I had to do that against my fellow team members. With that being said, the disrespect on both sides needs to stop. Both Terry and AP are valuable to this team. Let's get to the point now. I'm tired of talking about it. Tell these people pull up so we can talk in person. Let's handle this thing for real. Yep. But with that being said, look, Terry is valuable here. I said a video this morning where a guy was talking about how pretty of a deep ball that Himothy throws. And guess who caught majority of those deep balls? Terry. Mm-hmm. The Browns game where Himothy was in trouble in the backfield, scrambling around. Guess who came from the opposite end of the field to give him that outlet? Terry. Mm-hmm. Saints game, same deal. Himothy's in trouble in the backfield. Guess who comes from the opposite end of the field to give Himothy an outlet? Terry. I'm not saying Jayden is not capable of doing great without Terry. It's the reason why I call him Himothy, because he is him. But if we're putting all our chips in the basket to win now, Terry's a big part of that win now right now.
Great call,
So
brother.
that's all I got for you guys.
Great call.
Thank you, Jupe. Good call, man. B, how much of this do you think is the team's belief that Jayden will get it done regardless?
I don't know if it's just that. I think when we start hearing about teams that lean very, very much analytically driven, I think they make some mistakes sometimes. Analytics has no feelings, no emotions. Don't understand the feelings and the clutchness a guy may have. All analytics tell you is guy this age shouldn't get this money. Sometimes you got to see beyond that. That's why I believe analytics only or just the field thing only is wrong.
You got
to have a combination of them.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Diana Russini is going to join the show in about 20 minutes from The Athletic. Bonnie is in Richmond. Bonnie, how you feeling about Terry?
I love Terry. I really do. And I'm a diehard Steelers fan, but I started watching the Commanders last year because of Jayden Daniels and Terry. Oh, my God. I never enjoyed a game so much in my life. The man is awesome. They both together are awesome. Keep them together. Give him his money. If not, if I had the money, I would give it to him. If I was the owner of the Steelers, I would get him. Okay?
All right.
Y'all can pay everybody else. Give Terry his money. Compromise.
Well said, Bonnie. It was the owner of the Steelers paying DK Metcalf so much money that complicated this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's your fault, Bonnie.
But that's what I'm saying. If I was the owner, I would have got Terry. I mean, DK is awesome too. But when you pair apples and orange, Daniels and Terry, poor Terry went through so many quarterbacks over the years, and he finally got a good quarterback, and then you want to take it away from him? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm with you on that, Bonnie.
Appreciate you, Bonnie. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Thanks
guys
for
take
listening.
care. Bye-bye.
Peaches is good. Herb was good, but Peaches and Herb was better. Just saying, man. Just saying.
Have you ever known a person named Herb? I don't think I have. Really?
Yeah.
There you have it. Steve is in Silver Spring. Steve, how you feeling about Terry, dude?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
All
How
right,
are you?
doing?
Good. Love the show every day.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you. It's just negotiations. This stuff with Terry wanting to be traded and all. It's just negotiations. Like you said, guys, this is our first time really going through it outside of, with some Trent Williams issues and things like that. We just paid everybody. This is negotiation. San Francisco did it last year with Brian Ayuk. Parsons, same thing. I want to trade. Remember back 4 or 5 months ago, the guy, Myles Garrett up in Cleveland. I want out of here. You can't win nothing. Boom, boom, boom. That man threw that 140 in his face, and now he lives in the greatest city ever. It's just negotiation, and they'll come to some kind of agreement. I just think it's all business, and they'll pay him. Maybe they have a number. They got to look at what Jayden may look at, what they got to pay Jayden after next season. So he's looking at things in its totality. We complained for 20 years about a front office that was here, just paying guys. They were paying guys that were 35, giving them $25 to $30 million. Very past their due. And now we got a front office who's actually looking at the totality of the organization moving forward. So I appreciate that. All right, guys, I'll continue to listen
Steve,
to the
real
show.
quick, I think I take issue with one thing you said.
I'm sorry.
Did you call Cleveland the best city in the world?
He said he's saying it now since he got his money.
I was just referencing Myles Garrett.
Gotcha.
After he got that 140, but before that, he wanted out. They couldn't get a quarterback. They're never going to win. He wanted to trade. And Jimmy Haslam threw that 140 in his face. And
he changed
now,
his whole tone.
He changed the whole song. Yeah, I think we can win here. Yeah, this is a good organization. This is all about money. Same thing with the boy Parsons up in Calvin Down. When Jerry paid that dude, hey, Mitch, me and you the same age. You remember when Jerry did that to Emmett?
Yep.
After they won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
He did.
After they won the Super Bowl. So
Good call, Steve.
That's Jerry.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Yeah. But the one thing, Jayden's money, the new deal won't hit for how many years, Jay?
I think 29.
So that doesn't have anything to Terry's contract, the way that we worked out, would be damn near be over with before Jayden's new deal ever kicks in. You know what I'm saying? You get a 3-year extension, basically a 2-year deal. It'll be over with before the other deal kicks in.
Totally. Let's keep these phone lines going. Rusty, our boy Rusty out in Delaware.
What up, Rusty?
Hey, fellas, how you doing today?
We good, man.
Before we get started, I heard Uncle B was writing checks, so I'll give you my address when I get off the call.
Who said I was writing checks?
Somebody said you were going to pay some of Terry's salary. I thought while I was on hold.
that never happened.
So
I'm
here's
trying to
my
get a
thing,
loan.
guys. I mean, My thing, guys, is like, I've called and shared this before. I do think that this is the business end of it. I think this will get done. I think I had predicted sometime early July. Obviously, here we are, August. But I'm with the whole dynamic of Terry not being in camp, like save his body. But an interesting perspective, and I know, Jay, you provided some perspective as well. So you guys know I own a power washing company here in Lower Delaware. And we're at a high-profile client today, and he is a suite holder at Northwest Stadium and has been for many, many years. And he and I had a conversation before we got started on this project today about his opinion on this. And, he's much older than me, and he's definitely in a different tax bracket. But his whole thing is, this is souring Terry's reputation with the fans. And I know that that's not going, across the board. But from some folks' perspective, it's starting to look like Terry favors himself more than he favors the team. And I understand that he does have to look out for himself in this situation. But, just the perspective from another fan who thinks that this drama is unneeded and causing some fracturing of the fan base, his big thing was, I understand that Terry had a great year and we went 12-5, da-da-da-da-da. But Terry's not the X factor here. The X factor is a quarterback. Terry was on those same teams that went 4-12 and 3-13 and all of that good stuff. So as long as we have Jayden, it seems to be we could have the Tom Brady approach, because Tom Brady had one legitimate wide receiver his entire career. The rest of the guys he made. So my camp, my side, I think this will get done. I discussed about Michael Strahan skipping camp before years ago and then winning the Super Bowl that year. These veteran guys, Terry and Jayden just met each other last year. Look at the season they had knowing each other for just a few months. They'll get on the same page. I think the deal will get done. But with some, I think it's definitely causing a divide between the player and the fan.
Well, those fans better understand and look at the player and look at what he's done and how he's always been. If they would want somebody to come tell them about trying to get more money at their job. So I think you got to separate the two. It makes no sense.
I agree.
Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate the call.
Yes, sir.
And that sweet holder, I said it too. He don't make no sense with that.
I think I get some fans are like, oh, Terry is under contract, should just show up.
No.
I just don't think that's realistic.
They got to realize this stuff is not the same as your job. You got to look at this according to what the rules are and how they stipulate and how they work. This happens in football all the time. Just because it's one somebody on your team, oh, you got a contract. That's like telling the person, telling an athlete, shut up and just play football. That's what that seems like to me. This is his life. He has the right to exhaust every effort to get what the hell he think he deserves and fight for it. Because once he signs, he's going to come out here and give you everything that he wanted. Everything that he's always tried to give. So let's stop that crap and try to act like it's what's going on with you. It's totally different. The rules aren't the same.
Tyler's in Richmond. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's up? Real quick, I just have two quick points. One, I think that this trade request thing is strictly leverage for a long-term contract extension. Two, both sides appear to be extremely dug in. So I think it's going to come down to, can you meet in the middle, or who's going to blink first?
Hey, Tyler, I agree that the trade request thing is just a leverage thing. But can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you in the bathroom? Are you calling us from the bathroom?
Hallway, bro. Hallway.
I'm on a speakerphone because I'm in a wheelchair.
Oh, all right. Well, appreciate the call, man. Thanks for listening.
No problem.
Take care. Oops. Let's go to Gare Fax. Gare Fax, how you feeling about Terry?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What, man?
Yeah, hey, look, man. To the fans, real quick, who the guy who called a couple of calls about Terry showing loyalty to the team. The guy's shown nothing but loyalty to the team since he's been here, and now, he should be loyalty. He should show loyalty to the team who, from what people are kind of saying, they kind of don't want to pay him because it's in 2 years he's not going to be worth the crap because he's going to be too old. So the loyalty door should swing both ways. So that would be my comment about that. And I just want to ask you guys' opinion. Y'all in the media, you probably know more than the average fan. of the three options, what do you think is the biggest hang up, JP or B Mitch? The AAV number, the guaranteed money number, or the length of contract due to Terry's age? Which each one of you, what do you think? Maybe y'all know. I don't know.
From what I'm hearing, it's basically the AAV.
Yeah, and I think it's the age, right? Like organizationally, they clearly think the age is a factor, and Terry's side of things wants to say, no, it's not. Here's the reasons why. But
okay,
it's all kind of tied together.
Yeah. Okay. So the other thing is, what do you guys? Somebody just kind of touched on it. I'm sure although they would never come out and say it. Do you think what percentage factors in for the organization the fact that they, at the end of the day, they've got number 5? Like the guy kind of mentioned, the Patriots, they never broke the bank on receivers for Tom Brady because at the end of the day, they had number 12. Do you think?
But they had an exceptional defense too.
That? Yeah,
We can go back and look at the Tom Brady years now. A lot of times they were in that Super Bowl. If it wasn't for Adam Vinatieri and that defense, they wouldn't have won those games. As much as we want to give Tom all the credit.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I'm sure that is factoring into their decisions on paying this guy a whole bunch of money because they think, at the end of the day, we got 5, and I'm sure that's part of it. And my last thing I want to say is if I was Terry, once we get this deal done, and I hope they do get it done, I think they will get it done, although it does bother me that he seems to feel that he's backed in a corner. He didn't go nuclear yet like Micah Parsons, but he's definitely fired a shot across their bow with the trade demand. So if I was Terry, if I get this thing done, I would get with number 28, number 1 in our hearts, Daryl Green, and see if maybe every couple of months he could hit me up with a blood transfusion every couple of months, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Played forever.
All right, man.
Thanks,
I was like, so what if this is a question? Like people always say something about the age of a player. Okay, since you think I'm too old and I'm gonna fall off, I'll take the contract you give me. But if I exceed what you think, then I get this amount of money. Would they fall for that? Since you're telling me prove myself. What if it's like, okay, I'll take the 28, but if I come out here and I get you 12, 13 touchdowns again, 12, 1,300 yards, you add $3 million, $4 million to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know, right? I think.
And it's an incentive, and guess what incentives don't do? They don't really count as much against cap.
No, they're not guaranteed either.
They're not guaranteed, but you know what? I'm taking money that's making me happy, but if I prove to be what I thought I could be, pay me for it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a direction this thing could go, honestly. I don't know. I do know we're going to talk to Diana Russini next. I do know there's a bunch of folks on the lines. If you're there, stay there. Now, here's what else I know. If you would like to win some tickets, if you want to go see Voltbeat, right now is the time. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Thursday, August 7th at Jiffy Lube Live with special guest Hailstrom. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
I'm Earl Forsey, and we are brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Commanders are on the road now. The first preseason game coming up Friday. Joint practice with the Patriots in Foxborough coming up tomorrow. Some other notes that involve the Commanders. Cincinnati head coach Zach Taylor said today the Bengals plan to play their starters, Joe Burrow and company, more than normal throughout the preseason. Certainly that's preseason game 2 we're looking at, the Monday nighter against the Commanders August 18th out in Landover. Baseball, the Nationals had Monday off, back in action tonight against the A's, 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. Also, our Grant Paulson reporting today, former first-round pick Cade Cavalli is being called up to start tomorrow night, back in the bigs after making his major league debut nearly 3 years ago, August of 2022. College isn't for everyone, but a great job still can be. At Prince George's Community College, our continuing education programs offer fast, hands-on training. Get skilled, get hired. Visit pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, the Fan. Diana Russini got my attention this morning talking about the Terry McLaurin situation on her podcast, and kind enough to make a couple minutes for us to talk through the situation. Diana, what's up? How are you?
What's up, guys? I told your producer that I want to be introduced now. I don't want to be insider. I don't want to be Scoop City podcast host. I just want to be MILF. Just straight up MILF. That's what I'm going for.
What the hell?
That is such a...
I'm just trying. I am trying out here. It is hard in the streets, guys, to keep up. But
if you start calling yourself MILF, you are going to get a lot of follows.
No, I'm so not a MILF. But, look, I used to be like, I never want to be that. I'm leaning into it now. I'm like, all right, let's just do it. Forget it.
I will let Jeff introduce you as that next time you call in. No problem.
Could you imagine if you didn't know the show or you didn't know the relationship I have with you guys and you're just tuning in the car, just sitting in traffic and you're like, God, these guys are being a little aggressive with this lady. You know?
You imagine,
do they know?
Dude, imagine Jackie Bradford from Channel 4 was like, oh, Diana's going to be on JP's show. I'll turn it on. And she turns it on, and that's the first thing she hears.
Like what is going on with these people? It's all me. I'm the problem. It's not you guys. So, anyways, we got so much going on. I was just having this conversation with someone this morning. It's only August 5th. And I feel like we're in mid-season already in terms of just coverage and demands and stories. And obviously the hold-ins are the story. And in Washington, it's all about Terry and where they're at. And the question everyone wants to know is, where is it at? Is this getting done? And I continue to say the same thing that I'm sure you guys are saying as well, and other reporters talking to you about it which is everyone feels good this is going to get done. It's just really when and how close are they to striking a deal?
Mm-hmm. That's totally it. I think the NFL overall don't care about all the added following and hoopla. The Commanders may not like it. Terry may not like it, but the NFL loves it. I just think the deal, it makes sense for them to work out a deal. It doesn't make any sense for them not to work out a deal.
So much of this is who has the stomach for it too. I'm following with the Trey Hendrickson story, and I'm in touch with him talking about what he's doing. And, I can just tell through his voice. It's hard. It's hard to do this. These guys want to be on the field. Look at Terry. You guys are there every day with him. You see him. He's a class act. He's a professional. He loves his team. He's all Washington all the time. Yes, he asked for a trade. But do we all really think Terry McLaurin wants to play somewhere else? No, of course he doesn't. And we know Washington wants him there just based on everything that he provides this offense, knowing that he's the number one weapon, and knowing all the other great stuff that fits into the culture of what Dan Quinn wants. And he is the poster child for what a commander should be. I think we could all agree. It's just who's going to give here? Who's going to be willing to say, all right, Terry, you're not going to get the 32, 33, 34 top dollar right now because the reality is you are 30 years old. But at the same time, Washington, you've got a quarterback on a very cheap deal. You're all in. You've got the vets signed up. They're ready to win. You went all the way to the NFC Championship game last year. You can do this year. Champagne problems. This is a good problem to have, and you got the money. Maybe you're willing to overpay a bit. So I think we're at that point where it's starting to feel like we're getting closer. I just can't report right now at this moment, like, guys, any second. I don't think it's that close.
I don't think so. One thing that I think is interesting from a time perspective, and I don't just want to bug you on Terry. I want to talk Micah and Hendrickson and everything going on. But you're starting to get to the point in time where it's starting to matter. Like, these joint practices tomorrow against a Mike Vrabel coach team matter. Like, that's some good work. Then this Monday nighter, the preseason game too, the Bengals are going to put Joe Burrow out there. My guess is that means Higgins and Chase, assuming they're healthy. Like, there's going to be some real work. Does that turn the timetable up at all for Washington? Like, okay, we actually need to see what our starting offense looks like, and it's way better with 17 out there.
Well, the general manager of the Washington Commanders has ties to San Francisco. And what did we see last year? Yeah. What did we see with them, right? How many injuries and issues? And those players that held out or held in were very vocal halfway through the season when they were all struggling of, like, yeah, dealing with those negotiations during training camp hurt me. It's actually hard to find a player now who is like, yeah, that was great for us. It's not. It's never good. And just getting those game reps, especially at a time where these preseason games don't matter, but the joint practices are so valuable.
Yeah.
I really feel like that shifted over the last few seasons where it's become all about these joint practices. And so they're going to really see what the offense looks like tomorrow. So you got to figure McLaurin's camp is probably drooling over what this is going to look like against a very good, or at least improved defense in New England, which I'll see you up there, JP. I'm headed up there right now as we speak.
Awesome. We're both going. We're flying up tonight.
Right, it'll be great. So we'll be able to see, with our own eyes tomorrow, okay, this is what it looks like against the competition now, against a defense that they're not familiar with, that they don't know, they haven't prepped against, or maybe they prepped against, but they haven't practiced against. And then maybe this is where you go, okay, all right, we get it. And look, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and I'll even say all the way up to Josh Harris, who is weighing in on this and watching this and observing and making sure that this thing stays on the tracks. They know what Terry means. Like, that's not – I don't think this is this idea, because sometimes we see this too where it's like, man, do these guys get it? Like, I kind of feel this way in Cincinnati. Like, do you know what your defense looks like without Trey Hendrickson? Like, do we have to really run the tape back here? Washington knows the value of Terry. They really do. But I don't think it hurts Terry's camp and his side to the story if the next few days against New England it doesn't look great.
Yeah, you're right about that. I just think this is a time where nobody ever says it, where front offices and coaches probably don't see eye to eye. Because the front office doesn't have to care about the chemistry. The coach has to care about the chemistry of the football team. And as you spoke about San Francisco last year, it screwed their chemistry up. Last thing you want happening here is your chemistry of your team to be screwed up based off of what they had last year.
Kyle Shanahan was running up the staircase to get the deal done to basically barge through John Lynch's office for Brandon Ayuk when things were going sour. Like, they had their own set of drama. And that's just speaking to the difference between what the coach wants and what the GM wants, right? And it's not saying that they're on completely separate pages. It's just like anything else in life. Like, when you have to be the one to deal with it every single day like the head coach does, it definitely feels a lot heavier. And, I love whenever these situations come up, just getting the opinions of others, because GMs and head coaches tend to be a little bit more rational when it's not their own team and own players. So, I've spoken to a lot of people who are like, Terry wants to be rewarded for what Terry's done, and that's just not football. That's just not the NFL. We all want to be rewarded for what we've done, but in this league, it's about what you can do. And I think that's part of the Adam Peters philosophy of, like, yes, thank you. You're incredible for what you've done. We appreciate you because this team was you before we got Jayden. And you carried us through some rough times, but you're 30, right? You're going to be 30 in a month. So it's unfortunate, but I don't know. I have a good feeling that they're going to be able to find a way.
I think You both have said it. It just makes too much sense for both sides. And where are you going to go? Like, if this kind of impasse was happening in March with the draft coming, maybe a trade could actually make some sense where you get some picks and you start to backfill. But at this point in early August with the season on the horizon, a trade doesn't make sense. Like, who helps you win now? And it certainly isn't a draft pick next year. Talking with our friend Diana Russini here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Diana at DM Russini, 2 S's in Russini. Let's go elsewhere around the league because I think you land in the same space B and I do where I think something's going to get done with Terry. Terry's wearing burgundy and gold. The situation in Dallas doesn't seem nearly as friendly, I would say. Like, what are the chances Parsons actually isn't a Cowboy in a month?
Well, that's just interesting because, when we first started talking about Terry, I'm like, yeah, this just feels good. And maybe that's just because I've been working on the Micah story where it is not good at all. Like, at least you see Buddy Baker down there talking, with people with Washington. They've had multiple conversations. I don't know how great they go, but at least they're talking. In Dallas, they're not even talking to the agent. There's just this understanding that when Micah Parsons met with Jerry Jones over a day-and-a-half span, that the conversation that they had was about the contract. And Micah, his version of it is, no, that wasn't. We were just talking. Jerry Jones' version of it is, that was a deal. That's what we do here in Dallas. I talk to the star players, we talk about, and we negotiate. And that was a negotiation. And that is where the rub is, because there was obviously a miscommunication here. And you look back at Dak Prescott, for example, when he was going through his contract situation last year, and, that thing went all the way up to kickoff. But if you recall, I think it was out there, and if it's not, I can share that when Jerry approached Dak Prescott about a contract, Dak said, look, I'll talk to you about leadership and the things that you want me to provide this team, but I'm not talking numbers. You can call Todd France my agent. Right. And so there was never negotiation with Dak because he immediately made it clear, I'm not doing this. Micah dipped his toe in. Micah played the game and got caught. And we could discuss if it was fair, unfair, all of it. But
think about this. The NFL doesn't want to talk to a player unless the player has an agent per se.
The PA, the rules
How
dictate
in the
that.
hell can Jerry claim he talked to a player directly and negotiated a deal? That's illegal. And if they had a deal, it would be signed. You would have a written up deal. Word of mouth, just talking does not solve a deal. This is where the NFL, where they get screwed at. You got Jerry Jones, one of the biggest owners out there. He's doing what he's not supposed to be doing. So as a former union rep, that's totally illegal to do.
Well, my friend, wouldn't it be great right now if the union was, I don't know, together right now as a unit that was strong?
They need me out there because I'll go straight here face to face with Jerry and curse his ass out for trying to think you're gonna just adjust the system.
No, I think it's important that this is discussed and looked into because it isn't right. And we're hearing a lot of stories now of how many players were in this position with Jerry and he negotiated with them. And it is not the way to do business. And Micah is now caught. So I was told there will be no deal until Jerry Jones negotiates with David Muguleta. Like, until those two talk and discuss numbers, which from my understanding, Jerry is not willing to move off the number that he gave Micah. Like, what they talked about that day is what those days, that's what he's sticking with. And he's not moving right now.
That
right?
is
But
just
I do think there's a mindset, though. Money fixes all, and I'm sure at some point here, Jerry's going to go, all right, I'll just dump a boatload and let's just wrap this thing up.
Right. Talking with our friend Diana Russini, senior NFL insider for The Athletic. Check out her podcast, Scoop City. You can listen to it. You can watch it on YouTube. You can follow Diana at DM Russini, 2 S's in Russini. I'm not going to introduce you with that other thing you mentioned. At least not yet. We're gonna have to hash that out.
We gotta work on something.
We gotta use Jeff's voice for that.
Yeah, we'll let Jeff. Jeff will track that.
That's a great idea. That's how let's get sponsored too by some nanny group or some gym or something, right? Like we can find something. Let's get on it.
The last holdout or hold in rather is Hendrickson. By far kind of, to me anyway, maybe that's because I'm here in this market in D.C., but the Parsons thing gets the most attention because it's Micah and it's Jerry and it seems so ugly. Then I think Terry because it's a skill position. Then Hendrickson. Is there any movement there? I mean, that's a player the Bengals need.
Yeah, no, there's no movement as of today. I can tell you that. Obviously that was a deal that appeared to be getting done because Trey Hendrickson and his family they live right across from where they train, from where the team works out.
Yeah,
and he's like getting ready to go for camp the next day for when veterans report because his agent's telling him, yeah, we're doing this. Like we're in good shape, and they get 2 offers in a 24-hour period. And the conversations they had over the phone and discussions of what this deal would look like did not look like that on paper. So now you're a few hours away from when you have to report, and it's not at all what you were expecting, which is a 2-year guaranteed deal. He's looking for 2 years. So he's obviously upset, disappointed. He gets in his car, goes to the airport, heads down to Jacksonville to be with his family, and they're holding out. And then he decided to hold in, realizing, like, they got to probably put the pressure on here to say, like, this isn't how we're going to do this. Like, this is not right because, as we know, they've taken care of their star players on the opposite side of the ball, and they got the guarantees they wanted, and that's what Trey's looking for. So, look, I don't know how that one works itself out. Just because there's been no movement, like, I mean, zero since the day before the veterans were supposed to report. So, again, I think the overarching theme that you already hit on, JP, was it's been a little quiet from a football space the last 2 weeks because everyone's just getting into camp. Let's see when this thing starts picking up.
So they kind of gave him a deal, and then when they wrote the deal up, they left stuff out. Kind of sound like LeVar Arrington and Dan Snyder, right?
It does, actually.
It's like, no, that's not what we just. There's all these miscommunications.
Yeah, you got to read that contract before you sign it.
Got to read that contract. There's a lot of lying, right? And even us covering this stuff as reporters, like these stories are sometimes hard because you're like, all right, this person is telling me this person is telling me, like, even the Parsons story. I'm sure you guys saw, like, I put it out the day he requested a trade. 3 hours earlier, I put out that Micah could be asking for a trade, and everyone went crazy because Cowboy players don't do that. And that was a hard story because I got 2 versions, right? You got the Dallas version, you got the Micah version, and it's like who's lying here? Because I'm not hearing the story is very different.
Right.
So I think a lot of miscommunications happen this time of year, and as we get closer and closer, I think people start freaking out, and we'll see a lot of these players get their money.
Last thing for me, and maybe this is obvious, sure seems like the Terry situation is in the best place of the 3 hold-ins of Hendrickson, Parsons, and McLaurin. It seems like the Terry, at least everybody's like civil and polite with one another.
They really are, but that's also Terry, right? I don't know many players that are calling their coach to say, hey, I'm going to be requesting a trade. Like, everything he does.
Right.
And even his agent works that way. I know you've been around him, and I'm sure you guys have heard him in the media. He has a certain style, but I will say everything has come across to me very professional. And they're trying to keep it mature. Yes. And again, this plays into why Terry's great, but unfortunately, sometimes in these cases, it's not maturity doesn't always win, right? It's just really who's going to be able to get this done. And look, I think the biggest mistakes organizations make and even agents make is who's going to win the deal? Who's going to win the deal?
Right.
And that's where this stuff gets gross because it's not about that. Who cares? I was actually just talking to a GM the other day. He doesn't even care. He's like, I like when I don't win it because to me, there's an advantage to that. Someone's winning that is somehow going to come back to us and help. It depends on how you see it all. But I don't necessarily think Adam Peters is going up there like, this is my first big situation that I got to nail. I just think they're trying to approach this as business savvy as possible, knowing that Terry is going to be 30.
Yeah. Thank you for the time. We'll see you tomorrow in New England.
I know. I can't wait. I'm so pumped. I'm driving all this way just to see you, JP.
It'll be. You're just going to see Kerwin. I know the truth. Thank you.
Oh, my guy. Oh, can't wait. Bye, guys.
Thank you. The great Diana Russini. Give her a follow at DM Russini. Maybe we'll hear from her tomorrow. We might have to replay the introduction of that interview no matter what. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. All right, in just a few moments, we're going to check in on the quarterback situation with the Cleveland Browns, where they have 4 guys apparently fighting for the QB1 spot in Pickett, Flacco,
And they just signed another one, huh?
Shador, and Dylan Gabriel. And they just signed another one. I don't know if that's become official yet. But before we go to Cleveland, let's stop a little further east. Would you like a little Pittsburgh update?
Let's go.
This is from Steeler Nation. The Pittsburgh Steelers have a lot to work on after the first couple of weeks of training camp as they prepare for a preseason game. The offense has not played well all throughout these early practices.
Are you shocked?
It's not a good sign when the third-team offense has consistently been the most exciting and inspiring unit on that side of the ball. This is on Aaron Rodgers. While Rodgers' quick release has married well with DK Metcalf's ability to win on slants, the quarterback hasn't been able to unlock his big play threat downfield. During Sunday's practice, Rodgers did find Metcalf on a deep cross thanks to some blown coverage. But that touchdown is the outlier in an offense that's relied overwhelmingly on short, quick passes or checkdowns. During a 7-on-7 period, Rodgers overthrew Metcalf on a pair of vertical routes. This comes days after Rodgers and Metcalf failed to connect on a go route during the 2-minute drill to end Friday Night Lights, which was a Friday night practice open to the public.
Mm-hmm.
The only other memorable deep ball between the two in team periods also fell incomplete about a week ago when Rodgers' pass fluttered out of bounds as Joey Porter Jr. stayed in Metcalf's hip pocket. While DK Metcalf has never been a polished route runner, he was still brought in to make life easier on the quarterback. Multiple reports out of training camp continue to express similar analysis that the connection between Metcalf and Rodgers, especially downfield, has been far from perfect. Something or nothing. It is early August.
Something. I heard what's their defensive tackle that been there for a long time.
Hayward?
Yeah, I heard him talking. He said, "Oh yeah, the guy goes out his way to become one of the guys." That is not who he is. So he's going out his way to be one of the guys because of what? Has he lost something? For all this time he's been in the league, he's never tried to be one of the guys. He tried to be an outlier. Now you're going out your way to be one of the guys, and those type of reports come out?
I'm reading again. While Rodgers wants everyone to thrive, he is known for being very particular and demanding of his receivers. With Metcalf not being a great route runner and Wilson still trying to learn the system, the veteran quarterback is having a hard time getting what he wants out of them. That's an interesting pairing.
Yeah. Kind of glad they're together, though.
Good luck. Good luck with all that. Let's figure out what's going on with Shador and the Cleveland Browns next.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Commanders getting set for their first game of this new season. The marathon begins this week. Football on Friday, the preseason opener in New England. First up, though, they're headed up there right now for a joint practice with the Patriots. Dan Quinn anxious to see how they measure up against another team.
Different style of player, somebody you haven't gone against. So there's definitely things to gain as you're going through that. So it's a really effective way to get more work in from some different looks, different styles, and we also provide that for them.
Yeah, it's a big test. It's always good to see how the ones fare against the other guys' top players, and this is the first of 2 joint practices. They'll have another one against the Ravens in Ashburn a couple of weeks from now before the preseason finale. Friday night, the kickoff against the Patriots for preseason game 1. That starts at 7:30. Nationals with Monday off. They'll try to snap a 5-game skid tonight back on the field. First of 3, home against the Athletics, 6:45 first pitch on the Fan. Grant Paulson also reporting today that former first-round pick Cade Cavalli is being called up by the Nats. He will start the game tomorrow night. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Cleveland definitely rocks. Trying to figure out what is going on in Cleveland with the quarterback position. It's been an interesting offseason as usual, I would say. Helping us make sense of it is our friend Daryl Ryder from Cleveland. You can listen to him on 92.3 The Fan. You can give him a follow at Ryder Wrong, F-A-N. R-U-I-T-E-R, wrong, F-A-N, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Daryl, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you.
All right, let's, you guys we're all about the same, about 2 weeks into training camp. Let's start with, just the on the field, what quarterback has looked the best for Cleveland?
I have to think about that for a moment. It's been a rough camp.
Wow.
I'd probably say Joe Flacco.
Really?
Yeah. But there's not been a massive separation. But yeah, it's Joe Flacco. He's obviously got the most experience, knows the offense. Was here a couple years ago, helped the Browns get to the playoffs, and I mean he has always been my odds-on favorite to be their week 1 starter, unless, of course, the front office and the coaching staff wants to surprise me with Kenny Pickett. And, yes, I would be a little surprised by that.
Dude, Kenny Pickett's not good.
Does it seem like they want Kenny Pickett to be the guy?
Well, they like him a lot, but I can't definitively say that they want him to be the guy. I mean, this hamstring injury that he's currently dealing with, certainly, we talked to him the other day. He called it a setback. In his quest to become the starting quarterback. Obviously, if you're not out there, it's hard for you to make an impression. And to your point, right? I mean, he comes with a little bit of a jaded reputation on the field from his days in Pittsburgh, playing for one of the worst offensive coordinators in NFL history, in Matt Canada. But what the Browns like about him is he's very cerebral. Even though he played some ugly football, he still found a way to win. And quite frankly, that kind of fits the mold of the 2025 Cleveland Browns. They're going to play a lot of ugly football. The question is, can they win while doing it? So Kenny Pickett certainly fits that mold.
How do they go? All right, they got 5 quarterbacks on the contract right now. They just signed.
Well, now they got 6.
Yeah, 6. What are their plans for the season? I was looking at something on TV, and they were talking about possibly keeping 4 quarterbacks. That's impossible at this time, this day and age.
Actually, it's not impossible, not where the Browns are concerned. I think they're going to keep all 4 quarterbacks, and I think that they will keep them up until the trade deadline. First of all, they typically need 4 quarterbacks to get through a season. So it's actually be smart for them
Secondly, they're going to use a lot of 12 personnel. I am of the opinion the roster spot that will get sacrificed will be a wide receiver for a quarterback.
Wow.
They don't need 6 wide receivers in this offense. Frankly, they don't have 6 wide receivers worthy of roster spots in this offense right now either. So I do think they're going to keep 4 quarterbacks. I don't feel like that's a bluff. I don't think that they're playing mind games with the NFL because really, is there really a demand for Browns quarterbacks right now? Is anyone, ringing Andrew Berry's phone off the hook to get Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Shedeur Sanders, or Dylan Gabriel? The answer to that question is no. So this isn't gamesmanship. I really do believe they'll go into the season with all 4 guys, barring circumstances like an injury or something like that.
All right, we're talking with Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. So Flacco's looked the best. Pickett's hurt. Gabriel is also hurt, right?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's hard to keep these track. Both rookies are hurt. Dylan Gabriel's dealing with a hamstring injury, so he's not 100% all of a sudden. Shedeur Sanders, they're watching him closely because he's got some arm soreness. He's basically getting all his reps outside of practice, so he throws a ton of footballs before practice, throws a ton of footballs after practice, gets very limited reps in practice outside of the individual period. So, they got 3 quarterbacks banged up right now. They went into camp with 4 quarterbacks. 3 of them are hurt, and so that's why they had to sign Tyler Huntley last night.
Well, I guess no wonder why Flacco's ahead of the game if he's the only one healthy.
Well, these injuries just popped up in the last couple of days. Like this isn't something that's been going on all camp. Last week, it was Pickett that got hurt, missed 3 practices with the hamstring. He's since come back, but been limited. They're being very careful with that. Then we found out yesterday that Dylan Gabriel's dealing with a hamstring, and then of course we found out on Saturday that Shedeur Sanders had a sore arm, and that's why they shut him down because all of us noted, hey, Shedeur Sanders didn't even get any team reps whatsoever. He's not getting any first team reps, but he didn't even get any 2s or 3 reps either, and that caught everyone's attention. Then we found out his arm was sore, and they're just being cautious with it. So these injuries popped up within the last week.
Wow. Jeez.
That's crazy.
Let's talk about Shedeur. How has he been prior to this arm soreness that's causing him to miss some time? I mean, there's the mega wattage of that young man is crazy.
Yep.
Watching from afar, he seems to be handling stuff pretty well, but I'm not there every day. What has Shedeur been like to cover?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure, to be honest with you. He does a great job in his media sessions. He's very thoughtful in his answers. He's very honest in his answers. I don't understand the vitriol that he tends to receive at times because he does not present himself, at least to me, and based on things that I've heard, like he doesn't present himself like he's entitled, which is something that I guess was a narrative that, popped out there leading up to the draft. Yeah, I heard the same thing. A lot of people are like, they were turning down meetings and they didn't exactly approach the draft process with the mindset that many NFL executives would have liked him to do. And that caused some questions about, okay, we don't view him as a first-round pick. Maybe he's a second or a third, but, will he come in and accept his role and things like that? He's come into Cleveland as a fifth-round pick, and he's maybe accepting the role is the wrong phrase to use, but that's the only one I can come up with. He's handled himself very professionally. How about that? I think that's the way to put it. He's trying to do what you can see that he's got some deficiency in his game and some development that he's got to go through. Like, yes, I'll give you an example. Toward the end of practice yesterday, they did a end of game type scenario, offense down 28-26, get into field goal range in the closing seconds and whatnot. He made a couple of beautiful throws, but then also he had 2 plays where he held on to the ball too long in either a virtual sack or, negative play. So, he's got some refinement that has to happen within his game. But this notion that he's a spoiled brat or he's entitled or he's got a bad attitude and resting on dad's laurels and just all these narratives that just, for me, are unfounded. I have not found him to be that way. Does he have to become a better football player? Absolutely. But do I think he is a problem child? no. I've not heard, seen, or observed any of that.
So if Flacco starts, I guess here's my confusion with the Browns. They were 3-14 last year, I think.
Yep.
What is the path to them being better? Are they trying to get better? Like, I'm just confused.
Probably
by
another 3-14. Really, I mean, and that's probably where they're headed. This offense is not very good right now in camp. Now, part of it might be that Kevin Stefanski doesn't want to show us anything. The practices have been anywhere from 70 to 90 minutes long, right? I think we had 1 2-hour practice, and they were in pads. But, that might be part of it. I have not been impressed with any one running the offense right now as far as moving the football and whatnot. I mean, they're making this defense look like it's the 85 Bears or the first Ravens Super Bowl championship team where the defense carried the day, right? I don't think the Browns are going to be that, but because I think the defense at some point will get worn down. And, the war of attrition when injuries start to pile up when that starts to happen. But, this offense is not all that great at all. And there is no clear-cut solution to quarterback. This is a throw something against the wall, hope something sticks type of year for them, hence them trading for Kenny Pickett, them drafting Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round, them drafting Shedeur Sanders just for giggles in the 5th round. Because he was there and available. There's no clear-cut solution at that position. And until the Browns are able to find that solution, I mean, they tried to throw 6 draft picks and $230 million at Deshaun Watson to be the solution. And, suspension plus injuries have derailed that whole plan. So that's out the window, and they just got to bide their time to get out of that contract. So, yeah, it's on to trying to find the next great young college quarterback that can come in here and, put this franchise on his shoulders. The problem is the Browns have done this time and time again, and, well, they're 0 for the college quarterbacks going all the way back to Bernie Kosar.
Do they have any running back or offensive line that can have something to help their quarterbacks out?
Well, they got a veteran line. Pretty much the entire offensive line, except for DeJuan Jones, is like in their final year of their contracts. Joel Bitonio, I'd argue, left guard. He should be in Hall of Fame consideration when his contract is up. Jack Conklin, when he's healthy, is one of the best right tackles in the game. Wyatt Teller, I would argue, is one of the best right guards in the game, especially with the pin and pull scheme that the Browns like to use in their run game, in the pass game, and they're getting back to that. Part of the problem last year was they reconfigured the offense with Ken Dorsey coming in because they were trying to do anything and everything they could to get anything out of Deshaun Watson. And the first 6-7 weeks of the season were just an abject failure with that experiment. And then Watson ruptured his Achilles and then also ruptured his Achilles again a few weeks later after that. And so now you've got Tommy Rees and Kevin Stefanski teaming back up to go back to the traditional Stefanski-style offense, ground and pound. And then, of course, their 2nd-round pick, Quinshon Judkins, the running back from Ohio State, he ends up getting arrested in Florida. He's now unsigned because, the Browns want to wait and see how his legal situation plays out. And, he may not be available for the start of the season anyway because the NFL is investigating the incident as well. And as we know, in recent years, the NFL is taking any accusations of a domestic dispute very seriously, and they have not hesitated to levy some pretty significant penalties. Mike Hall Jr., the Browns' defensive tackle last year, also a 2nd-round pick, got suspended for the first 5 games for an August domestic incident. So, the plan was for it to be Judkins, and then you have Jerome Ford and Dylan Sampson, who they drafted from Tennessee this year as well. Like, that was the plan, to create a running game. Well, Judkins was the bell cow back. He is out. That makes Jerome Ford running back number 1, and they're scrambling to fill in the supporting cast around that until they find out whether or not Judkins is going to be available for them.
Well, Daryl, we experienced 20-plus years of, like what you're discussing right now. I'm just going to say I'm sorry, man.
We're on year 26.
Oh, bro, it's been hard. But
it's brutal.
God, yours sound worse, actually.
No team in the NFL has used more starting quarterbacks since 99. No team in the NFL has lost more games since 1999. The Browns are the only team to have nothing to do with the Super Bowl. They're the longest drought of winning 12 games in a season going back to the A's, and the longest drought winning a division, which also goes back to the 1980s. Yeah, it's pretty painful here in Cleveland these days.
Wow. I do have to say, though, I'm always impressed by the loyalty of Browns fans. I know some Browns fans here in the area, and I've worked games in Cleveland, and they sell that place out and are loud. Like,
they're great.
Did they have any hope? I know Stefanski is a guy that, like, league-wide people really like and believe in as a coach, but, I mean, I don't even know what his runway's like when they just keep losing like this.
Well, I mean, here's what I do tell Browns fans. To be fair to Stefanski, to be fair to Andrew Berry, the GM, the 2 years where they got competent quarterback play, the Browns made the playoffs, and they've been here 5 years, okay? The other 3 years, injuries have played a factor. A suspension has played a factor. So if you can get Kevin Stefanski a quarterback, they're fine. As far as the overall view of the organization, I feel like ownership, they don't want to make any changes after the season. They want to stay patient with these guys and give them an opportunity. But if it's another 3-win season, they may not have a choice because Browns fans will be livid. Yeah. But if they can find a way to win 5 or 6 games, then I think everybody's safe, and then they'll take another swing in the draft at a quarterback. But yeah, I mean, God bless Browns fans. I mean, they're as optimistic every year as they can be. The here we go Brownies chance for going in training camp with every incompletion. Like, it's just, they're a hardy bunch. They really are. They love their football team. And, I know there's a lot of great fan bases. You've got one down there in Washington with the Commanders. But I would argue there is no fan base more deserving of a winning football team than Cleveland Browns fans. And if they can ever win a Super Bowl, I think it'll be the greatest story in sports.
Yes, it will be.
It's the greatest story that's never been written yet. And I'd argue even with Cleveland's baseball team, the Guardians, like, those are the 2 great stories that have yet to be written, we've yet to see, because those fans are just so diehard and loyal and believe in their teams year in and year out, even when their teams give them no reason to honestly believe in anything.
Hell, they were filling up the stadium and they had no team there.
I know.
I mean, that's dedication, bro.
Looking at Watson's contract, they have another year of this mess, right?
Well, it's going to be 2 to 3 years of this mess. And what I mean by that is last year when they did a restructure, Andrew Berry's very smart. He found a little contractual loophole. So what they're going to do is, yes, they have a year of paying the cash, okay? Then after that, it's about getting out from under the salary cap because they've basically been kicking those cap figures forward. And the thought process with that has been, well, the cap keeps going up. So the dollar-to-dollar value of that goes down a little bit. Well, what they're going to do is do a June 1 designation relief, not next year, not in 2026, but they're going to do it in 2027. So he's technically going to be under contract for 2027, but he's not under contract, if that makes sense. And they'll do a June 1 release so that they can divide the remaining cap figure over 2027 and 2028 to get officially out from underneath that Deshaun Watson contract. But yeah, they got one more year that they got to pay him $46 million, and they have an insurance policy on his contract, so the Browns should get I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I believe it's between like $35 and $40 million of this year's contract is insured. So Watson will get paid by the Browns and get his money, but the Browns will, get the insurance money back because he's probably not going to be available to play this year after recovering from not 1, but 2 Achilles ruptures within a span of 3 months last year.
Unbelievable.
It's very believable. Having covered this team as long as I have, it takes a lot to shock me these days, but it's all very believable.
Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland joining us now, getting us up to speed on things with Browns football, and it doesn't sound great.
That sounds good.
So I got 2 last things for me. One of them, I had heard this crazy rumor, I think Colin Cowherd said it, that Jimmy Haslam wants to put together like a super team with Nick Saban coaching and trying to draft Arch Manning. Is that just total junk, or was that something that got reported and discussed out there?
Well, it's certainly not been reported here. And listen, I have tremendous respect for Colin Cowherd. So far be it for me to dispute something that he may have heard or he believes or whatever. Look, there's no question that the Haslams have an affinity for the Manning family. There have been overtures made in years past to get the Manning family involved in the franchise, and they have declined. Don't even know if Arch Manning's coming out. Okay, that's the other part of this equation. He may. Jimmy Haslam actually said on the record when we spoke with him, I believe it was last week, that he doesn't even think Arch is coming out. He thinks he's going to stay in college for 2 more seasons here. We'll see. As far as the Nick Saban thing, I just don't know what good that would do.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, with all due respect to Nick, and I don't mean to be ageist, but yeah, they might as well go get Bill Belichick at that point again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Nick's in his 70s. That's not a long-term coaching solution. He's only going to be able to coach for a couple of years before having to turn it over to somebody. And I just, for as great of a coach as he is, I mean, we all remember how well it went for him in Miami with the Dolphins, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he left college football because of the money involved and the NIL and all that kind of stuff. So, I would be very curious, I think is the way I'll put it, if the Browns ownership group was interested in bringing in Nick Saban should things not work out with the Stefanski-Berry regime here.
How does all that just Haslam has ties to the Mannings from Tennessee, I'm guessing? Like, how does that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they go way back. Yeah, there's some, long-standing relationships there, going way, way back in the day.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I guess the last one for me, Flacco to be week 1 starter, I imagine makes the most sense. If I had to guess, if there's odds on it, I bet Flacco's the odds-on player to get the week 1 call. Who ends up leading the Cleveland Browns in passing yards this season?
Joe Flacco.
Think?
Yeah. I've not been impressed with either one of the rookies. They're development players to me. And I've been real hard locally on Dylan Gabriel. I've taken some heat for it, but when you're given a 3rd-round pick, first-team reps right out of the gate in mini camps and practices and OTAs and stuff, well, that's the lens with which I have to evaluate him. I can't think about him as a 3rd-round developmental pick. You're putting him on the field right away, whether you're protecting Joe Flacco or whatever, or taking a look because he's really great in the meeting rooms or whatever. Fact of the matter is you're putting that dude on the field and he's not performing. So I have to evaluate him as such. The rookies are not ready to play. I do feel like, though, because Jimmy Haslam also said he wants to see the rookies this year at some point, and we all know what that means. That means that this season is not going to go well. I think Joe Flacco gets the first 6-7 games of the season. They reevaluate where they are, and then they go ahead and they decide to either take a look at Kenny Pickett and then Dylan Gabriel. But I don't think they want to play Shedeur Sanders at all this year. But at some point, I think we see Kenny Pickett. At some point, I think we see Dylan Gabriel. And they have to keep all 4 quarterbacks. You can't waive Shedeur Sanders. Someone will claim him on a heartbeat. So, yeah, they're going to start the season with 4 quarterbacks, believe it or not, in my view.
What a world, dude. Kenny Pickett stinks. Like, what do they think they're going to see out of that dude?
You know what? It's the formula
Every coach
around the
said they
NFL.
could change a player.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's the Sam Bradford theory, right? People thought that Sam Bradford was washed.
Darnold, too.
Got to change the yeah, you just
Geno.
you get these guys. Yeah, you get these guys in a different, setting and change the scenery and all that kind of stuff. Like, you just feel like maybe you'll find lightning in a bottle. And I think that that's how they feel with Kenny Pickett is that, they love the intangibles of the way he was able to win 6-7 games in the 4th quarter with the Steelers, right? Late in games. So they're looking at that and saying, hey, if he can do that under those circumstances, what could he potentially do in our offense? And I think that that's how they look at it. It's like a Darnold and, Geno and all that kind of thing. Change the scenery. Maybe you find a little something, and you accidentally stumble into something. And look, I honestly believe that's how the Browns are going to solve their quarterback problem. It's going to be on accident because that's how it happens for a lot of teams, right?
Yeah.
So that's I think they need a happy accident to happen, and they need to have it happen like 5 years ago.
Daryl, thank you. And I
appreciate you, man.
You mentioned Matt Canada and how bad he was for the Steelers. I don't know how he got that job. The job he had prior to that, he was the offensive coordinator at my alma mater at University of Maryland, and he was awful at that. I don't know how you fail up like that. It pretty remarkable.
I know somebody, Jake.
I don't know either, but As I heard someone in the league tell me, I won't name the person, but they said to me, we were trying to keep Matt Canada employed at all costs.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, LSU has nothing but just horses, and he couldn't move the ball there. We got to run, Daryl.
Right.
Thank you for the time, brother.
All right, man.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
That is Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. Good interview there, man. He knows his stuff. Just like the folks at Door Pro America. Whatever it is you need done on your garage door, if you need a fully new replace joint like I did, it's awesome. Say you just need to get your some maintenance done on your garage door. It's got a little squeak to it. Call the folks at Door Pro America. They can do whatever you need with your garage door. From just a spring repair to a brand new door, they can get it done. Do what I did. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, including annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Right now, you get $60 off any repair for a tune-up, or for just $89, you can get a tune-up. I'm telling you, they'll take great care of you. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Start with the Commanders as they are hitting the road now for a few days up in New England. Joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow. And then the preseason opener just a few days away now. Friday night in New England, kickoff there is 7:30 p.m. Also, Cincinnati head coach Zach Taylor said today Joe Burrow and the Bengals starters are going to play more in the preseason. That includes game 2 of the preseason against the Commanders, week 2 of the preseason Monday Night Football in a week and a half, August 18th, out in Landover. Nationals had Monday off, back on the field tonight, first of 3 against the Athletics, 6:45 here in the Fan, and Grant Paulson, the first to report earlier today. Nats are calling up former first-round pick pitcher Cade Cavalli, who will start for them tomorrow night. Support people with disabilities. This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. People with disabilities in your community, you can support by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B, we're hearing from all sorts of people, man. It's tough to be a Browns fan.
It is. That's why I just apologize to the dude, because it sounds worse than what we dealt with.
Well, and it's not like their owner is some...
nah, he's probably as bad.
Yeah, humanitarian award winner. I know there's at least allegations. They were like ripping people off with coupons or something. I don't know, man. That seems like a disaster. I just don't know. Washington, for a long, long, long time, was terrible at the quarterback position, but they did keep swinging. For Cleveland to be rolling it back with Flacco is pretty remarkable, dude. Not that he was there last year, but he was there 2 years ago, and I mean, I guess it got to the playoffs. How do you tell people to renew their season tickets when Joe Flacco is going to start week 1?
He has experience. He's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Kenny Pickett has little hands. Dylan Gabriel is shorter than me and you. So and he wasn't outstanding in college. And Shador, I guess they're just not going to play him. He basically just said they don't want to play him, but, they want to keep him. Somebody will pick him up. If he can't play, why you care if somebody going to pick him up?
Yeah, I mean,
that whole
situation pick.
Pisses me off, seriously.
Gabriel, for what it's worth, was really good last year. Now, granted, that Oregon team was loaded, but
he played with a track team, dog.
Yeah, I mean, but the year before at Oklahoma, he was really good. Gabriel's college career, granted, he played 6 years, but was very good. He is tiny. He's smaller than I am. And clearly, he's not getting anything done, according to Daryl Ryder.
Yeah, because then at Oregon, he threw a lot of hitch routes, and they go 70. That doesn't say how great a quarterback is.
In his last 3 college seasons, he's thrown 85 touchdowns to 18 interceptions. I'm just saying, I see why he gets drafted and stuff. But
I'm saying, look at the passes he throws most times.
Yeah,
they are not passes where you throw interceptions per se, and you got receivers that catches the ball 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage and go double-digit yards for a touchdown. That's not a great quarterback to me. That's a great athlete and a great scheme.
What do you make of Shador's arm soreness?
If you're throwing it before and after practice and a little bit during practice, you're going to be sore.
Maybe stop throwing it before and after.
Maybe the coaches are getting him to do it. They want to work on some stuff, so that's why he's sore.
That whole situation just still seems so bizarre. Just bizarre, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you draft? If their plan is we know we got to keep swinging to get our star quarterback, why would you draft 2 quarterbacks? take a tackle in the third round. Like, it's not like you're so loaded elsewhere. I'm not even talking about the fifth rounder with Shador, the third rounder with Gabriel. You couldn't use our safety or a linebacker?
Yeah, you keep asking me questions about stuff that I keep telling you. You can't ask smart people about dumb questions and try to get an answer. I don't know why the hell they did what they did. Look, they've been in turmoil for how many years? And you think I'm going to solve that in this little one question? Nah. It's because they have an owner who's literally crazy, and they have a GM who's trying to circumvent that, and he does stupid stuff by trying to circumvent it.
You're right. The Cleveland stuff doesn't make much sense, but it hasn't for a while. Now, Lanville, you wrote on here, how high will Jayden be in the NFL top 100? Have they announced where Jayden is yet? How far into the top 100 are they?
I think they're in the 40s at this point.
Okay, it looks like Jonathan Grenard was the last one to be named at 47. I think Jayden's top 20, maybe top 15.
I think top 20.
You got to try to remind yourself this isn't just quarterbacks. It's just players overall, and there's a lot of really good players.
Yeah, but quarterbacks get higher rankings than other players for some reason. Like quarterbacks that just throw the ball and don't really run they said people tell you that they're better than the other players, which they're not. But he's a guy who can hurt you with legs and arm. I believe he'll be up there. I'm going top 15. Change it up.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Apparently, I wanted to circle back to this because the Madden ratings, people were mad about the Madden ratings. And I think specifically, like, Jayden's Madden rating was significantly below other quarterbacks. And I don't really understand that.
It's not reality.
I agree with that.
Listen, man, I'm not going to lie, bro.
I'm telling you, people were mad, though.
Yeah, but I love people. But I think people need to get over themselves sometimes. That ish isn't real. And you can't overly worry about that. We watched him on the football field. We watched people be concerned about him, and we saw he was top 5 quarterback last year. Give a damn what Madden writes. Who cares?
All right. I believe the highest rating you can get, White Brian, is it right? The highest you can be is a 99, right? It doesn't go to 100.
Yeah, that's correct.
2 quarterbacks got a 99 rating, B.
Who are they?
You want to guess?
Josh Allen and Lamar.
Yes.
Okay? This is the difference, too. Why put Jayden at a 99 right now? We want him to have to grow somewhere. So what this is not trying to tell you what I really think the player is. This is to promote my damn game. Because if you really think about most things, when it's all good, most people don't deal with it. When it's bad and it pisses people off, they will go buy your stuff. They'll play it. Look, he's so good. It'll be people playing the game telling you how great he is. Be mad at Madden. But guess what you just did? You spent the $69, whatever it costs to buy the Madden thing. You spent that money for it, did you not?
How much is it to buy new Madden, White Brian?
$70, I think.
But that's what I'm
nailed
saying.
it then. You said
That's
$69.
what they care. They care about you going to buy the damn game. They don't care about being right for you. They want you to be upset. They want you to be mad.
Lando
and we
guessed it was
fall
$12.
for it all the time. $12.
A foot long meatball sub doesn't cost $12. All right.
I told you, life is a game, bro. You better learn to play it.
None of this matters. But if you want to dig deep into existentialism, you can argue that nothing matters. Josh Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Mahomes. That's the group I have said has clearly separated themselves as quarterbacks in the NFL. They are the top 4 rated Madden quarterbacks. They're the only 4 quarterbacks that got 90 overall score or higher. B. There's another 5 quarterbacks before we get to Jayden.
5 more. They probably got Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
We've been bragging about him for all these years. He hasn't done nothing to really make me believe he's great. He got all the talents in the world.
Putting Justin Herbert ahead of Jalen Hurts.
They probably Jared Goff.
Yes.
Okay. Because all you got to do is pick the quarterback that you think is okay. And they've been around longer than him. There's also another caveat in it too. Is anybody close to him like in years? Like what's my man name up there in Green Bay?
He's below him.
He's below him.
But Jordan Love's also been in the pros.
But I'm just saying. I'm just trying to see because I'm trying to go.
The closest in years to him would be Stroud, who's going into his third year. Jayden is ahead of Stroud.
Okay. So I'm trying to see who the other quarterback.
You've got three.
Matt Stafford.
Stafford, bang.
Okay, yeah. Because
Stafford is rated 5th highest in Madden.
But that's what I'm trying to say, Jay. The guys that are higher has been on Madden forever. And most of them have won a Super Bowl or been in one, right?
Yeah.
Or got MVPs.
The top 8 have all been in the Super Bowl.
Allen hadn't been no Super Bowl.
Sorry. Allen and Lamar have not. But
they won MVPs.
Yes.
So this thing is all about the awards and what you've done.
I guess they're tied. So Jayden is tied with Baker Mayfield for an 85 overall rating.
That's garbage. Jayden's better than. Listen, I know people love Baker Mayfield because Baker Mayfield, I think he makes great. Listen, I think he makes great commercials. He ain't Jayden Daniels.
Now, to rank them is kind of so. The top 4, which I think all deserve where they belong, are 95 to 99. Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen. Then the next batch is Stafford at an 88, Goff at 87, Hurts at 86, Herbert at 86, Baker and Jayden at 85.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, Stafford is higher, but it's 3 points on a scale of 1 to 99.
Yeah,
so it's a barely infinitesimal difference.
But I'm not even arguing the spot that they're ranked. I'm looking at why I think it is, and those guys have more information, more years, accolades than he has, and that's what they throw it with. It's not necessarily how they played last year. So they didn't play better than him last year.
I agree with that. Now, Jayden did get his own bonus category, is the best way I can phrase this. Only 6 quarterbacks that I can see got this bonus category. Like Mahomes and Allen got something called the bazooka. Lamar got something called Truz. Sure, I'm nailing the pronunciation of that. Burrow got run and gun, which is just like an extra boost to their value, I suppose. Allen also got run and gun. I'd love to know how. I'm sorry, Hurts also got run and gun. Jayden got escape artist. So he does have his own differentiator. Last thing on Madden ratings, because this is silly. Who do you think got a higher speed rating? Speed. Jayden or Jalen?
If Jalen got a higher speed rating, then that would tell you that Madden doesn't talk about truth at all.
Jayden got him by a point, 90 to 89.
He's way faster.
The highest speed rating is Lamar. I'm not arguing that.
Jayden is faster than Jalen.
That's how they listed it.
And I'm saying it ain't just a point.
All right. Last one on the Madden rating. Who do you think got the higher speed rating? Matt Stafford or Jared Goff?
Both of them suck.
Stafford got it by 4 points. When's the last time we saw Matt Stafford run? Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. This evening, Brian and I are competing flights.
Down the line.
From Dulles Airport, B's going to Boston Logan. I'm going to Providence. We'll see who wins the race. Tomorrow, we will be broadcasting live from Gillette Stadium, watching the Commanders practice against the Patriots. Should be awesome to watch that unfold. Thursday, we're broadcasting from New England somewhere. Friday, game day, going to be busy. Get to watch the game Friday night. Saturday, we fly back. Saturday afternoon in Upper Marlboro, Brian and I will be at the Dad games.
JP participating.
5300 Crane Highway.
He doing them corny-ass dad jokes.
So there's a number of categories, apparently.
Trash can basketball.
So I think I'd be good at this. The honey-do list recall. You got to test your memory to see what was listed.
No, there's no damn way you're good at that. Your memory stinks, dude.
Okay. Fantasy football challenge. I could be good at that.
You might be able to do that because you'll remember that type of stuff. You got something that's semi-gambling.
I don't know. You're the best chef here. How is your slime chef game?
Not very good at that.
There's a slime chef battle.
Nah, I try not to have anything slimy when I'm cooking.
I
don't like okra.
I also don't like okra. I'm good at this. When you try to get as many grocery bags as you can from the car to the house so you don't have to come back out to the car.
I can do those.
That I think will be good.
Yeah.
Now, trash can basketball.
Yeah. Shooting stuff in the trash can.
I love doing that.
How often do you hit? I mean, you were the best in the country at one point.
That's right.
3-point shots.
It's accurate.
But you're just horrible at trash can basketball.
How about this? The Office Sports Biathlon. Dads face off in back-to-back battles of foosball and tabletop shuffleboard. I'm decent at foos. Shuffleboard.
I will be there to watch.
Depends if it's a fast track. The 30-minute grill challenge. That could be fun. This one I'm terrible at. Assembling furniture.
Hey.
I'm out.
Always pay that little extra money to get the people to come fix it for you.
Yo, Landfill, what have I always told you I'm great at?
Blogging?
I did it this morning.
Complaining?
Parallel parking.
Oh, okay.
I did it this morning to stop at the CVS a couple blocks over. Parallel parking challenge. Book it. I'm winning. Book it.
Okay. Well, that game people, JP is participating. I'm the mix and mingle guy.
Now, you had 3 daughters. I only had 2. Have 2. There's a daughter's hairdo challenge.
You'll win that. I never did the hairdo.
I don't do it much either.
Even when mom left to go out of town, it was a hairdo that was done, and all you got to do, keep them upright, put that little silk scarf on, and be good.
An event I will not take part in.
What?
The diaper change challenge.
You do the dad game, the dad joke, the whatever the damn joke is. You good at that raggedy stuff.
Might have to. Hey, the B. Mitch and Finley AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day is up. Make sure you level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free at AAA.com/Commanders. Thank you, everybody, that listened to the show today. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Diana Russini for joining us and definitely keeping us on our toes.
Yes.
Thank you to Daryl Ryder for joining us. Man, the poor people, these poor Browns fans, dude. We think we got it rough here. Tomorrow, me and B will be live, Gillette Stadium, Foxborough, Massachusetts, watching the Commanders and the Patriots practice. Tell your friends. Grant and Danny coming your way next, except Danny's in Scotland, so I'm guessing it's Grant and Toby. If you made it this far, I owe you a dad joke.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. We are finally into football. This is the week, folks. Commanders are on the road today, a travel day as they head up to New England for joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow. And then preseason opener just a few days away in Foxborough Friday night, 7:30 kickoff. Certainly an exciting week ahead for Dan Quinn and the Commanders.
I'm looking forward to heading up to New England. I've known Mike for a long time, so I'm looking forward to getting up there and working with those guys too.
And for the team, they will have another joint practice in a couple of weeks with the Ravens in Ashburn. That's before the preseason finale. And also some news concerning week 2 of the preseason. Cincinnati head coach Zach Taylor says Joe Burrow and the Bengals starters are going to play more in the preseason. That includes game 2 against the Commanders. That'll be the Monday Night Football preseason game August 18th out in Landover. Also, we are now 30 days away officially from the NFL season opener, exactly 30 days until the Eagles and Cowboys kick off the season Thursday Night Football, September 4th. Nationals had Monday off. They're back on the field tonight, still at home for the first of 3 against the Athletics tonight. 6:45 first pitch here in the Fan. Grant Paulson reporting earlier today that former first-round pick pitcher Cade Cavalli is being called up and will start tomorrow night for the Nats. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. Danny's vacation in Scotland continues. It's August 5th, 2025. You are listening to The Fan. Toby Altizer in for Danny today with me, and we'll take you up to 6:15 and the pregame ahead of Nationals baseball. Got a nice show planned for you. John Ourand, who covers sports business. I want to ask him about the merger of NFL media and ESPN and whether or not they're going to do their best over at ESPN to ruin Red Zone with Pat McAfee or Stephen A. Smith or some variation therein. And also Robert Maize of the Athletics Football Show is doing a camp tour. He's in Pittsburgh with the Steelers today. We will talk to Robert Maize coming up at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan. Toby, how's your Tuesday?
Can't complain, man. It is nice weather outside. Going to watch some baseball tonight. Notice I didn't say good baseball, but I am going to watch some baseball tonight.
Yeah, I will be at Nats Park as well. I've got post-game Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we will be punching that time card over at Nationals Park over the next 3 days. 6:45 first pitch for the Nats tonight. They are looking to get right, to say the least, after an ugly sweep at the hands of the Brewers. Mackenzie Gore is on the mound this evening. That'll be intriguing because he's trying to find his footing post-All-Star break. He has not been the same guy as he was as one of the better pitchers in the National League in the first half of the season. So, good storyline there. You just heard Earl mention during the update. Cade Cavalli is getting called up to the major leagues to start tomorrow. This is 3 years in the making for a former really high-end prospect and first-round pick. So, over the next couple days, there's going to be a couple of reasons to tune in, which might be fewer and far between than we want.
Yeah, I mean, that's about it. Gore, the last couple of starts since the All-Star break, his ERA in 3 starts is 10.66. So hopefully he can improve on that. But Cavalli is a good storyline. He made his debut, had a ton of injuries. Now he looks like he's going to get back out on the mound for the Major League club. So it's been a long time coming. Really good guy. He's been someone we talked to down at spring training last couple of years. And he's kind of been chomping at the bit to get back out there. But just for whatever reason, whether it's an injury, whether it's struggles, whatever it may be, he just hasn't been able to get back up here. Finally going to be back on the mound tomorrow. It's going to be nice to see.
I don't know what kind of actor you are, Toby, but if you're in the market to play Alex Ovechkin, there could be a movie coming your way. I saw this today. The Capitals superstar has partnered with a Russian technology company to produce a movie, series, or documentary about his National Hockey League career. Now, I've got to imagine this turns into just an awesome documentary on one of these streaming services, the next great Netflix doc or something, where somebody makes an a really good Ovechkin documentary about his career and passing Wayne Gretzky on the all-time goals list. He's sitting at 897. Next stop, 900 this fall for Ovi. But I guess there's also the possibility of a feature-length film hitting the big screen. Could Toki Altizer be playing Alex Ovechkin on the big screen?
I'd have to work on my skating.
Are you an ice skater?
I'd have to work on my slap shot.
We need to grow out that hair a little bit and give you one of those like Russian guy haircuts.
I don't intend to knock out any of my teeth anytime soon, but yeah, if you can come up with a bunch of other things, I'd have to grow about a foot. I'd have to slim down a little bit, get in a little better shape.
It depends. Is it off-season Alex Ovechkin or is it mid-season form Alex Ovechkin?
What I can do, like Ovi, is I can drink Coke on the sideline, on the bench.
Straight out of the water
I
bottle.
can do that. I can do that.
I want a Alex Ovechkin feature-length film. I will accept the documentary, and I will like it. But I'd love a movie. I don't know who they get to play him. I don't know how that works. But sports movies, not enough of them lately. You know, I talked to Danny about this about a month ago. When I was a young boy, when I was a young warthog, the amount of good baseball movies that came out in short order with like Little Big League and Sandlot and Angels in the Outfield and Rookie of the Year, one after another over a 2-year span. Kids today got nothing.
Yeah.
There's no sports movies coming out for these kids. Let's give them a movie to like. Let's give them an Alex Ovechkin biopic.
Yeah, I mean, getting to grow up watching Remember the Titans and stuff like that. When's the last time we even had a movie like that? Feels like we haven't had any. My favorite, by the way, all time is Glory Road. Absolutely love that movie. It never gets talked about.
Wow, that's a sneaky film.
Such a good movie.
So here's my Glory Road story. I was on the Metro in D.C. as a high schooler, and a guy with a bag of DVDs and other random stuff came up to me, and he's like, "You want to buy a movie?" And I was like, "Yeah, for sure I want to buy a movie. This is awesome." And this is a true story, unzips his book bag, and he takes out like a bunch of movies that were still in theater. And I'm like, this is amazing. How does he have these films already? And one of them was Glory Road, and I had wanted to see it. But at that time, like, I don't even know if I have my driver's license. It's not like today where I want to go watch Fantastic Four. I'm just going to go watch Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
You need a parent to take you or whatever. So me and my brother were like on the Metro, and I'm like, definitely I want Glory Road. She's like, all right, $10. So I give him a $10 bill. I get Glory Road. I go home. I pop it in my DVD player. This is the time of DVD players. And the first couple minutes, I'm like, this is the real movie. I was thinking it's going to be some shady operation. Sure enough, like 3 minutes into the movie, this guy just stands up right in front of whoever's recording it. It's someone literally sitting in a movie theater recording the big screen. And this dude is just like standing up, like motioning to someone. And the entire movie, you just hear people talking and standing up. It was the worst cut, edit, whatever you're going to call it. $10, found out the hard way. You can't pirate DVDs illegally on the Metro.
Yeah, probably not a good idea. Probably not a good idea.
I didn't know what I was getting myself into.
But the movie is good when you actually watch it, not with people standing in front of the screen.
I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Oh, you got to watch it. It's
Glory
so good.
Road? Yeah, I've heard good things. I probably did at some point. I don't remember it. All right, before we get into the Commanders and the A topic today with the football operation, you don't know what's on tonight, boys and girls. You don't know what debuts this evening. The world will be right again. Hard Knocks on HBO is back and perhaps better than ever. The Buffalo Bills take center stage tonight. Of course, the Washington Commanders will be part of the in-season Hard Knocks that's going to cover the NFC East, ultra competitive with the Eagles, Cowboys, and an interesting enough Giants team with quarterback controversy. But the Bills tonight on Hard Knocks, we get to see MVP Josh Allen. We get to see former embattled coach. Wasn't that long ago that Sean McDermott was coaching for his job. For a guy with a great win percentage, he seems to always be on a warming seat. Mm-hmm. Can the Bills finally break through? That'll be the theme, I'm sure, of Hard Knocks, which kicks off tonight. Football season is here.
I can't wait to watch Josh Allen. I feel like we've missed having that sort of close access with Josh Allen, and he's such a likable guy. Have you seen some of the videos of him at camp?
Oh, he's the best.
Signing autographs,
yes.
And then there was like a girl crying when he was about to walk away, and he's like, I can't. He runs back and starts signing autographs again, and just the respect that he has for the fans and the love he has. Such a good dude. I'm excited to learn a little more about Josh Allen.
Here's what I want out of Hard Knocks and Josh Allen. I need him at home with his new wife, Haley Steinfeld. I'd like Haley Steinfeld, who's an exceptional actress.
Mm-hmm.
Big fan of her. She's a wonderful actress. The 28-year-old actress who does a great job at acting.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen, Haley Steinfeld, at home, living life, doing skits and bits. I would like to see the Us Weekly subscriber back in the day, the celebrity gossip guy in me. I want to see their lifestyle. I want to see what they're doing. I want to see their house. I want to see them decorating for somebody's birthday that's coming up, this friend they've got coming over, whatever wacky activity they have them doing. I want to see them renting out the back room of a steakhouse so they can go have dinner. That's what I'm looking forward to. Give me some Haley Steinfeld, Josh Allen behind the scenes.
Have you watched her in any movies?
Many.
I have not. But I know the one thing that I know her for is when I was coaching powder puff flag football when I was still in college, me and a buddy would drive over to a gym that we were doing because we were in Wisconsin. So when we were trying to practice football in like February, you can't do anything outside. So we're going over to a gym and whatever. We'd always listen to Starving by Haley Steinfeld and blare it.
I have no file on any of her music. Starving, I'll have to look up on Spotify. But yeah, she was really good in Center. She's a great actress. You should check her out. All right, let's get into the Commanders. Out of training camp the last few days, the optimism is real. The hope around this team is authentic. Fans are excited in a way that they have not been in a long, long time. And it's understandable. Even in the past, when fans have been giddy going into a season, it's generally coming off of something that was not sustainable. So I think about their previous playoff pushes all the way back to when they won 5 in a row in 2005 to get in, 4 in a row in 2007 to get in. They had to win 7 straight in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And those ensuing seasons in 2006, in 2008, in 2013, there was this thought within the fan base that they've solved the riddle. They were good at the end of last year. That carries over. And that momentum is irrelevant and means nothing. But now you've got the great quarterback. Now it looks like you've got a really good offense. And that buoys your floor immensely. There's really no reason to assume, if they can stay pretty healthy, that this is not going to be a good football team. Just as a floor. Just a week in, week out, competitive team against the best that beats the bad teams, ideally like a New York Giants week 1 home opponent. Those are the games where you're going to be favored now by 5, 6, 7 points, depending on when in the season those games are played. You got to find a way to win those. And then you steal enough of the 50-50 games with the playoff caliber clubs, and you should win 10, 11 games. That's the hope for sure when you have an MVP caliber quarterback, if that's what Jayden Daniels turns into in year 2. But I wonder what the bar should be set at for us and for fans going into this season. Like, as I was talking to someone yesterday out and about, just down along the, where the fans watch the practice from, like, how good do you think this team can be? And I said, I think they're probably going to win 10 or so games. I think they'll make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And it dawned on me when I said that, and this fan was dejected. They're like, oh, you don't think they're going to be that good? And I'm like, what? He's like, you're down on them? 10 wins and a playoff berth as a wild card is down on them? And it really did just kind of get me to thinking about what I want to discuss with you now, which is, what's success look like for this team? Because I do think there are a lot of people out there coming off of an NFC championship game that feel like they need to win playoff games again for this not to feel like a step backwards. I don't know that that's fair, because I actually think that they can make progress, that they can get better, that as a more talented team, they can have a better season and still not go as far. My logic in this, Toby, is if you started last year's postseason, as soon as it ended, again, and they had to run it back, and now you're going to Tampa, a game that they won on a doink that bounced in. Now you're going to Detroit, a game the Lions thought they were going to win, and thank God they stopped running the ball, and you hung 45 on them. It was an impressive display offensively. Daniels was unbelievable. But then the NFC Championship game where you got run out the gym by the Eagles, obviously. I think if you start that postseason again, there's no guarantee that they win those 2 games. I mean, it was really, really hard, especially the Tampa game, which was close, but the Detroit game could have gone very differently. That's a one-possession game going into the fourth quarter. So I think they could be better and still not win playoff games. It feels to me like, I could be wrong, but that the pulse from the fan base is Anything less than the playoffs is a huge letdown. And not winning a playoff game would be a significant step backwards. And I'm not sure that that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's playoffs or bust, no question about that, especially if you stay healthy, if you get Terry back into camp soon. I think it is playoffs or bust. But I want to lay out a scenario here for you, Grant, because I think this is a very real thing that could happen. And those last 4 games being all in the division could make or break the season. So the final 4 games at New York, against Philly at home against Dallas on Christmas, and then final game of the year at Philadelphia. Imagine going into those final couple of weeks at 8-5. You could make or break your season right there. If you go 1-3, you probably miss the playoffs. If you go 3-1 or 4-0, you could win the division. If you go 2-2, you probably make it as a wild card. I think that's what's so intriguing about how this schedule plays out. And so I do think it is playoffs or bust, right? It's something where you have to get in to build off of what you did last year. And it's funny that you mentioned a fan felt like you saying they're going to win 10 games is a bit of a step back and disappointment. It's not, in my opinion, because I think they're going to be a better football team this year, but maybe not 12-5. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
The 12 wins last year was indicative of many things, including that they were really good offensively and that their quarterback played at an unbelievable level. But there was also plenty of luck involved in that. We've covered that. We've talked about it. People take that as a slight. It's certainly not meant to be. It's just an observation. Also, the schedule was softer this past season than it will be this year. So think of it no different than, if you hit a ball just as far, but you're playing in a different ballpark, sometimes it might land in the seats. Sometimes it's coming down on the warning track. If they're the exact same team against a harder schedule this year, it's actually going to be growth because you're playing better, stiffer competition, and you're able to essentially not take a step backward. Adam Peters is on record, started training camp with the press conference, said, "We are a better team." Feels like they are significantly, on paper, upgraded from a year ago. And I think they probably are. I think he's mostly right about that. But the idea of playoffs or bust is interesting because at 10 wins, you are on the threshold there of the playoffs. It's possible that you win 10 games and via tiebreaker, you don't get in. If they're 10-7, Toby, in a division where the Eagles are probably going to win more than 10 games, and they don't get in, there's no way for you to feel like that was a successful season when you say playoffs or bust?
I mean, I'll feel okay, but the ultimate goal is you got to build off what you did last year. And last year, you're in the NFC title game. And so if that means you have to win 11 games, you have to win 11 games. Like, you have to get into the playoffs to build off of last year.
So there's nothing they can do, essentially, if they're not a playoff team, for you to feel like this year was a win.
Not really. I mean, seeing Jayden grow and, if they win 10 games and they just miss out, it'll be like, oh, bummer. You'll look back and be like, if they'd have won this one game or this one play went there or so-and-so makes a kick in another game, yeah, I'll do all that stuff and I won't feel as bad if they win 10 games, they don't make it in. But if they don't make it in, it's a disappointment, plain and simple. They were in the NFC title game. A couple of things go your way. I know they got blown out in that NFC title game, but Jayden didn't play bad. They turned the ball over 1 billion times. If they don't do that, they're right there. They're knocking on the door.
So I agree with the idea that they've got to make the playoffs to feel like this is a really successful season, but the logic you just used is what bothers me, which is they were in the NFC Championship game last year, and it was kind of a fluky, magical carpet ride, which is not to say that they were not a very solid football team, but teams go on runs constantly. That is not a foundation that you then necessarily can build the house on. I think the foundation is Daniels. For me, the way I'm going to define this season is, number one, not even about making the playoffs or not. It is about, does Daniels prove that last year was legit? And what I mean by that is, at the end of this coming season, if he's healthy and he's durable, which were two of the big knocks coming out, and he takes another step forward, and he has now entrenched himself in the top 5 conversation behind the big 4 at quarterback, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar. And then of the best of the rest, Jayden Daniels is squarely in that dialogue for being the number 5 quarterback in the league. Then almost nothing else that happens from a big picture, 10,000 view standpoint can bother me, because they're going to have a chance every single year now because they've got that guy. And I think that's probably where we're headed with Jayden Daniels. I'm in the minority in that I need to see it one more time. I need to see a second year. I'm not ready to to throw the party just yet. I'll throw it every day you want to after this football season if he can repeat something similar to last year. But I guess secondarily, when we get into success and wins and losses and those things, I think it's going to take double-digit wins for me to feel like last year was a season that is the start of something sustainable. If they win 9 games, miss out, Jayden's up and down, however they get there, it's going to feel like, okay, they are better than they've been in a long time around here. But they're also not Super Bowl caliber. Right now, you look at the NFC odds, it's like Philadelphia, Detroit, and then them.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Super Bowl team odds, it's 5 or 6 teams. They're right on the outside of that cusp. And I think that's reasonable after last season. But just the notion, what people will bring up, what you just said is, they were in the NFC Championship game last year. You have to get back close to that. As if to say, like, you know, I can do something once that is not normally what I'm able to do. It just doesn't mean that now that should be my standard.
But I look at Houston, and this was the team that had a lot of parallels drawn to Washington last year. Number 2 overall pick at quarterback, takes them on a magical ride, goes into the playoffs, wins a playoff game. And they were disappointing last year, right, Grant? Like, we agree that they were disappointing?
Totally.
They won a playoff game. They were back in the playoffs and won a playoff game. Like, you have to be able to build off of it. Because then, to your point, if you don't make the playoffs this year, say you only win 9 games and you miss the playoffs, well, then you're looking back like, well, was it just all luck? Was this team actually any good? If you're able to make the playoffs and get back in, you're building something. I want this to be going somewhere. I'm not even necessarily worried about, I would love for them to win the Super Bowl this year. I don't think any of us are thinking that they don't have a shot, but I don't think that they're the favorites, right? But if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, that's fine. But if you make the playoffs, you're building somewhere. You're going somewhere. You're getting more experience for the young guys. And I think, too, you have to be building this because something we talked about yesterday is the age of this team. What are the chances that Bobby Wagner is back next year? What are the chances that Zach Ertz is back next year? I need experience for Ben Sinnott as the season goes on and hopefully into the playoffs. I need more experience for all these young guys. And so you're building and building and building. So to me, if you only win 9 games, if you win 10 games, miss out on the playoffs, then you came up short because you've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
That's part of the issue, I think, with the way that they're doing it, which I have no problem with, and I would probably do something similar if I'm Adam Peters. But it does feel like a year-to-year operation. No, it isn't like they are building something with a several-year window. Now, here's the difference. Jayden Daniels gives you the window.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of the roster is kind of being built 1 year at a time, where you're old and you're bringing in this guy like Von Miller this time around who can help you in 2025. And if it goes well, maybe you give 1 more year to him. But you go year to year and you're kind of renting, you're not buying. Jayden Daniels is the guy that keeps the window open, but that's where the pressure's on him to make sure that he can keep building and sustain as he plays better teams and they have more tape on him, that he can be that guy again. On the Texans, I would just say they were worse offensively last year, statistically, substantially. They were worse last year defensively in terms of scoring. I think they got a little better in terms of yards after a big offseason with a lot of talent added. But the only reason they made the playoffs is they were in a poop division. I mean, the AFC South stinks. And if you remember, they actually had to win a Week 18 game against the Colts, who were playing Gardner Minshew and a bunch of Jag quarterbacks all year. Like, that was not a particularly good team. They easily could have been 9-8. I think the Colts even dropped a pass in the red zone at the end of that game that could have beat the Texans. They did ultimately make the playoffs. And did they beat the Chargers with Herbert throwing 1,000,000 picks? Who did they beat in the playoffs?
I can't remember, but they beat somebody.
I think it was that Chargers game where Herbert had all the interceptions, is who they beat. And then they went to the Chiefs and got beat fairly handily. But the point is, when I think about last year's Texans, even though the record was the same year over year, even though they got back to the playoffs and won a playoff game, they did get worse. They fired coordinators after the season. Like, it was fairly ugly. But I also think at the same time, even though it's a bad division, so that's why they're the favorite, like, the level of play for the Texans last year now makes you think, with C.J. Stroud, they're annually going to compete out of the South. That's now the bar is a 10-ish type win team. They're trying to do better than that. 20 wins the last 2 years. And a playoff win. And I think Washington's trying to cement itself in that conversation this year. But the question for you guys is, what is success for you this season? And is this a playoffs or disappointment campaign already for Washington after the magical run last year? This convo born from just a random discussion I had with a fan at practice yesterday, where they said, what do you think this team is? I said, I think they probably win 10 games and make the playoffs. And I was shocked with how disappointed they were. They acted like I said they were going to go 5-12.
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, that was basically the response was like, wow, you don't think they're good at all. I'm like, bro, they've won 10 games 4 times in my life. Now, clearly last year was one of those times. And they won 12. It's a 2-game regression in that way. But the schedule does get much tougher. We'll hit the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Also, want to play a little quarterback game with you. Start, sit, or bench with some of the youngsters coming into their own around the NFL. We'll do that as we continue on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, Commanders going to have their joint practice in Foxborough tomorrow. They're traveling up there today ahead of the preseason opener on Friday night at 7:30 against the Patriots. Other NFL news today, Kyron Williams signed a 3-year extension with the Rams. 3 years, $33 million, $23 million guaranteed. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers. The Browns have signed quarterback Tyler Huntley as 3 of their 4 quarterbacks on their roster, currently dealing with injuries. And Hard Knocks for the Buffalo Bills debuts tonight. In baseball, the Nationals back in action today as they begin a 3-game series against the A's. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nats. Luis Severino goes to the hill for the A's. The Nationals have added Clayton Beeter and P.J. Poole to the bullpen. Zach Brixey and Ryan Ludis sent to AAA. And as Grant Paulson reported earlier today, Cade Cavalli being called up to make his second start tomorrow. First start since August 26th of 2022. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Toby, I'm Grant. This is Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is in Scotland. All of our camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders are headed to New England, as you mentioned. They've got joint practices with the Patriots tomorrow, and then some type of walkthrough they'll do. On Thursday, they have a game on Friday night, so we will watch Commanders football on television for the first time
finally
since January. You know, well, I guess the end of the postseason this week. So football is officially back. But I'm a sucker for, and I'm a little bit bummed that I won't be at the joint practices. They're normally really entertaining. The one drawback in the league the last few years as everybody's ramped up these joint practices is the melees and the brawls, which seem to just be inevitable. And I've made the case, I still go hard in the paint on this. I think the league has to just do something to prevent the fighting. They have to make it more apparent that it's not okay by actually being willing to fine guys substantially, which is normally not something they do for practices. I wouldn't even mind if something particularly egregious happened to levy a suspension at the start of the year. I mean, you're not going to do that because guys are swinging on each other just in the middle of the field. But if something particularly crazy happened, generally practices are off limits to the league in terms of sanctioning. It's just more of a team deal that you find your own guys. But when multiple teams are getting together and we're kind of creating a game-like scenario, this is no longer a general practice, right? And you see this, it's almost clockwork. Like putting on pads and walking out to the field, there's going to be these fights between the teams. It just happens. Otherwise, though, this is exactly what teams should be doing. Take the risk of injury in a brawl aside, because that's the big issue. Like when baseball brawls happen, and they don't even fight really, but occasionally if guys are going to the ground, you're getting tumbled on, your shoulder, your fingers get jammed, people are landing on you. Guys get hurt in those once a year, I would say, in Major League Baseball. It's even worse than football. It's bigger bodies and more people and more violence and anger and you know, aggression. And so it's just a bad look. But if you take that out of the equation, the amount of work you put in and get out of this is awesome. I still remember talking to back when it first started, the Shanahans about this, and Mike specifically. His point was, we can go through a preseason game and never get to do the 3 or 4 things I really need to see.
Exactly.
We might not get to run goal line. We might not get to run red zone. If I'm having a kicking competition, I may not get a field goal attempt. But in a practice, I get on the phone with Mike Vrabel before we go to New England, and everything I want to get done with my team, I tell him, and then we design a practice around that. And so this is actually way more helpful than the game that's going to be played, oddly enough, on Friday night for the starters. Now, the game itself might be more telling for the young guys, and for some of the dudes, you're not sure if they're going to make the team or not. But for a lot of players, and especially some veterans that'll be on the field, the work they get in practice is going to help way more than anything they could get on Friday night.
Yeah, I mean, essentially these joint practices are for the ones, right? This is where they can get in really good work. This is where they can rep with guys. They can face other people that they haven't faced in camp, but then with as much as you can, controlling the environment where you get your scenarios like you mentioned. Hopefully you avoid the brawls, but you can protect your quarterback. They're still going to have on the non-contact jersey. So I can have Jayden Daniels getting in good work against the number 1 defense of the Patriots without worrying about someone landing on his leg or tackling him and breaking his collarbone or something of that nature. And I can feel a lot better about that. So you can get in that work that you need. The preseason games, and I'm really wondering if we start seeing it go more this way, especially when they go to that 18-game season, is do these preseason games turn more into, okay, we'll get maybe our ones a drive or two. And it sounds like Cincinnati's going to play their guys a lot when they come here to D.C., which will be a lot of fun for the fans over at Northwest Stadium. But does it become more that the actual preseason games are more so for figuring out which guys I'm going to cut, which guys I'm going to keep, which it already kind of is that way.
That's where we are.
But does it get more and more like that where these joint practices are the real things, where the real work gets done, and then those are sort of, all right, what are the final 5 guys on my roster going to look like?
Yeah, the joint practices to me are the preparation for the regular season that have replaced preseason games. That's how you get into football shape, basically, especially to your point with the veterans, because you can dictate a little bit more. And I don't want to say there's less risk of injury, but there's more controlled.
I mean, there's less risk, plain and simple.
For quarterbacks, certainly. I mean, if you're going live and taking guys to the ground, whether it's a practice 11 on 11 or a game, it's not that different. But, yeah, you just control more, and that's safer.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
I think, though, the value in the games is still awesome for guys at certain positions like running back, where I need to see tackle breaking ability, body lean for someone like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. These practices and the game coming up are huge for a rookie like Trey Amos. He has been practicing against Washington's offense. He now knows all their plays. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing they're running, essentially, that he hasn't seen. There's more and more install that goes along, but he's got access to the playbook if he wants to look at it before a practice to help himself out. The tendencies of the team's receivers. I mean, how many times can I go up against Luke McCaffrey before I know all the tricks he's got in his bag, right? But now it's different receivers with different tendencies and different playbook and different. It's just a better test. So this is going to be invaluable. It'll be a great week. Cannot wait for Friday night. We'll have a lot of different ways to preview the game as we get closer and closer. Right now, though, we're asking you about how you're going to determine success for the Commanders this football season. We've kind of come to the conclusion that if they don't make the playoffs, it's going to be hard to sell this year as anything other than a step backwards. Now, I can still be perfectly fine with the direction of the program as long as Jayden Daniels plays 16, 17 games and plays at a top 10 level again. Because at that point, back-to-back excellent seasons from a young quarterback, closing in on a second contract, and you've found your Eleanor. The thing that you could never do, you've done, which is you got your quarterback. And with Daniels, you're not going to be bad. You can only just be okay and barely miss the playoffs. That's kind of the floor. The ceiling is hardware and Lombardi trophies. So I'll sleep easy at night as long as Daniels has a good season, really regardless of outcome. But anything short of getting to the playoffs is going to feel like a disappointment. Let me ask you this, Tobes, before we hit the phones. And you can call us now at 800-636-1067. You're playoff or bust, like I am.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they make the playoffs and don't win a playoff game, I will still feel perfectly fine. Like, I will still view that as a George W. Because you got there, because you won double-digit games, because you had the tougher schedule and you didn't take a step back. And yes, last year you won 2 playoff games and got to the NFC Championship game, and this time you will have been one and done. But on a binary, I'm still calling that a gigantic victory. By the way, something they have not done in years. They have not gone to the playoffs in consecutive years since they were winning Super Bowls. So for me, that works. What about you?
Yeah, that's fine with me. As long as you get into the playoffs.
Get there.
Yeah, you just have to get there because once you get in there, that's the beauty of the NFL. It's a one-game playoff. Anything can happen. The ball bounces your way. The ball doesn't bounce your way. You make a play, the other guy doesn't make a play. Vice versa. So like you mentioned with the Tampa game, ball goes one way, Tampa wins. Ball went Washington's way, they won. So, yeah, absolutely. Just get in, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Kevin's in Arlington, wants to hop in on the listener lines. What's up, Kev?
Hey guys, hey, just wanted to make sure if I need to apologize for my call yesterday. I wasn't saying you guys don't have a right to question Adam Peters. I just was simply trying to say.
No, we
these
didn't take it
guys
that way.
who
You don't
were
have to
outside the
apologize for anything,
Yeah,
brother.
you're all
No,
good.
You're good, man. Don't worry about it.
Okay, because yeah, I mean nobody's infallible. So anyway, about the floor, this is what I think. I think if we win 9 games and don't make the playoffs, it's still okay. That's the floor. If we win fewer than 9 games, if we have a losing record, to me, if it can be pointed out that, yeah, because we had an injury bug among the oldest players on the team, which is the oldest roster in the league, I think we can point to that's really not Peters and his team's fault so much as the cupboard was bare. Okay? So I have a lot of nuance in how I look at measuring success for this coming season. But, yeah, man, I like yours, Grant. 10 wins, get in the playoffs. Hey, take it from there. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be in that boat where if they make the playoffs, it's going to be hard to be upset because that just hasn't been what this team is. They'll have found a new level of competitiveness and a new caliber of decency, basically, if they are now a perennial playoff contender, which I think is what we all are expecting now, by the way. Like, that is why this would be a disappointment. It feels as though that you've unearthed this thing at quarterback that everyone looks for, which is the cheap star. And while you have him, before you pay him, and you're able to go out and keep paying Wagner or bring back Ertz or go get Von Miller and do some of this other stuff they want to do on a year-to-year basis, there's no real reason why you can't stack some pennies and keep winning football games. You know, we're not saying they got to win 14. It's not the Eagles right now. If they're doing this combo in Philly, they just won a Super Bowl. They've been in a couple Super Bowls and NFC Championship games recently. If they're not playing in an NFC Championship game, it's a letdown. Washington's not there yet, but I think the bar has been raised to you got to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that's why you want to see them get in is now you're kind of building that foundation. Whereas, you know, if they were to go out there and suck this year and win 6-7 games and be like, well, how the heck is this different from 2012? Right? And that's what you don't want to have happen here.
To that point, by the way, if they make the playoffs this year, whether they win a playoff game or not, I don't care, whatever. Next year then becomes you better make some noise in January.
Correct.
Like, heavy lies the crown. I mean, the expectations keep growing. Now Daniels is into year 3. Now we know he's a top 5-ish quarterback. Now Adam Peters is 3 years into the program, and so is Dan Quinn. Like, now you get to a point where I think you really start pushing the gas pedal. Right now, all I'm asking for is some sustained version of the surprise last year. I think I say this to Danny all the time, it's a lot easier to accidentally stub your toe into a bestseller than to write a second one. And I'm asking you to now write a second bestseller. You got to the top of the mountain. A lot of things happen along the way. Now I'm asking you to get back there again. And if they can do that, it feels like you could do it whenever you want to.
Yeah, you're not sneaking up on anybody this year. They know. When you show up, they know what they're getting.
He's Toby in for Danny. I'm Grant. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the Fan. Hard Knocks debut tonight. The Buffalo Bills being featured one step closer to in-season Hard Knocks following the NFC East. Cowboys, Commanders, Giants, Eagles. And by the time we get there, that's normally post-Thanksgiving, I think, like November into the holidays, essentially. It won't be much of a storyline, ideally, that Micah Parsons or Terry McLaurin were not a part of training camp, so the cameras are not rolling right now. That would have been incredible, though, if they were doing the division in training camp and we had the behind-the-scenes access to executives talking with agents and the conversations Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are having. I mean, that's what I've longed for years and years and years, is just the fly-on-the-wall access. But we'll get it in season. We'll get to see cameras rolling as Dan Quinn's addressing the team ahead of huge games, especially that stretch run. The NFL, not dumb, knowing the NFC East was going to be on Hard Knocks with the 4 consecutive weeks down the stretch where they're all playing each other over and over and over again. Would you rather training camp with the Commanders or in-season mode?
Training camp usually get a little more behind the scenes, but in-season is just different because you know the results. You're looking forward to it because of that. That's part of why I love watching quarterback, was I was just waiting for when Washington beat Detroit, and that what made it so fun. But I think in-season is better. I think I enjoy that one more.
Yeah, my wife sat down to watch with me one night last week, and she's like, does this go through the end of their season? I said, yeah. She goes, so there's going to be the Commanders playoff game? I said, yeah. She's like, can we go to that episode? So we just skipped right ahead to the final episode, and then I had to go back and watch it. Let's go to the phones, though. People want to hop in on this idea that the Commanders need to make the playoffs for you to feel good about the season. Eric's in Fairfax on the Fan. Hey, Eric, you're on Grant and Danny.
What's up, Eric?
Hey, yeah, love your show. So when I was 13, my parents moved from New Jersey to Arlington. So since 1966, I've been a Washington fan. And last season, after the preseason, I predicted 9-7 in playoffs when most people weren't even predicting over 500. And the reason was I saw so much potential with Jayden Daniels in the preseason. Well, anyway, for this season, of course, we have to make the playoffs. But what I've told a few people, I want us to run the NFC East. And, I think we have a good shot. I mean, we beat Philadelphia once in the regular season. If it weren't for the turnovers in the playoff game against Philadelphia, we could have won that. And we were running up a lot of yards, but we turned it over.
The only pushback on that, it's a good phone call, thank you. Washington did beat Philly in the regular season, but it was a Kenny Pickett-led Eagles team. The Eagles were up 7-0 and marching into the red area. Basically, it was like a 14-0 game based on the Hurts drives. Eagles over the Commanders. And the Commanders would go on to win that game. Pickett was mostly okay, but he didn't make a few of the winning time plays that you would expect Hurts, now a Super Bowl champion who's been exceptional in multiple Super Bowls, to make. And so I kind of grade that one in pencil or with a bit of a curve a little bit to say they did beat the Eagles. That's true. They came back from a massive deficit, and they did it with the starting quarterback on the bench. But I actually point to the game in Philly, where for 3 quarters, the Commanders gave the Eagles all they could handle. Philly ran away with that game, literally, figuratively. Saquon Barkley went nuts in the 4th quarter. And then the playoff game speaks for itself. I know we could say if they didn't fumble 4 times, if they didn't turn the ball over. But a lot of times when you're playing a superior team and you're trying to do a little more than you're capable of, the turnovers tend to happen. So I can't quite explain it away like that. There was a significant gap between the Eagles and the Commanders last year. I think most people that are nonpartisan see that. The question is, have they closed that gap at all with the Eagles losing some defensive pieces this offseason? Let's go to Blake in Wilmington, listening on the Odyssey app. It's always free and available wherever you are. What's up, Blake?
Hey, well, going into this season, I think, you got to look at it and say 10 wins is the floor. Anything less than 10 wins would be a disappointment. I think anything less than the playoffs would be a disappointment. And that means firmly in the playoffs. That doesn't mean sneaking in 9-8 or even possibly 8-9. I'm talking about firmly in the playoffs. And then, you got to look at your record in the division. I think that's going to be really, really important because everybody says, oh, the Giants are weaker, oh, the Cowboys are weaker. Then beat them. Then we got to go 4-0 against them. That would be successful. And then, obviously, it all depends on Jayden Daniels' health. If he stays healthy, no matter what, it's a successful season. Thank you, guys.
It's a good phone call. I think you're going to split with the Eagles. Ideally, that would be the case, right? You go 1-1 with Philly. That means in the other 4 games in the East, you've got to go 3-1 to be where I want you to be. I want you to have a winning record in the division. So I don't care if you take both from the Giants, which should be easier, or from Dallas. I think that'll be more complicated. The Cowboys, just because Dak's back, are going to be a lot more difficult to deal with this year because they're going to be able to move the football. But I think if you can go 3-1 against the 2 teams that are not viewed as on your level, now you've got a path to 4-2 in the East that probably gets you where you need to be. But if they go 3-3 in the East, you bogeyed a hole. You got to find a birdie somewhere. You probably have to beat, a Minnesota on the road, a Kansas City prime time on the road. One of those games that we're not chalking up right now. Green Bay, short week 2, to get to double-digit wins.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at last year, there were some easy games on the schedule, like Carolina. You look at Arizona, Cleveland, games like that. When you look at this year's schedule, you're looking through and you're like, okay, Vegas, maybe Miami, and then it's people in your division with, like, the Giants. Like, you've got to win week 1 against the Giants. That feels like you've got to take care of that. The Giants again in week 15. You face Dallas in week 7 on the road. Like, you need to take care of those. And like you said, if you're 3-1 in those, and you split with Philly, you're good. 4-2. You feel good about that.
The Dolphins game being international as well is a bit of a pain because that theoretically could have been a game that felt like in the States, normal travel, handle your business kind of performance. And now when you start going to a different country and you're there for several days, it almost turns into an event. And it's kind of like a toss-up. In a lot of ways, it levels the playing field. You'd almost rather that be against one of the great teams, like the Chiefs or whoever, the Lions or something.
Yeah, where if you lose it, it's not that big a deal. It was kind of a toss-up to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Next on Grant and Danny, going to play a little quarterback game. The NFL is just a TV show about QBs. We want to zero in on them. We'll play start, sit, or bench with some of the guys who have a lot on the line going into the season. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Commanders going to have a joint practice in Foxborough tomorrow with the Patriots ahead of the preseason opener on Friday night in Foxborough at 7:30. Other news in the NFL, Kyron Williams signed a 3-year extension with the Rams, 3 years, $33 million, $23 million guaranteed. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers. The Browns have signed quarterback Tyler Huntley as 3 of their 4 quarterbacks are dealing with injuries, and Hard Knocks gets underway tonight with the Buffalo Bills. In the WNBA, the Mystics have made a trade, trading Brittany Sykes to the Seattle Storm. The Mystics get back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and a 2026 first-round pick. In baseball, the Nationals back in action tonight, first of 3 against the Athletics at Nationals Park. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 4-11 with a 3.80 ERA and a struggling second half so far for Mackenzie Gore with a 10.66 ERA in his last 3 starts. He'll look to get back on track tonight as Luis Severino goes to the hill for the A's. He's 5-11 on the year with a 4.83 ERA, but a 3.03 ERA in 10 road starts. Also, the Nationals have added Clayton Beater and PJ Poulin to the bullpen. Zach Brixey, and Ryan Ludus have been sent to AAA. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowman.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny with Danny out and Toby in. This is The Fan. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, can help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Now, this is where I'm going to miss Danny here for the next few minutes because I don't know how much you're going to be able to help me on this one, Tobes. I watched the film Old School last night, which is a classic comedy that dropped in 2003. I was in young high school at the time, and Old School was the latest in a run of outstanding R-rated comedies that are no longer a thing. I mean, basically, and hopefully we'll get back to being able to have really good comedies in the theater, but it has been a long time. Nobody has wanted to touch the genre. You watch some of these scenes and you're like, that wouldn't fly today. That wouldn't fly today. That wouldn't fly today. And it's just supposed to be a movie and fun and you're supposed to laugh. But a lot of things have changed. Old School, watching it last night, directed by Todd Phillips. Will Ferrell, peak of his powers. Vince Vaughn, as good as he gets. And then even Luke Wilson, who I've never really been a huge fan of. This is kind of the movie that stands out for him as far as I'm concerned. Craig Kilborn makes a cameo. You get a little Sean William Scott, who had just been in all the American Pie movies. Artie Lang's in this movie in a cameo. There's a lot of great cameos. But my guess is when I say Old School to you, it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I can't help you here. I got nothing. No file. None whatsoever.
I know the whole like acting like you're old at work and you can't relate to anybody thing. I've heard it my whole life when people did it, and I was the young guy that they were complaining about. But we're now at a point where it is getting very frustrating with just movies.
I've never even heard of this movie.
You've never heard of Old School?
No.
Luke Wilson, Will Ferrell,
No.
Vince Vaughn.
Sounds great. No.
I don't even know what to say to that. Now, Clary's probably seen it once or twice, but it means nothing to him. Strober, have you ever even seen this movie? Old School, he's looking at me like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Darius has never seen a movie to begin with unless it's Marvel, and Captain America's not in this movie, so there's no chance. It's so unacceptable. Like, it is so infuriating that I watch a movie last night. I want to come in here and just go over all the scenes and throw out some lines and have you guys go back and forth, and you get nothing.
I've seen Old School before. I just want that to be known. And the fact that everyone else is not getting crushed for not seeing this movie. Yet somehow I got shrapnel for seeing it once or twice. That's insane.
But the difference between them having not seen it and you, who casually may have seen it once a few years ago, but it's not like you aren't able to like go line for line. Like, this is not a movie you like or care about.
I love this movie. The
Really?
cinder block scene, dropping it down from the top of the
It's a
roof.
good film.
It's a great film.
It's a great
It's
scene,
a
by the way.
tremendous scene.
Yes.
Tremendous scene.
All
I'm
right, good.
reading some quotes from this that definitely would not fly today.
Oh, no. There's
Wait.
not a whole lot about it that would work today.
This is actually crazy because I don't know why I spaced when you were talking about this. I almost watched this last night. I'm not even joking.
Well, yeah, it's on Netflix right now. So you're going to stumble across it in your feed.
I was 5 seconds away from putting it on, and then I had to go do something.
Well, you should. This is what
I can't believe it.
good R-rated comedy looks like, which your generation knows nothing about because they don't exist anymore. But it's fantastic, and I hope we can get back to having some really good comedies. It's just been a long time. I saw that the Naked Gun movie with Liam Neeson that just dropped.
I can't wait to see that.
See, that genre is not my favorite. I'm probably going to see it because I like Liam Neeson. And I want to reward someone for making a comedy, if we're being honest. Like, nobody does it. But it had the biggest opening weekend. I think it was not crazy. It was like 15, 20 million or whatever it was. But it was the biggest for a comedy since this era, essentially, since I was in high school. Because it's just a dead thing that nobody does now.
I love those kinds of stupid slapstick comedies.
It's not my favorite, but I am going to support the cause, so to speak. But anyway, I watched it last night. You realize that that's where "I love you, Dad" comes from? You don't realize, actually, because you've never seen a movie. What is your excuse, by the way? Like, this is so unacceptable. How do you don't have any interest, Darius, in pop culture and being able to understand references? I mean, working with Danny and I must just be awful for you. All we do is quote movies that you've never seen before. What's more boring and awful than people quoting movies you don't know about? That's all we do.
I don't know. I honestly have no answer as to why I've never seen Old School.
No.
I
It's not Old School. It's any movie ever. You've never seen any movie ever that doesn't have Spider-Man in it.
That's not true. Spider-Man wasn't in Fantastic Four.
You seen Tommy Boy?
You watched Superman.
Tommy Boy.
We're
no.
done. We're done. We're
No.
done. We're done.
I don't think I've seen that. Who's in that?
Chris Farley.
Oh, I definitely haven't seen it. No.
Do you know who Chris Farley is?
Yeah. He was on SNL.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to sports because God forbid I try to talk about Tommy.
I know
Boy.
that. I know sports.
I mean, just 5 guys sitting around and burgers and fries over here, and it's just me saying great movies and nobody knowing what they were. It's just frustrating. That's all I'm saying, guys. I mean, not everything can be, Chronicles of Narnia, right? What were you guys watching as kids? SpongeBob SquarePants.
Great
show.
SpongeBob, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not where we are.
Rugrats.
New South Park tonight, though.
All right, let's talk quarterbacks, Darius, and let's get into a game of start, sit, or bench. So we've got 2 groups here. We went with young guys. We went with veterans. These are players with a lot on the line. And these are guys that we're going to pick to either have great seasons, fine seasons, or be in some trouble as the year goes along. So, Darius, why don't you start us off here?
All right, let's start with the veteran group of quarterbacks who have the most to prove. Start, sit, or cut. Bryce Young, Geno Smith, or Sam Darnold.
Whew. Bryce Young, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. I kind of believe in Bryce Young now. I kind of believe that he's turned a corner and Dave Canales has found something. So I'm going to start Bryce Young. I think he's going to have a good year this year. Final couple of games of the year, I think he had 7 touchdowns, no picks, threw for about 300 yards a game. I think they've unlocked something there. I always thought he had it in him, but he is very small. He is kind of have to get that niche style offense that's similar to a little bit of what like Tua is good at. Like those sorts of things where they work in that system, a true system quarterback, but you put them in the right system, they'll make it work. So I'll start Bryce Young. I'm going to sit Geno Smith. I think he'll be fine. He'll be okay. It's not going to be special, but that's kind of what Geno Smith is at this point in his career, right? He's okay, not special, gets the job done. I think that's what he's going to be in Vegas. I'm all the way out on Sam Darnold. All the way out. I think he had one great run, and it's because he had a fantastic head coach in Minnesota. Kevin O'Connell is one of the best in the game at taking any quarterback and turning him into something. I think he'll probably do some of that with J.J. McCarthy. He doesn't have him anymore. So I'm going to bench Sam Darnold.
So we agree, I think, on one of the 3, it sounds like. I am going to start Geno Smith. They wrote me. I didn't write back. I wrote them. They didn't write back. Somebody wrote somebody. Nobody wrote back. I don't remember the line. Geno Smith is in, I think, a pretty quarterback-friendly situation. They drafted Ashton Genty. I think they're going to feed him. He will be a workhorse. They also brought in Raheem Mostert, the former Miami Dolphin. I don't know if he could stay healthy or not, but that's a decent little 1-2 punch. Mostert had double-digit touchdowns as a rusher a couple of years ago with Miami. Pete Carroll, even though it's not how I would do it, is going to demand that they pound the football. They'll be run first and run second under Chip Kelly, who I like as a coordinator. I don't think he's a great head coach in the National Football League, but I think as a coordinator, he's going to do some good things. They'll spread it out. They'll let Geno make some plays. It's not a great wide receiver room. They need Dante Thornton, the 4th-round pick they drafted, to help them. They need Jack Beck, the 2nd-round pick that they drafted, to have a good year. In fact, they're counting on 3 top 6-round guys in their wide receiver rotation. As far as veterans, it's basically just Jacoby Myers of guys that you've heard of that are any good. But let's not forget about Brock Bowers. I think it's one of the top 5 weapons in the league.
So good.
Take position out of it. I can't name 5 guys that I like more as offensive weapons right now as matchup problems than Brock Bowers. So Geno Smith has a pretty good situation. It's going to be run first. They're going to try to play some defense. I think they'll be able to with Max Crosby up front. They added 2 starters in the linebacking core. They added 2 starters in the secondary, Jeremy Chin from here in D.C. and Eric Stokes from Green Bay at corner. I think Geno's going to have a fine year. Not spectacular, but he'll be fine. I'm going to sit Bryce Young. I thought about having him start. I'm with you. I am buying in. I don't think he's ever going to be spectacular. Like, this is not a star power player, to your point, but I think he's going to be okay. For a little while, it looked like it was going to be a disaster. They got to move on. He's not going to be a player you can give a second contract to. Dave Canales has done a really good job. I think Andy Dalton in his ear is very, very helpful. Help bring him along, develop him. They drafted Tech McMillan out of Arizona in the 1st round to go with Adam Thielen and Leggett in the wide receiver room. I think overall it's not great, but it's good enough. That's the best receiver group that they've had for him. And they can run the ball with Chuba Hubbard. They bring over Rico Dowdle from Dallas. So Canales as the main ingredient there. I'm going to sit but keep Bryce Young. And then, like you, I'm moving on from Sam Darnold, bro. He had an awesome season. But when it came down to it, he shriveled in the biggest games of their year. When they played the Lions with a chance to win the division in Week 18 on national TV in the final game of the NFL season on Sunday Night Football, he was awful. Detroit had a good plan, but he just turtled. Next week, played the Rams, brutal. Held on to the ball. I think that's kind of what you expected, right? The ceiling was they maxed him out with scheme, with weapons, with Jefferson and so many other guys. Now, he moves on to a lesser group. He's still got a great receiver room. Jackson Smith-Njigba, solid. Cooper Kupp, solid. They brought in Marquez Valdez-Scantling to be a number 3. My sneaky favorite player in the class was Torrey Horton, who I only really knew from watching Colorado State play against Colorado when I was rooting against Deion Sanders when he was trolling everybody. And that guy caught 17 balls in that overtime game that night. But that guy can play. I like him. He's going to be good this season. I would draft him in a PPR league in fantasy. So it's not a bad situation, but it's a lot worse. And Kevin O'Connell's not coming with you, bro. Defensive-minded head coach, offensive coordinators, Clint Kubiak, who I like, but I'm going to say I'll bench Sam Darnold. So we agree on that one, and we flip-flop the others. So that's the young guys version. Let's get to the veterans then that have something to prove.
Well, first, you got to update your Geno Smith quote file. His latest one, which just dropped today.
Oh, gosh.
Let them sleep. I don't want them to see us coming.
Okay, so here's my Geno Smith take on his quotes. He did this thing that went viral, and it probably was a canned, rehearsed line. The reason it went viral is because it felt, at the time, he was not known for this, as if he just said it. As if he didn't practice it in the mirror the night before. It wasn't corny. It wasn't cheesy. It wasn't rehearsed. It was just, oh, my God, what a great line. Those are bars.
Right after a win, too. It was like a big win.
He's just standing on
national
the field.
TV.
That was his can't wait Bart Scott moment, right? That was his Richard Sherman, Michael Crabtree's a bum screaming at Aaron Andrews thing. And it just felt like bars. It was what a great line. But that happened, and you got a little taste of everyone being like, oh, my God, Geno's a poet. Geno's the man. And now he's like Jalen Hurts He's just trying to come up with slogans and say stuff he saw in Jordan documentaries.
You didn't like the one from earlier this offseason? I didn't come to roll the dice. I came to run the table.
Awful. That one is cringeworthy because he's doing a Vegas thing. It's a themed, like, that's just bad.
Yeah, I can't stand when Jalen Hurts does it. It's a little more acceptable because it's not as canned of phrases from Geno, but they are getting a little bit old.
Now, you won't get me to dislike Geno. Geno's my guy. I just think he's been through it. I love his whole career arc. Having to go to the Jets, I'll root for anybody who has to deal with that. Fans hating his guts. I think a linebacker on his team punched him and broke his jaw one time.
That's right, yes.
Didn't someone like bust him in the face in the locker room? Some clown shoe. I mean, he has been through it, so I will root for him because nobody wrote back for a long, long time when he was writing all those letters. But enough with the catchphrases. We got you one. You've got one. You don't need to do it every time you talk.
Geno Smith, bar dropper. All right, on to the young quarterbacks. Let's go with start, sit, cut on Michael Penix, Caleb Williams, or J.J. McCarthy.
So I think I have a hot take here.
Uh-oh.
I'll start us off with this one. I'm starting J.J. McCarthy.
Ooh.
I am going to buy in on J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota for the reason that you went with Sam Darnold last time. You basically talked about how great Kevin O'Connell is for quarterbacks. He's got a really good situation in Minnesota. You're throwing to the best wide receiver on the planet in Jettis, J.J. Justin Jefferson across the middle, caught for a first down, Vikings. Paul Allen's going to be telling you, J.J. back to pass. He finds J.J. middle of the field. It's Justin Jefferson. Jefferson, Addison, Naylor, Felton, Terp. I think Ty Felton's going to have a good year, by the way. He can play.
Yeah, he can play.
He's going to make acrobatic, athletic catches, dudes hanging off of him, contested catches down the field. He's going to be like the 4 there. But eventually, that's a good NFL starter.
Mm-hmm.
Best receiver room in the league. Maybe a top 3, certainly a top 5, 6 OC play caller in Kevin O'Connell. If J.J. McCarthy can't make it work, he can't play. But this is going to look like Michigan. They're going to hand the ball off to Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason, Ty Chandler. They're going to go play action pop passes middle of the field. They're going to run digs and crossers behind linebackers. Little anticipatory throws. He's going to be leading guys. J.J. McCarthy is going to ball out. I'm going to say start J.J. McCarthy.
Interesting.
Who you starting?
I'm going to go with Michael Penix. I was really impressed with him. He missed a lot of throws in that game against Washington, the Sunday nighter that ultimately clinched the playoff spot for the Commanders. But when he had to have it, final drive, he drives him right down there, and Grant, some of the throws were picture perfect. When he has time in the pocket, and now he's going to be more comfortable in his second year, and especially as the season goes on and he gets more chemistry with the guys, he can throw it unlike maybe anybody else in this class. Like, he is a rocket arm. When he's on, he is on, and he can put it wherever he wants. He's a special arm talent. Now, can he put everything together? We'll see. Now, the other thing, and I see fantasy people tweeting about this all the time, he's talking about Kyle Pitts and like trying to create a connection.
He could talk about Kyle Pitts all he wants to. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me 63 times, shame on everyone that's ever lived.
Apparently they're out going golfing, trying to get a camaraderie and a chemistry together. I don't know. I'm buying into the Michael Penix with Drake London. Maybe he unlocks Kyle Pitts a little bit. Michael Penix is going to be good.
Drake London, Darnell Mooney, little Ray McLeod situation in the slot. They can make some plays. They don't have big physical guys outside of London, but they got some twitch at receiver. I could get down with that. You can miss me with Kyle Pitts, okay? I have played that game. I have done that. If he lines up in the right spot and doesn't like popcorn the ball to a defensive back, it's an upgrade from last year. He is a silliest of geese. Out. Could not be further out. And by the way, like, I wouldn't draft him with your fantasy team. People have been talking about this for years about Kyle Pitts. I don't know how.
You want to hear?
He had a 1,000-yard rookie season, by the way.
He did.
He went for 1K. And you watch him now, and you're like, this guy did that? He is ultimate team can't get right.
You want to hear an egregious thing that I did in a fantasy league? Because no one cares about fantasy teams. But in a rookie draft, I decided to go with Kyle Pitts over Jamar Chase.
What? Oh, you mean back then?
Yeah, back then.
Okay.
Rookie draft.
Less crazy maybe then. I mean, still insane. But
still, I mean, I'm looking at arguably the best receiver in the league and a tight end that everyone jokes about. I chose the tight end.
First year, 1,000-yard tight end wasn't the worst thing. All right, so we got our starters. Sit. I'm going to sit. See, this is hard because I don't really want to bench either of them or cut either of them, I guess it is. I'm going to sit Penix. I'll keep him on my roster because
Okay.
Caleb Williams, maybe it's the camp videos getting to me where he can't hit a net.
The one couldn't hit the net and then threw a fit.
Yeah.
I like Caleb Williams, but my gosh.
You mean when my son, 4-year-old Truman, was mad that I told him we had to go have a play date with his buddy PJ and we couldn't keep wrestling in the basement? So he started to scream and pout and swing his arms around. Is that the video you're talking about?
Very similar.
If you guys haven't seen this, it's Caleb Williams, like the net that Jayden Daniels just throws balls through every single day, like with his eyes blindfolded and his arms behind his back and his legs handcuffed together. Caleb Williams could not hit that net from like 11 yards away. And it's just a one-off. It means nothing. I'm not suggesting it does. But then he pouts and has this big thing, and I'm like, not for me.
Now, I've seen the net performance. It just looked a little bit different. It was Grant H. Paulson on Twitter out at Commanders
Very
training
different.
camp. It was a little bit different. It wasn't a net. It was a little blow-up thing. But I've seen similar throwing results. The difference was you didn't pout afterwards.
Well, there's two differences. One, I was a hell of a lot closer to throwing a ball through the middle, too. Okay? I put some zip on that thing.
You did.
It missed by about a foot. A receiver could have caught it with his arms. There's no catch radius on this planet that would allow a receiver to catch the ball that Caleb Williams was throwing. But I digress. Penix, the throw he made against Washington that you referenced was big time. That game was kind of uneasy, but that throw taught me a lot. Like that whole drive, coming back, sending it to overtime was really impressive. I just think they're putting a lot on Caleb Williams right now. The Ben Johnson offense, it's super complicated. There's a lot going on. It seems like it's going to be a slow start to the year for him. So I'll ride with Penix, which means I'm cutting Caleb Williams, the 1-1 pick last year.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you in terms of I'm going to cut Caleb Williams. I'll get to him in a second. I still believe in J.J. McCarthy, like you're saying.
You're not cut. I thought you were going to cut J.J.
No.
Then why were you so out on my J.J. McCarthy take?
I just thought it was interesting that you were going to put him the top of all the three, but Kevin O'Connell is the best play caller, in my opinion, of those guys.
I was going to say, is Penix throwing to Jefferson with O'Connell in his headset?
I'm really intrigued by what McCarthy can do, and watching a couple of his throws from camp, he's got some zip on the ball, and I think they're going to make it as easy as possible on him. So I think he'll be fine. But, man, I feel bad that Caleb Williams, it just doesn't look right. And Ben Johnson, I wonder if he's having a little bit of a, man, I decided to go here of all places. We'll see if it works out, but it looks like Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams might have got stuck in the Chicago quarterback curse because it's not looking hot.
It's too early for me on that. Let's give him some time. But also, your prototypical camp videos for clicks kind of stuff circulating. Having said that, it could start one of two ways so far, where all the reports are really good, or he's going 6 of 17 and they're 11 on 11 and he's missing nets, and it's B, not A.
Exactly.
You'd like it to be A at this point. Couldn't be Washington with Jayden Daniels. That's what I know. John Ourand covers sports business. He will join us next. I want to get to the bottom of the ESPN NFL merger and if they're going to try to ruin Red Zone by making Pat McAfee host it or something like that. We'll ask him next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL Commanders training camp, they're off today as they travel up to Foxborough. Joint practice tomorrow with the Patriots, and then the preseason opener Friday night against the Patriots at 7:30. Other news around the NFL: Kyron Williams signed a 3-year extension with the Rams. 3 years, $33 million, $23 million guaranteed. Teddy Bridgewater signed with the Buccaneers. The Browns signed quarterback Tyler Huntley, as 3 of the 4 quarterbacks currently on the Browns roster were dealing with injuries. WNBA, the Mystics have made a trade, sending Brittany Sykes to Seattle in the Storm. The Mystics getting back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and a 2026 first-round pick. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the A's tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Luis Severino. Also for the Nationals, Cade Cavalli being called up to start tomorrow. According to Grant Paulson, will be his first start since August 26th of 2022. And the Nationals have added Clayton Beater and P.J. Poulin to the bullpen. Zach Brixey and Ryan Ludis sent to AAA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Double play coming up at 3:45. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And we've got a Beltway Blitz for you at 4. Grant and Danny. Danny's out. Toby's in today on the Fan. Robert Maize of the Athletics NFL coverage stops by at 5. He's got a training camp tour that is ongoing at this point. Looking forward to discussing the Commanders, the Steelers, where he was today, and some of the other teams that he's covered with him. That's coming up in about an hour and a half. Toby, I know we're both going over to Nats Park tonight. Mackenzie Gore is on the hill. I was thinking about this. So they're calling up Cade Cavalli to make his first start in 3 years tomorrow. He debuted in late August of 2022. 3 years later, he's finally getting back to the big leagues. You and I have both gotten to know him a little bit over the years in the clubhouse. An exceptionally good human being. Long, long road to recovery. A lot of injuries. Guy that was drafted in the first round, was a quick-moving prospect. They thought he'd be a fixture in the rotation. And really, unfortunately, because he got hurt after one big league start, and then he got hurt again a couple times thereafter, they have burned almost 3 seasons of control. Like, he's closing in on now a couple years from free agency, despite only pitching one time in the major leagues. But there's at least a reason the next 2 days to care and to watch or to listen to Charlie and Dave. There are fewer of those moving forward for the rest of this season than there have been in a long time. And it's just not going to be, for Nats fans, the normal, pleasant experience that it normally is. And I'm not even talking about, like, winning. I just mean turning on a game, seeing competitiveness. Like, this is going to be homework the rest of this season, it feels like.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be tough, especially when you look at the bullpen. Added a couple new guys, but the pitching staff night in, night out could give up 1 million runs. You hope that James Wood comes out of the slump. That'll be something to watch. Hope Dylan Cruz comes back soon, and he'll give you something to watch. Outside of that, CJ, I guess, Brady House, a couple of guys in the rotation. It gets pretty rough, like you were saying.
Yeah, the young core of bats is worth monitoring. Like Abrams, Wood, House still, who hadn't hit for a lot of power, but has been okay at putting the ball in play. Dylan Cruz will be in the big leagues in the next week. There's a couple of arms worth monitoring as well, but this is the bleakest it's felt in a long time, just in the way of games mattering. And it's still 2 months of baseball left.
It's rough.
It's going to be a slog. All right, let's get to the guest hotline, Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's welcome onto the show John Ourand, who's a sports correspondent for Puck. We've always loved talking sports business with John. John, it's good to talk to you again. Danny's out today. Toby's in. It's Grant. How are you?
I'm heading out to Nats Park tonight. I think I'm going to be one of like 500 people. It's Nats and A's. Talk about a terrible game.
Well, somehow the chances of this happening are like 0.17%. You, me, and Toby will all be at that game. 3 people interacting right now are all going to end up at Nats Park. I don't think this is happening anywhere else in the city right now.
Wow, yeah, it's a trend. Everybody go now. Exactly.
Maybe they'll be sold out. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, why not?
It's going to be a packed house tonight. John, I wanted to talk about this merger with ESPN and NFL media and some of my concerns that I'm worried about and let you give us an idea of what this looks like. But let's paint with a broad brush first. What is happening exactly?
So what's happening is that the NFL owns NFL Network. It owns NFL Red Zone, and so it is doing a deal with ESPN. Those have been on the block forever because the NFL launched them, 20 years ago, and they rose with the cable industry. But as anybody that follows media knows, the cable industry is in a world of hurt right now. It's losing subscribers. Everybody's going to streaming, and so the NFL. It has been trying to sell these networks for quite a while because the NFL doesn't like to be associated with anything that's declining. Everything it does has been going up for as long as I've been covering them, which is a couple of decades. So these have been on the block for about the past 2 years, and ESPN has been the most likely place for them. And so ESPN, they want to get they want to get these two networks for a couple of reasons. And so actually, you asked what is happening. ESPN is going to oversee NFL Network, and it's going to oversee NFL Red Zone, and the NFL is going to take probably about a 10% stake in ESPN. And for ESPN, the reason for doing this deal is twofold. One is the NFL TV ratings, just as media, it is the most powerful media enterprise in the United States right now. It gets better TV ratings. It gets more people subscribing to streaming. It gets better streaming numbers than anyone. And so getting involved with the NFL is great for ESPN because it wants to stay involved. If they're partners, it's less likely that the NFL, when Monday Night Football rights come up, are going to take those rights and try to take them to the highest bidder. And so for the NFL, for ESPN, that works really well. Secondly, ESPN is, within the next couple of weeks, probably going to be launching a direct-to-consumer service. And one way to get people to subscribe to this direct-to-consumer service, which is going to be about $30 a month, is by having access to NFL Red Zone. And so if they have that NFL Red Zone as part of that service, the belief is it's going to bring in a lot more subscribers than if they didn't have it. So everything is sort of conspiring to allow this sort of deal to happen right now.
So then a couple follow-ups to that. I have YouTube TV so that I can have Red Zone and Sunday Ticket. I'd imagine I still get Red Zone with that, number one. And then also this DTC, the direct-to-consumer ESPN $30 a month thing. I have ESPN Plus, which is a lot less than that. And it gives me all the games for all the sports, like 150 college games of random directional schools I've never heard of. Do I not have that anymore? Like, is that a different thing?
Can I ask you a question? Why do you have ESPN Plus? What do they carry that interests you?
That is a great question. I got it because my wife is a big JMU football fan, and that's how we watch all the JMU games, essentially, that aren't on ESPN. Like, they just have dozens of random college football games.
And then it's total inertia. It's like, well, we're subscribers. I'm not gonna get rid of it.
Exactly. I mean, I also, there's a couple of shoulder programs with ESPN that I think about it, like the NFL season, the old Chris Berman, Tom Jackson NFL primetime with the music that's nostalgic.
That's great. Yeah.
I love that show, and so I watched that. To be honest with you, like as we talk right now, I don't think I've watched anything on ESPN Plus in a few months, and I'm paying for it. But football season, I will check out a few things.
All right, so if you're a YouTube TV subscriber or a Comcast subscriber or a DirecTV subscriber, you are still going to have NFL Network. You're still going to have access to NFL Red Zone. That's not going. This is not exclusively going to ESPN. It's just going to be another place for fans to watch that channel. As far as ESPN Plus, eventually they're going to have to sunset it. They're going to have to get rid of that brand. But right now, because of certain deals that they have, like with UFC, and I don't know specifically which college conferences, but a couple of the smaller college conferences, like the contracts they have with those deals, they have to be part of this ESPN Plus. So if you become a subscriber to this new app, you'll get ESPN Plus. But if you're an ESPN Plus subscriber, like you're an ESPN Plus subscriber, so you would end up probably just ditching that and subscribing to the ESPN app.
You mentioned that ESPN going to be overseeing the NFL Network programming and then NFL Red Zone. Would we see any differences and changes in that programming, or will it stay mostly the same, just with a different oversight?
I think it'll generally stay mostly the same. Here's the one thing about ESPN is that this is what they do for a living. This isn't necessarily what the NFL did for a living. So I think that you will see. I'm going to say two things that are going to sound polar opposite, but it's still somewhat true. You're going to see it more professionalized. The ESPN, they're part of ABC. ESPN has been around for how many years? 50 years or so. So they're going to be able to do things a lot more professionally and make some of the studio shows look more professional. At the same time, like Mina Kimes has a show on at night that's sort of a Zoom from her house, So they've also leaned into the other aspect of it. So you are going to see certain changes. You're going to see a certain ESPN stamp go into it. But if you're an NFL fan and you like the NFL Network, you'll still like the NFL Network. I think the changes are going to be. Yeah, you'll notice them, but they're not going to be massive.
What about crossover talent like Mina Kimes on Good Morning Football type stuff? Or, they can't do a show, I'm pretty sure, contractually at ESPN without Pat McAfee being involved. Like, how do they have him sitting next to
Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah, well, him too. I mean, it's one or the other. Normally not together. They're never in the same room at the same time. But they can't do anything without one of them. Like, do they somehow ruin Red Zone? I know they want to, desperately. How will they?
I can't. How could they ruin Red Zone? Red Zone is it's live look-ins to various games. I can't imagine that ESPN is going to come in and shake up Red Zone. I mean, Red Zone works the way it works.
Here's the way I'm envisioning it. Right? Scott Hansen goes to a game, and then Stephen A. Smith there's a little chyron at the bottom where he pops up and he starts debating the legacy of the quarterback of the game you're watching and whether or not this game will ruin his legacy.
Yeah, bring in the third string quarterback. Here's what I'll say to try to alleviate your fears, because I have heard a lot of fears about, oh no, when ESPN gets a hold of whatever. They hired Pat McAfee, and Pat McAfee, he went on air and publicly called out executives at ESPN, and he's publicly bashed other people at ESPN, and he does outrageous things that you never thought a Disney-owned company would allow, and they allow that. So under Jimmy Pitaro, who runs ESPN, he has a much more relaxed view about, like, if we're going to pay to bring in talent, we have to let the talent be the talent, and so he knows what works for NFL Red Zone, and putting Stephen A. to roll his eyes every time the Jets throw an interception is not going to work for the NFL Red Zone, and I can't imagine that they're going to do it.
Music
Although I
to
would
my
pay
ears.
to see that. That would be fun.
I love that. John Ourand is with us. All right, we'll let you out on this one. We only have about a minute left here. We're late, but I wanted to crowbar in Masson and the Nats. So when the dispute ended and it looked like the Nats were a free agent for TV rights, I was very hopeful of maybe something bigger and better. There is this sneaking suspicion, though, that Masson could still be the landing spot. I even saw they're talking with the Orioles about continuing the marriage here.
Yeah, I mean, so where else are they going to go? What you're describing was a scenario and the situation like 5 years ago or 6 years ago when they could have broken away and they could have had multiple partners bidding on their rights. But the whole regional sports network system is in disarray. Cable is in disarray. That's why we've been talking about the ESPN app for this conversation. So there aren't that many other areas.
You don't think Monumental would be a landing spot?
Monumental possibly could be a landing spot, but it depends. If I were Masson, I'd be spending a lot of money to try to keep the Nats on board. I mean, they already have a lot of name recognition and branding here in DC. I would so Monumental could be a landing spot, but it would take a lot of money, and I'm not sure if Ted will step up for a rights fee battle war.
John, appreciate the time, man. Hopefully we get to watch some good baseball tonight.
Hey, if I hear you booing, it'll echo through the stadium.
Yeah, remember, you have your own section, your own bathroom, and your own concession stand. Don't come to mine, and don't go to Toby's, all right? We all get our own tonight.
Nobody's going to be on the Metro on the way there. It'll be great.
Thanks, John. Be good. What
Take
are the
care. Bye.
chances of that? The three of us all going to the ball game tonight. 3 of the 4,700 or whatever it's going to be.
something like that.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I got a petty breakup to tell you about on Grant and Danny. It's time for our double play on Grant and Danny. Danny's in Scotland. Toby's in today. You're locked into the Fan. Our double play is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Thank you, big voice guy. I knew you had it in you. I found this video while doing my normal internet scroll of nonsense.
Okay.
That, makes me not productive and is the thing that I'd like to cut out of my life. But every now and then you stumble across something that's moderately entertaining. And I looked it up, and it's like 5 years old. But I had never seen it, and so maybe some of you hadn't. There is petty when you break up with someone, and then there's whatever this is. A guy, in an attempt to get back at or even with his girlfriend, did one of the most ridiculous things post-breakup that I've ever heard. Listen to this video.
Can's mother has been forced to block dozens of calls after her ex-partner allegedly took her phone number and plastered on poles here around the CBD, telling people to call up and impersonate Chewbacca for a chance to win $100.
This would be the most childish breakup I've ever had. Like, all you had to do was be mature and go, I don't love you anymore, I want to move on.
The calls have been waking her and her 3 young children up at odd hours in the evening, and they're yet to stop.
I won $500. Well, I'm getting phone calls at really strange hours of the night, about 1 o'clock till 4 o'clock.
Forced to call back the wannabe rookies and tear down the posters.
That is hilarious.
Not for her, I guess.
I mean, it's a bad bit, but it's hilarious.
Very well played.
Can you do a Chewbacca?
I cannot. If Danny was here, he could deliver the goods.
I can do a little bit of one.
What do you got? Okay, we'll take that.
Little.
You could have called. That's a 2 a.m. phone call.
Yeah, I could have won $100.
You could have. But that's the bit, is to say, hey, you got to call this number, leave a message with your best impression. We're going to pick one and give you $100. And so I guess just random hours, sober, not sober, middle of the day, overnight, people see the number, they call, and she's just blocking all these numbers and getting all these voicemails. I like the guy that goes, I want my $100.
I won $500.
Oh, man.
That is such a bad bit. Don't do that, but it's hilarious.
What do we think, Tobes? Now, I don't think of you as a particularly petty guy, but break up, would you think of something funny to do, or do you just let it ride?
Let it ride.
Yeah.
It is pretty funny, though. I don't think I could come up with that.
Clary, ever had anything funny happen to you during a breakup?
No, I never had my car egged or anything like that.
You never had anyone sign you up for the military, right?
No, they didn't sign me up for the military.
Recruiters started calling you for the next couple weeks.
Yeah, a couple months. Not Scientology either. Nothing of that.
Definitely never any emails saying you might have contracted anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, never anything like that. Never
good.
a thing of.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that.
You would not want that.
That's way too petty. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have the Chewbacca calls?
Well, I'll take the Chewbacca calls over that. All hours of the night? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I actually think I guess enough time has passed, right? But a military call is pretty good. Like, hey, did you sign up for the Army? I'm a recruiter. No? What do you mean? Are you sure? We have your email, your number, a lot of your information here.
Imagine getting a call from a Scientology school. with your address on there and everything. It was
that's a little
tough. Fun time.
I mean, hypothetically. Yeah, you've never
allegedly.
Had that. Of course. There you go, your double play. Even though it's 5 years old, maybe some of you heard it in the past. I hadn't, and so it's new for me.
It's hilarious. So good.
Oldie but goodie. Beltway Blitz is next. We'll get into the commanders and areas of concern. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day in the 4 o'clock hour on the Fan.
I won $500.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood and the NFL Commanders training camp. They're traveling up to Foxborough today. Have a joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow ahead of their preseason opener Friday night against the Patriots on the road. Other news, Rams running back Kyron Williams signed a 3-year extension worth $33 million, $23 million guaranteed. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers, and the Browns are signing quarterback Tyler Huntley. The Colts are going to start quarterback Anthony Richardson in their first preseason game on the against the Ravens on Thursday. Daniel Jones will start their second preseason game against Green Bay. In the WNBA, the Mystics made a trade, trading away Brittany Sykes to Seattle and the Storm. The Mystics get back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and a 2026 first-round pick. In baseball, the Nationals have added Clayton Beater and P.J. Poole into their bullpen as they have sent Zach Brixey and Ryan Ludus down to AAA. Cade Cavalli is being called up to start tomorrow, according to Grant Paulson. He made his first start and only start on August 26th of 2022. He'll take the mound for the first time in almost 3 years tomorrow. The Nats taking on the A's for the first of 3 tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. Luis Severino takes the hill for the A's. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you for the update, Toby. He is in for Danny today. It is Grant and Danny. Welcoming you back on the Fan. Show is sponsored by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. They've got a Fairfax office. Go to kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz going to cover the Commanders and the NFL. Let's start on the diamond with the Nationals. We'll catch up with Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com in just a moment. But while we await him, Toby, we mentioned it earlier, Mackenzie Gore on the mound for the Nats tonight. They will be calling up Cade Cavalli to start tomorrow. Some intrigue as far as the pitching pairings first couple days of this series, because in Gore's case, the lefty was an all-star for the Nationals this season, and he has not quite been the same since. Bobby is on the line, so let's go to MASNsports.com's Bobby Blanco. All right, so why don't we start right there? What do you make of Gore's second half post-all-star break?
I think it's been a little bumpy, right? I mean, he admitted leading up to after his start last week in Houston that, the trade deadline rumors were kind of being a distraction for him. He couldn't help but hear his name pop up a lot when it came to the deadline, what the Nationals were going to do with him. He, had the Nationals traded him, of course, that probably would have been one of the shockers of this year's trade deadline. But he's here now, and he knows he's here for the rest of the season. So he can just focus on pitching. He's got to get back in the strike zone. The walks and the hits and the runs are up. The strikeouts are down. That's just not how he was pitching earlier in this season when he became an all-star. So, yeah, Mackenzie's got to get the ship right tonight against the Athletics. And, this is not an easy lineup. I know it's the A's, and you can make fun of them for not having a hometown. They're the homeless Athletics. But his team's been playing well the past month or so. So it's not going to be an easy lineup for Mackenzie. He does need to get right, though, and get back in the strike zone and have a good outing.
Bobby, that's the unhoused Athletics, please.
Bobby, what do you want to see out of Cade Cavalli tomorrow?
Honestly, kind of similar to Mackenzie. Get in the strike zone. I mean, it's good that Cade has been able to just focus on pitching this year and not really have to worry about the injuries that have plagued him the past 2 seasons. So that's been a good. The positive, the negative is that the results haven't been there. The strikeout numbers have been fine, but giving up a lot of runs, giving up a lot of hits. I think he had an outing recently where he gave up 10-plus hits. He hit 3 batters in his last outing last week at AAA. So he's been kind of all over the place. Needs to get the ball over the plate, stay within the zone. He doesn't need to go out and pitch 6-7 shutout innings. That would be nice, but
just go out, give your team a chance, get a feel for pitching in a major league game. I'm assuming the emotions are going to be high for him. He's had such a long journey from Tommy John. Remember, he only made that one major league start a couple years ago. So this has been a long road for Cade to get back to this point. He's going to be emotional. Can you harness that and turn into a good, solid outing? I'll be interested to see how he deals with all those emotions coming in tomorrow night.
Bobby, speaking of long roads back, Dylan Cruz. This has been the longest oblique rehab in the history of the world. Like, they're like, okay, first let's take an at-bat. Then we'll play 1 inning. Then we'll play 2 innings. Then we'll play 2.5 innings. Why is this taking so long?
Yeah, not only did it take him a long time to get to playing in the games, but yeah, you're right. Now it's just a real slow ramp up now that he is playing at AAA Rochester, and he's still there. He's going to play tonight. I think he's going to serve as a DH, and then the next 2 nights he's going to play in the outfield, hopefully ramp up to a full 9 innings because, yeah, he's only been playing 2 innings, and then I think 4, and then I think 6 in his last outing on Sunday, which he did go 2 for 4. He got a double and a 3-run homer, which is a good sign. But, obliques are such a tricky injury to deal with, especially with a guy who swings as hard as he does and, can throw as hard as he does and, just lays his body out as much in the outfield as he does. So, with this season, the way that it's been going, there is no real reason to rush him back. You want to make sure he's 100% when he gets back to the majors and can finish the season strong and at the major league level and playing every day because that's what's going to matter, not him getting back and helping this team make a playoff push. That's not going to be the case. It's more so making sure he's healthy, and then when he gets back, he can finish the season healthy and strong and see his production at the plate. But it has been frustrating. Just up the road at Baltimore, Adley Rutschman dealt with a similar oblique injury that he suffered, I think, a couple of weeks after Dylan, and he's been back for a couple of weeks now. So I guess every injury is different, but it was a very similar situation where Adley was able to get back on the field quicker than Dylan was, and we'll see how he does next couple of nights at Rochester, and hopefully he gets back to the major soon.
Bobby, appreciate the time, man. Always great to chat.
That's my Chewbacca for you guys. Thanks,
That's
guys.
a good Chewbacca. Well done.
That's not bad. You could have won $100.
$100. Let's talk football.
Michael Phillips joining us from Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder. Michael, who are you looking forward to seeing and hearing reports of from their time in Foxborough coming up tomorrow for the joint practice and the game on Friday?
Yeah, it feels like the defense has gotten relatively strong reviews through camp so far, so let's put that to the test, right? Especially this defensive line. Patriots O-line that did not set the world on fire last year should actually be pretty good measuring stick for them in terms of getting some one-on-one work, seeing what they're able to do if they can live up to the little bit of hype they've generated so far. Of course, always excited to see the second-year guys. You're looking for that leap, right? You're looking for Luke McCaffrey. Cliff Kingsbury yesterday called it a night-and-day improvement. I would love to see a night-and-day improvement. That'd be a very good thing for this football team.
What kind of year's Von Miller going to have for the Commanders?
I think it just depends how many snaps he plays. I could see him being like a 40 to 50% of the snap guy, and maybe the numbers aren't there, but he is an impact player, like fourth quarter, like bring in the closer, like do the LED light show, here he comes to shut things down. I could also see him doing what Bobby Wagner did last year, finding a new year, playing 80 to 90% of the snaps, being out there, directing everybody. In the initial depth chart here, he's full on listed outside of the defensive line, which I think is an interesting commentary on how they see him, his versatility, and I think Joe Witt's going to be willing to draw up packages for him.
How long do you think this Terry situation can drag out before it starts to really impact week one?
Well, I think he could show up morning of and be very good. I think him and Jayden have that connection. That said, the fact that we're talking about is he going to play week one, that we are in the danger zone here. There's no doubt about that. I've very much been team pay the guy his money all along, but we are in the danger zone in terms of something needs to get done soon because this is an important piece to a very important season.
Michael, are we, speaking of danger zone, are we out of the woods now on the stadium coming back to D.C.? The first vote went through with 9 yeses. They need 7 the second time around, September 17th. I do know after that, though, it's got to go get some federal approval of some type, and we know the president reared his head at one point. Do you think we can kind of come out from under our bed now and celebrate that a stadium's going to be at the RFK site?
Yeah, to torture the football metaphor further, which has been done. We're no longer at the 1-yard line. We've scored the touchdown. We're waiting for the replay, right? So somebody's going to file a lawsuit. And you remember Potomac Yards, the original spot for FedEx Field, was approved by the Virginia legislature. There was a lawsuit over economic conditions or like protected wetlands there. Jack Kent Cooke said, I don't have time for that. I'm dying. I got to get a stadium built right now. Withdrew from that. That's obviously not going to happen here. But there's going to be another scare. There's going to be another segment where you're talking to somebody over the thing that's allegedly going to derail it today. I think all of the credible obstacles have passed. The only one really left would be if the president does take a vested interest in this. I think we're all just pretending that won't happen and hoping for the best. I think we're in a very good spot here.
Something that Grant and I were kicking around a little bit earlier in the show. Do you think that this year is playoffs or bust?
Well, I think this is a team that could improve on the field, be a better team, and have a worse record, right? They were so good last year, won those close games. It's a tough schedule. AFC West, NFC North, it's a very tough schedule. Eagles twice, Cowboys on Christmas. There's some tough games. Green Bay on Thursday night, quick turnaround there in week 2. I could see this being a 9-win team that narrowly misses, but at the end of the year we say, that is the team we think it is. That's a lot of good players, and once they get some more pieces in, they're going to be dominant year in, year out. I think the fan expectation, though, is playoffs, and I think that would be ultimately a tough one to sell if that was the outcome. Anything less than 9 wins, a losing record, that's a bad season. With Jayden Daniels, if he's healthy this season, you got to have a winning record.
Give me a couple of names of players you'll be tracking closely in Friday night's preseason game.
Well, I've been told they call him Bill. I don't know how you get that from Jacory, but of course he'll have the buzz. Everybody loves to fall in love with a running back. He can be in the Lake Seastrunk honorary preseason Hall of Fame division at your deep cuts there, your guys who do that. Now, I think he'll be good when we get to the season, too. I also think he's not going to be active on week 1, so I think everybody can slow their roll on that. I'm excited to see some of the new guys, right? Amos Lane. You've got a lot of new talent coming in. Excited to see how they adjust. Kane Medrano was a guy Joe Witt talked about yesterday at a little bit of length. He was talking about, all right, he's established himself well at the linebacker position. He's got the physical traits. Can he handle coverage, right? And how many times have we seen this team get burned when the linebacker can't handle the tight end in coverage? That's the question mark. We'll get to see that in a game environment. I'm excited for that.
Michael, thank you, buddy.
Take care, boys.
Check him out, Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder if you live in the capital of VA. Let's keep the blitz going. Matt Harmon does an awesome job breaking down all things football at Yahoo, but specifically the receiver position. He is a writer and analyst at Yahoo and created Reception Perception. Matt, welcome back on to Grant and Danny. We appreciate you. I want to start with the ongoing hold-in of Terry McLaurin. How good is he, and where would you rank him? What is he when you look at the wide receiver landscape nationally?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on as always. And yeah, I mean, Terry McLaurin has been one of my favorite wide receivers since he entered the league. Very explosive downfield separator, a guy who has some incredible scores against man and press coverage over the course of his career. You know, reception perception, I think, which for people who are not familiar, I'm going in and I'm charting the routes. I'm watching the film over an 8-game sample. I think it's really for a guy that hasn't been paired with great quarterback play to be kind over the course of his career outside of last season, it's really the perfect methodology to show, you know, what is so good about Terry McLaurin, because, again, we're isolating him from some of the messy surrounding variables he's played with. I think the guy has consistently been, you know, not an elite tier 1 receiver, you know, the guys like A.J. Brown or, you know, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, those type of players, but I think he's been a long-term guy that's been in kind of that second tier, like a fringe top 10 wide receiver. You know, it's always hard ranking wideouts because there's so many new, good, young prospects coming into the league. You know, Malik Neighbors, Drake London a few years ago, Brian Thomas Jr., Ladd McConkey last year. You know, so it's always kind of hard for these veteran guys, like, where do you slot them in? But I still think right now when I'm looking at, like, my real-life wide receiver rankings, I think he's somewhere around that 12 to 14 mark, and obviously somebody that is coming off, from a production standpoint, the best season of his career because Jayden Daniels arrived there in Washington. I just love the way those guys' skill sets lined up.
Matt, would you be comfortable paying $30 million or a little bit more for Terry McLaurin?
The tough part, right, is the age. And if I have to guess, that's where like the holdup here is, because he is a sneaky older player. He came into the league in 2019 at an older age. He's going to turn 30. And look, I turned 34 over the weekend. I know it sounds stupid to be like, oh, this old man at 30 years old. But look, it's football. It's different. And I think that's probably the hang-up here. But if I'm Terry McLaurin, I am looking at that DK Metcalf contract, a guy who's 28 years old, who's coming in at $33 million a year, and just straight up DK Metcalf. I know, look, it's different circumstances because he got traded, and that's when guys usually get extended, but this is a guy that is coming off the worst season of his career. And just over the last 3 years, like, forget reception perception and some of the advanced stuff, McLaurin is 9th in the NFL in receiving yards. Garrett Wilson is 10th. DK Metcalf, who I just mentioned, is 12th. Like, he's produced at a level that I think would be commensurate with a $30 million wide receiver bare minimum. So I would hope that the two sides could compromise, and maybe if he wants Metcalf money, $33 million a year, Garrett Wilson $32.5 million, we can maybe come in the Amon-Ra St. Brown or Brandon Ayuk zone. Again, I know much younger players, but guys that have been productive sort of tier 2 receivers in their own rights.
He leads the league in contested catches since 2020 with 89. And you mentioned reception perception and some of those advanced numbers at other places. Like the WAR from PFF I saw was 1.31 over 3 seasons, which they have 7th among wide receivers. When you break him down, the contested catches thing is kind of the calling card. But what are the routes he excels and thrives on? What are the things you would say if there are weaknesses? Like, to me, I wonder about separation and how you grade that, because oftentimes he's making the contested catches, but he's not necessarily separating.
Yeah, see, I think putting, like, early on in his career, sometimes this happens with contested catches, like wide receivers, we see the contested catch, like, he wasn't open. But there are points in the route where the guy is open and he gets thrown into a contested situation. And I think that was happening a lot, like, early on in his career. A guy like Taylor Heineke, I think, was a great example that just didn't have the arm to get it to McLaurin when he was down the field. Now, I do think as a separator, McLaurin is gone from being, like I said, about like a over 90th percentile player to right around last year. He was 79th percentile against man coverage. That is really, really good. Again, I still think from a separation standpoint, he gets open at all 3 levels. He also is a guy that, again, when we're talking about the type of targets that he gets, it's a lot of downfield stuff, right? He runs a lot of 9 routes. He runs a lot of deeper out routes, deeper dig routes as well. Those are some of the routes that he runs at a high volume. And that's obviously, again, going to put him into, like, it doesn't look like he's as open because it's more of those downfield targets. But I still think he's a very good separator. And also, I think Cliff Kingsbury did a great job with the entire offense last year. And I know, like, some people hate to kind of keep harping on this, but I do wish that they moved McLaurin around the field a little bit more. He took 72.3% of his sample snaps and reception perception as the outside left receiver. I only have 4 seasons in reception perception history. That's 2014 to current, where a guy has taken over 70% of their sample snaps at one outside receiver position. One is McLaurin from last year. One is Nelson Aguilar's 2015 rookie season, and 2 years of DeAndre Hopkins' career in Arizona with Cliff Kingsbury. So that can sometimes, like, think back to the Eagles game, that Thursday night game where he got kind of shut out. It just makes it easier to defend that guy when you know where he's lining up on every single play. And actually, if you remove that game from the reception perception sample, his success rate versus zone coverage number actually jumps up by quite a bit. So, look, I mean, again, he's got to get open consistently, but also at the same time, I think they could do a better job, like, moving him around. So, I sort of understand some of Washington's hesitancy just because of the age. Like I mentioned, maybe a slight dip against man coverage last year. What's the next step in the decline for Terry McLaurin, if there is going to be one? I do understand that, but they're also a team that's working with a rookie contract and, it does have the space, I think, to kind of get this one done.
With Deebo Samuel added to the fold and an improved O-line, do you see a difference in the way that they would use McLaurin, assuming everything gets done, or do you think it's a little more the same?
I think it's probably more the same, and this is honestly one of the reasons where I feel like Washington has painted themselves in a little bit of a corner here with this, because the receiver room is just, I think it's too light to really be playing hardball with McLaurin now at this point when you have a rookie quarterback. Like, just, again, look, I'm not Adam Peters. Adam Peters knows more about football than me, knows more about team building than me. That is for sure. But if it was me, I would not want to be messing around with the connection between my number one wide receiver and this second-year quarterback that's coming off a dynamic rookie season, I want to make his life as easy as possible in year two, better than it was in year one. I don't want to tie one hand behind his back because I look at this wide receiver room like Deebo Samuel. Now, that is a player that you can see is in reception perception in clear decline. Like, we're picking nits at some of the McLaurin numbers, but this is a guy in Deebo Samuel that has definitely taken a big step back from being like a slightly below average man coverage player, but an elite zone beater, to an average zone beater and a poor receiver against man coverage at this point. Like, I think Deebo actually fits the offense well in some of the screens and horizontal routes, but I want that to be like a role player here, not a guy that is the featured receiver in the room. And then beyond that, they don't really have like another true perimeter presence here. I think we kind of want, like Luke McCaffrey to maybe break out as a slot receiver. I think McCaffrey showed some decent things in isolation last year, but again, it just don't really have like another outside presence if McLaurin's not on this team.
Matt, it's great info. Really, really good insight. Love talking receivers with you. Thanks for hopping aboard.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. It's a fun team. I can't wait to see them play this year, so thank you guys for having me.
Of course. We'll catch up soon. Check out his work, Yahoo and Reception Perception. It's Matt Harmon with us on Grant and Danny. That is your Beltway Blitz. I want to play a little game next, Terry Orr, where we go through some wide receivers and we see if we'd rather have McLaurin this season or another guy. By the way, Terry Orr is actually the name of a player who played for the Redskins from 1986 through 1993. So we'll name the game after Terry Orr from Savannah, Georgia, who was at one point in time a Redskin 10th round pick. It'll be called Terry Orr. But that's ORR, but this will be Terry OR.
I got it. I like it.
But the other one's ORR.
Okay.
Just to be clear.
Just like Zach Orr.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terry Orr. Can we get Terry Orr on the show to play Terry Orr with us? That would actually be really meta. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders traveling to New England today. They'll have a joint practice in Foxborough tomorrow. Commanders and Patriots preseason opener Friday night at 7:30. Other news in the NFL, Kyron Williams signed a 3-year extension worth $33 million, $23 million guaranteed. Shedeur Sanders is going to start the Browns preseason opener. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison has been suspended for the first 3 games for violating league substance of abuse policy. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers, and the Browns signed quarterback Tyler Huntley. Also, the Titans signed safety Quandre Diggs. In the WNBA, the Mystics traded Brittany Sykes to the Seattle Storm, getting back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and a 2026 first-round pick. Tonight, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the A's at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. Luis Severino goes for the A's. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All of our training camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny's out, Toby's in, I'm Grant. Thank you for listening to the Fan. You guys may remember Terry Orr, the 2-time Super Bowl champion who played almost exclusively in Washington with the Redskins. He was a tight end who played 105 career games. He caught 52 passes. We're about to play a game in his honor, his namesake. The game is called Terry Orr. Not because of the 63-year-old tight end, but I'm going to go through wide receivers. We are going to determine, would you rather have same money, 1-year deal, both playing for league minimum, let's say, for the hypothetical, Terry Orr, the player to be named later. We're going to find out where we rank him among NFL wide receivers once and for all. And just so we're all on the same page, if you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, Toby's hat will get turned backwards, and he's going to turn into Toki and start spitting fire here eventually because he gets very upset when we talk about his sweet prince in any way other than as the best receiver in the league. Are you ready? Are you calm?
We'll see.
I'm not going to troll you. I'm just going to go through
Well, the entire
names.
break was trolling.
Yes, that was fun. We were just saying, like, Jalen Hyatt might be, but we're just trying to get a rise out of you. This is real life, live football conversing between pals. Terry Orr, A.J. Brown of the Philadelphia Eagles.
A.J. Brown.
I will also go with A.J. Brown of the Philadelphia Eagles. So we both have Terry as the number 2 receiver in the NFL right now.
Yes.
You're happy. You got to like that. Terry Orr, Justin Jefferson, jitters across the middle from J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings lead 7-0.
Give me Jettis.
I better give you Jettis. Justin Jefferson, best wide receiver on planet Earth. I will also take Jets. So Terry's now the number 3 receiver in the NFL. Terry Orr, the former tight end, you see?
Yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. That is 3 that we have taken over Terry, who's now slid down to number 4 on our big board, respectively. All right, we're continuing through the NFL wide receivers. We're playing Terry Orr. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Terry Orr, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Terry.
Oh, and just like that, Toby's loyalty shows. The answer would be Amon-Ra St. Brown for this football season. So I'm up to 4 now that I would have over Terry. You got to keep your own number. It's going to get too complicated for me. Puka Nacua. Terry Orr, Puka Nacua.
Scarence Terrence.
Now, they're very different. Like Puka Nacua outside as a wide receiver 1. I don't love as much as the role he plays, but he's a wide receiver 1. He just does it from inside. I would go with Puka Nacua this football season over Terry McLaurin. I don't think that's crazy. I mean, this is a guy who had the league's highest receiving grade from PFF 93 last year. His 2-year total of nearly 3,000 receiving yards hasn't really been done. And Terry McLaurin, I mean, he has never gone to 1,300, right? This is a guy that's averaging basically 1,500 2 straight years. So there's no real statistical case for you to make, but I will accept it. Would you like to try to convince me that Terry McLaurin's better than Puka Nacua?
I've already done this plenty of times, so no. Terry.
Okay. But people haven't heard it.
He's consistent year in, year out. You know what he's going to get.
Puka
I know.
Nacua is not? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Puka's a good receiver. It's like in that same area with Terry.
Okay.
But I'll take Terry.
All right, very good. Terry or C.D. Lamb within the division with the Dallas Cowboys.
C.D. Lamb.
I will also take C.D. Lamb. A little surprised you did that, by the way. Terry or, this is a guy that Toby sleeps on.
I like this guy.
Who am I? I'm Toby Altizer. I had no idea how good this guy was. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans. Big, physical.
Mm-hmm.
Terry or Nico Collins?
Terry McLaurin.
Oh, boy. That is precious. What an adorable thing you just said. Nico Collins, obviously. For me, the gigantic route-running dude who carves people up is uncoverable. Terry or Tyreek Hill?
On the field or off the field?
This is strictly on the field. Tyreek Hill could never play for my team. I'll tell you that right now. That is a no for me, dog. That is a no. I saw the Junkies were doing something about like trading for Tyreek Hill, which, by the way, is not real and is a ridiculous thing. But regardless of that, I just would never want him. But just who's the better receiver for this football season? I'm going Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
All right. That brings us to, this is actually the really tough threshold, I think, into Terryville.
I've walked myself into a difficult corner here. I've noticed I usually say he's in a certain range, and he's going to be much higher in my range here, but whatever. I've made my bed. I have to sleep in it.
The fifth, number 5 receiver in the NFL.
Right now, he's number 6 for me.
Okay. I'm going through the list I'm giving you, by the way, is just PFF's ranking of their top receivers in the league. That's just how I'm saying them, but we've still got some really good ones to go here. We're at number 9 in the NFL, according to PFF, and Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Bucks. Terry or the ageless wonder. You want to talk about Terry not getting a contract because he's about to be 30. Mike Evans, who is 31. By the way, somehow, I don't know how he's that young. I thought he was like 46.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Mike Evans is going to turn 32 this football season. He has gone for 1,000 yards every single year he has been in the league. Now, you go back to last year, they're like throwing him a pass with 8 seconds left to get him over 1,000. So I don't know what that really means. But, I mean, this is a guy in his career that does have 1,500, 1,300-yard seasons on the ledger. He's got 95, 85 catch seasons on the ledger. His touchdown years in his prime, he's had 5 years, what Terry did last year. That was the first time McLaurin had done it, where it's 12 or more touchdowns. He's just a vulture in the red zone. So Terry or Mike Evans, future Hall of Famer for this football season.
Terry McLaurin.
I'm going to go Mike Evans over Terry McLaurin. By the way, I just want to remind everyone I love Terry McLaurin. I think he's awesome. Okay? That needs to be said. Now, I'm not making it as clear that I love him as Toby is, but I don't think Mrs. McLaurin is either, necessarily. Okay. The game is called Terry Orr, named after former Redskins tight end Terry Orr. They've got Terry McLaurin listed number 10 for PFF, for the record. I'm going to go to number 11, Drake London. Terry or Drake London of the Atlanta Falcons?
Terry.
I'm going to go with Drake London of the Atlanta Falcons. Big, physical.
We're getting close to the hat getting turned around, GP.
Toki's about to make an appearance. All right, this one is just very easy for me. One of my favorite receivers in the league. I think this is way too low of a ranking, by the way. They have Malik Neighbors of the Giants, 12th. Terry or Malik Neighbors of the Giants?
I'm going to stick with what I've said for a million years on this. And
a million years? Malik Neighbors has been around for 6 seconds.
I know, but it's going to get... You're going to... I already know the argument's going to happen, but Terry. But I already know the argument's going to happen with a later guy because I've figured out who I have ahead. But
okay,
continue.
That's fine. Malik Neighbors is just a freak. He's uncoverable. I think he's going to catch 115 balls this year. Give me Malik Neighbors. Terry or Garrett Wilson of the New York Football Jets? Younger Ohio State product. 11th best WAR among wide receivers last season. Reached the 1,000-yard mark for the third straight year to start his career in a terrible organization. Terry or Garrett Wilson?
Terry.
I'm going to go Garrett Wilson of the New York Jets on this one. Terry or T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals? Since entering the league in 2020, has 71 contested catches, rank in the top 5. Now, Terry's got the most over that time.
Terry.
This one's really hard because I really want to take T over him, but this is where I'm going to allow my Terry love to show up a little bit. The tiebreaker is going to be, he's my sweet prince. Terry McLaurin, I will take over T. Higgins, but it is close. And by the way, if I didn't live in D.C. and I didn't watch every game the last several years, it would be T. Higgins because he's just a badass. Cross the middle, tough to defend.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's the guy that Toby doesn't even know exists. Toby hibernates so much on this guy that he just sleeps for 3 months at a time like a teddy bear. Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
This is where I said you were going to argue with me. BTJ.
Oh, you're going BTJ?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good. We had a big fight over this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas Jr. is that guy.
No, we were arguing about Neighbors.
Well, him too.
I'd take BTJ over Neighbors, which I think you probably would not.
You're asking me to pick between my children. I love both of these guys. I mean, Neighbors, I just went so hard on before the draft being better than Marvin Harrison that I want to stick with him as the next star. I did not think Brian Thomas Jr. was this good, but last year he was the best young receiver. He had a better year than Neighbors. I'll take him over Terry as well. So, by the way, right now, I have 13 guys over Terry. How many do you have?
6.
Okay, so you got McLaurin, the number 7 guy in the league. I got him 14th. Devontae Adams or Terry this year? This is Milwaukee Toads.
This might be my toughest one. I'm still going off of what I saw for so many years. Give me Devontae Adams.
I'll also take Devontae Adams. Now, I think this is probably the last year I would do that.
Correct.
If he doesn't get right.
His release, he's so good.
Terry or Devontae Smith, Philadelphia Eagles?
Terry.
I'll go Terry as well. Terry or Chris Godwin, Tampa Bay Bucks?
Terry.
Now, listen closely, everybody. I would take Godwin, I think, by a nose if he was healthy and I knew what was going on with the shoulder. He just gets hurt all the time. ACL, shoulder, this, that. He was the best receiver in the league statistically when he got hurt several weeks in last year. So I will put Terry above him for that reason. Brandon Ayuk or Terry?
Terry.
I agree. DJ Moore or Terry?
Terry.
I agree. Jalen Waddle or Terry?
Terry.
All right, so we'll leave it kind of here. We got Ladd McConkey, DK Metcalf, Chris Olave. By the way, Olave is sneaky right there, too, if he doesn't have any more concussion issues. I think there's a possibility Ladd McConkey, Jalen Waddle, DJ Moore, some of those guys could move ahead of him. But right now, this moment, based on the numbers, I've got Terry, the number 15 wide receiver in the NFL. You've got him?
8. Which is kind of where I've always said.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, you've said first in your heart, but 8th in your head. You didn't even become Toki, by the way. We got through the segment that you didn't even have to spin your hat around.
It was getting close with some of the guys that you were taking over.
Which guy that I took bothered you the most?
Probably Drake London.
Drake London got under your skin?
Yeah, Drake London.
He's a good player.
Really good player.
Yeah.
Not Terry.
All right, so do you guys, what did you think? I want reactions to that. What do you agree with, disagree with? Toby's got him 8th. I've got him 15th. I think that range you kind of throw into a blender for the most part.
Yeah.
I would say somewhere between 12 and 16 is reasonable.
Yeah, I'm on the high end.
You're
I realize
on like
that.
7 to 10, 7 to 11. Where are you guys at on this? 800-636-1067. That was Terry Orr, the former tight end on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I told you that we would be catching up with Robert Maize of The Athletic. We were supposed to have him on the show at 5. He's at Steelers camp. I guess practice broke a little early, so he's got some obligations. He'll be joining us at 5:30 on G&D today, so we'll push him back about a half hour. But he does a really good job covering the NFL for The Athletic. Looking forward to going around the league with him, talking all things burning NFL questions. We were playing Terry Orr, trying to figure out where we would rank McLaurin. I've got him somewhere in the back end of the top 15 among receivers. Toby's got him squarely in the top 10 at number 8. Wanted to see how you guys felt about where we slotted him in, where you would have him right now among wide receivers in the league as a polarizing hold-in at Commanders camp. Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. What's up, Scott?
What's up, Scott?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Very well.
I got them somewhere in the top 15. The only thing that I say, and first of all, I want Terry here. But I also agree with the approach the team is taking. You can't pay somebody for what they've done. You pay them for what you think they're going to do, what the value will be moving forward. That's what good teams do. I get it. However, this will be Terry's only his second year playing with a really good quarterback. And we don't know what that chemistry will look like in year 2. And the fact that he's not in camp and they're not building on that, I'm sure they're talking whatever. I hope it happens, but I say right now, top 15,
Did you
probably
take
closer
any
to
issues,
10.
Scott, with any of the guys that we put ahead of him? Did we make any big blunders, did you think? Or was it reasonable?
No, I think Toby was probably a little more in line with what I'm thinking. I think I find him somewhere around 11, 12, closer to 10 than 15.
Okay.
But, I mean...
So I'll say this, Scott, to your point. I think the year he had last year, like if I was doing a ranking based on last season, which I'm pretty sure is essentially what PFF was doing, they had him 10th. I think he had a top 10 season in the league. They also say in their write-up he's the hardest guy in the league to rank, which I find pretty interesting.
Well, I think it's true.
Yeah, I'm just not sure why that is. It may be his age or something. I don't know.
I don't know. So many people dismiss him because they don't view him as talented as some of these other guys, and maybe he's not. But
he's not a separator. He's not sexy. He's not twitchy.
He's a different part of the issue that's so difficult here is we can argue with some of these guys, but they're different types of receivers. And Terry is kind of unique in that he's not necessarily a big body guy that relies on contested catches, which is not really a prototype that you would draw up in a lab. But he consistently does it year in, year out. So I don't know how you can discount it as if it's not going to continue on.
The other thing about the receiver position, too, is it's so loaded coming out of school now, collegiately, that every year we replenish another 3 or 4 really, really good ones. So guys, like it would have been really easy, if not for last year's draft class of rookies, that group of Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr. that I have over him, even Ladd McConkey, who's kind of breathing on the back of his neck, who's I think he had, 1,200 yards or something insane. I mean, people sleep. Do you know his numbers from last year with the Chargers?
He's incredible.
When I saw his numbers, they blew me away. I thought there's no way he did that. He went 82 for 1150 and 7.
Wow.
As a rookie last year. 1150. Has Terry done that? Maybe once? He's had 11. Now, you could say Justin Herbert's a better quarterback than anything he had. Yeah, that's it. Terry's never, he has had 111.91 season back in 2022 when he made the Pro Bowl. That surpasses McConkey last year. And I do think, by and large, McLaurin will only get better now with Jayden Daniels as his quarterback in terms of efficiency. But there's also something to be said for, if you remember, Terrell Pryor one year caught 70 balls for 1,000 yards. And my argument when Washington brought him in and everyone was so excited about that was someone had to catch the ball in that offense. Someone had to get the yards. They didn't have anybody else. They had crap quarterbacks. I think Cody Kessler was throwing him the ball. They had no other weapons.
So bad.
And that part of the negotiation with Terry never comes up in the sense of, yes, it is obviously a great benefit if you're with good quarterbacks. And the fact that he's done what he's done with bad ones is a huge argument for him. But there is something to be said for when you play on bad teams that lose all the time and they're throwing more, and there's nobody else that's that good at receiver. Like, someone's got to get the ball.
Yeah.
And you benefit from that as a volume guy.
But I think when you're a guy that has been there and done it year over year, it's not like this is a guy that's done it for 2 years and you're like, can he do it for a third? I mean, he's done it year after year after year, and it's relatively similar numbers. 87 receptions, 77, 77, 79. Last year, 82. And every year it's, 1,000 to 1,100 yards. Last year was the anomaly with the touchdowns going up to 13. But I think I would point out, GP, that the previous couple of years, he was 130 targets or more, except for 1 year where he's 120. Last year, he was at 117. And part of that is Cliff's offense. Part of that is they started slow with him. His numbers could be close to 1,200 yards if he hits the touchdown in week 1 in the second half against Tampa.
Yeah, but if you do that with him, you got to do it with everybody.
I understand that. I'm just saying, what's to make you think that he can't go for 1,200 yards this year, again, with maybe getting the target share that he did last year, maybe even a little bit more?
Here's my question I come back to
Why can't he
all
do
the
that
time.
again?
If you put him in a crowded receiver room like a Tampa, just as an example to juxtapose him with Godwin, who I really like, who's the same age. Every week, Godwin's going to catch 6 to 8 balls.
But he's a different type of receiver.
I understand. But what I'm wondering is, does McLaurin become a guy that you have to involve and factor in to a huge extent every week, or does he just kind of blend in because Evans is going to get his and now Emeka Egbuka is going to get his? I think he is a beneficiary of kind of being a one-man band in some way, to that extent. But we're going to find out this year with Debo here now. How many targets get taken away, and when you're getting fewer balls thrown your way, maybe if you don't have an off season at all with Jayden Daniels, what does that look like? I want to get more of your reaction on this at 800-636-1067. Your thoughts on where McLaurin fits in among the best wide receivers. Also, what are people getting wrong about the Commanders? We've got some thoughts on that on Grant and Danny next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, Commanders training camp, they are on the road to take on the Patriots on Friday. They'll have a joint practice against the Patriots tomorrow. Preseason opener again on Friday at 7:30. Other news in the NFL, Kyron Williams is signing a 3-year extension worth $33 million with the Rams, $23 million guaranteed. Shedeur Sanders is going to start for the Browns in their preseason opener. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison has been suspended for the first 3 games of the NFL season for violating the league's substances of abuse policy. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers, and the Browns signed quarterback Tyler Huntley. The Titans have signed safety Quandre Diggs, and the Colts are planning to start quarterback Anthony Richardson in their first preseason game. Daniel Jones will start in their second preseason game. WNBA, the Mystics are trading away Brittany Sykes to Seattle. The Mystics getting back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and a 2026 first-round pick. In baseball, the Nationals have added Clayton Beater and P.J. Poulin to their bullpen. Zach Brixey and Ryan Luda sent down to AAA. Cade Cavalli being called up to make the start tomorrow for the Nationals tonight. Nats begin a 3-game series against the A's at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Luis Severino. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our prior learning assessment network. Save time, save money, finish your mission because at PGCC, your future is our mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of all the important stuff. Last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney, things that aren't fun but need to be done, and they make it seamless and easy. In fact, my parents needed some work, and I set them up with Condori and Murad, and they took great care of them, and I would send any of my friends or family to them. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Good guys went to Lake Braddock High, George Mason University, based out of Fairfax. That's kmlawyers.com. Mention us, they'll get you a discount. Toby's been breaking down some of the ongoing news today in the NFL in updates. Just some quick reactions here before we get back to Terry McLaurin. The Vikings are going to be without wide receiver Jordan Addison for 3 games, settling his DUI case last month, and now the league ruling that he'll be suspended for 3. Toby, looking at their first 3 games of the season, they've got the Bears in primetime at 8:15 in Chicago. That's a sneaky spot for the Bears. That's a pick-em game right now. I know that Caleb Williams is at a bad camp. We'll see what the preseason looks like for Chicago. But good offseason, huge debut, going to be electric. I would think at Soldier Field for Ben Johnson's first game, Caleb Williams' second season. Vikings on the road, tough place to play against that defense. And now you're without Addison. J.J. McCarthy's first start in the NFL. Like, there's a lot of reasons why the Bears could be in business there. Then they've got the Falcons. Would have been the old Kirk Cousins rematch. But I guess he played them last year, I think, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Yeah, that's true because he played against Darnold, actually. So that would have been the second time he met with Minnesota. I think second game back there in as many seasons. But it'll be Penix against the Vikings. But that's a second straight primetime game to start their season. So twice in a row they're playing under the lights. That's a tough game against a potential playoff team. And then they've got the Bengals coming to Minnesota. So their first 3 games without Addison are against Chicago, much better. Atlanta, fringe playoff team last year. Bengals, who feel like they've got Super Bowl aspirations with Joe Burrow at the helm. Then they've got the Steelers after that. And that's a brutal first quarter of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they've got one of the best wide receiver duos when you have Jefferson and Addison on the field, and Jefferson's clearly the top dog. You know, as long as you have him, you've got a shot. But not having Addison on the field for the first couple starts for J.J. McCarthy is not going to be great because they're going to get in a lot of work, and all of a sudden you're just going to have to stop throwing the ball to Addison and then try to pick up where you left off 3 games in. So we'll see. It's interesting. It's been a bit of a headache having Jordan Addison on the Vikings. It's, plenty of off-the-field stuff, but he's a heck of a football player when he's on it. So we'll see if when he comes back, how good he'll be.
Well, you talked yesterday about liking Shedeur Sanders in that Browns quarterback room. What an opportunity for him come Friday night. He's going to start their preseason opener because of hamstring injuries to multiple quarterbacks. Joe Flacco's not going to play. Kenny Pickett's not going to play with a hammy. Rookie Dylan Gabriel also nursing a hamstring. So you're down to the number 4 quarterback on the depth chart. They just signed I think Huntley, the former
Tyler
Raven.
Huntley, yeah.
He's going to play, I would think, in this preseason game. He's going to have to. But I would imagine not only does Sanders play, but he's going to play a lot, maybe a quarter, a half, something like that. What a great chance. If he looks really good, that would swing the narrative a bit, and there'd be a lot of momentum behind him. Not like Dylan Gabriel's insurmountable on the depth chart, or Kenny Pickett, same thing. Flacco's likely going to start, but he could climb the depth chart with a strong performance. I'm not as high on him as a rookie. I think he's got a lot of work to do, but he can't ask for a better chance than to start and play a lot Friday night.
Yeah, reports are that it's been kind of uneven for basically all of the quarterbacks in Browns camp. So
shocker. Bunch of bad quarterbacks.
Exactly. So having this kind of opportunity where you're the guy that's going to get the first game action, go out there, put some good film out there, and see what can happen. Because if you can have a good game, then you can start discussions, and not like anyone else is going to wow anybody. So if you can go out there and play well, this is a massive opportunity for what maybe he could get on the field earlier in his rookie year.
I want to get into something that I think might go better for Washington this year than people think. Something maybe folks are getting wrong about the Commanders, and we'll do that in a few. But a couple people want to weigh in on our Terry Orr game that we played. Joseph's in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. What's up, Joseph?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. You guys did most of the homework for me by playing the Terry Orr game, but it's just Terry is a middle of the pack wide receiver. We love him, but he's a middle of the pack wide receiver, and you guys did the homework by listing all the receivers that you take ahead of him. So the way I see him currently, just from a contract perspective, honestly, is look at what T. Higgins got earlier in the offseason. T. Higgins got 4 over 115 with 41 guaranteed. So for me, if you want to sweeten this for Terry, you can go up to 116 to give him 29 even. You could. Another thing you can really do is you can play with the guaranteed money, go up to 50 or 60, and also backload that guaranteed money. Because if you go to 60 million guaranteed, say, but that 60 million is in the end of the contract, now that actually really reads like 4 years over 115 with 90 million guaranteed.
Right.
So I'm just sort of thinking like how you can. There are ways I could see that are Terry friendly, that the team can still stay under that 30. I'm just going to hang up and see what you guys have to say.
No, it's a good phone call. I actually think the comp to T. Higgins' money makes a lot of sense. Now, the problem from the Buddy Baker perspective, the agent for McLaurin, is he's going to say, well, T. Higgins signed a contract as a clear wide receiver too.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jamar Chase is the breadwinner there that leads the team in catches and yards and targets and explosives and all those things. And if you're Buddy Baker and Terry McLaurin, you're not signing a contract as a wide receiver too. But yeah, I think it's a comparable player, puts up comparable productivity. Now, you can argue over durability, where Terry's played more than T. Higgins, who's in and out of the lineup constantly last season and over the last couple of years. But I think the point makes sense. And you got to something that's significant here. We talk a lot about AAV. It's a very tangible, easy thing. But the guaranteed money is really, at the end of the day, what is going to be the holdup, or what is being the holdup on this negotiation now, right?
Yeah.
And I would imagine McLaurin wants to be in that $60 million range, DK Metcalf style. That's what he's going to demand, and the team doesn't want to be anywhere near that because they're already telling you, we think he's old. We think, at the position, 30 years old, going to be 31. We think the decline starts in the next year or two. So they probably want to be out of guaranteed money after 2 seasons, which means at most, even if you're front-loading 2 years of $50 million in guarantees or something, the first couple of years are fully guaranteed and paid up. You want 50 million of those guarantees gone, and you still have 10 million of 60 after that somehow becomes dead money, or however that works out. Like, that's not what they want. And 60, I would say, is the floor of what McLaurin's asking for. He probably wants more like 65 million in guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the issue. Is I'm guessing they'd like to be out of the contract without any real guaranteed money after 2 years. McLaurin's looking to probably have guaranteed money into the 4th year of the deal.
Yeah,
that's a big difference.
I think that is probably the holdup, because Diana Russini had a report earlier today that said when we talk about the DK deal that maybe not so much the AAV is what he's worried about as maybe some other things, which would then probably be the guarantees. So just looking at the DK contract, which we've talked about a lot, that's a $33 million AAV, but it's $60 million guaranteed over 4 years, or 4 years, $132 million, and then 60 guaranteed on that. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see, because also I don't necessarily want a 4th year on this thing, because then you start to coincide, if you're adding on to what you currently have with this year, then you're starting to coincide with the Jayden contract. Part of the reason that I think the Terry deal can be somewhat easier than what other situations could be is if you do a 3-year extension with him, it comes off the books as Jayden now has to get paid after that 5th year option. And I think that.
But if you front load it a little bit, it's not as big a deal.
Sure, but
like the second and third years of his deal should be where the money is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, I should say the second and third years from now, because I'm saying you're adding to this year. So like,
just ideally
next year and the year after.
Ideally, you don't have anything really running into that Jayden contract because the Jayden contract is going to be massive, right? So anything that's running into that. But yeah, I think.
But the Daniels money is not really going to kick in until 2029, basically.
Sure.
So, I mean, you're talking about having the 26, 27, 28 season still. Even if you signed a 4-year extension with Terry McLaurin, there's not going to be guaranteed money on the very back end of that.
Yeah.
I think you're out of it for the final year. That's why I don't really view any negotiation with Terry as having a whole lot to do with the Daniels money, because Daniels has 3 years left on his current deal. Then what would be the 5th year option, right? Then, which they're going to pick up, obviously. Then the first year of his new contract is 2029. That's 4 football seasons away from even counting this one, from the 5th year option. You're 5 football seasons away from him making, $50+ million, and God knows what the cap's going to be at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, the cap's going to be huge. So,
no, and that's
I just don't think Daniel should have anything to do with paying Terry.
That's what makes it a little bit easier, in my opinion.
Let's go to Tris, who's in Richmond, listening. In Richmond, you can listen to us on FM 105.1, AM 910. What's up, man?
Hey, Toby. Hey, Grant. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Thank you for taking my call. So I'm going to keep it short this time. I think I actually rank Terry in the 8 to 12 region. He is hard to rank. I don't deny that. But my main point is I do agree that he doesn't create separation, but he's also the best contested catcher in the NFL. So whether or not you got, except for maybe Yak, like the ability to run after catch, I don't know why that matters. If you catch everything in your vicinity, I don't know why it matters if you have 2 yards between you and the defender or not.
I think the answer to that, Tris, probably is there's a sustainability. It's like the idea of a contested catch is a lower percentage catch, and it feels like you're walking a tightrope with a chair and someone on top of your shoulders when you've got to make a catch with the dude draped on your back up against the sideline. And Terry does it. There's nobody better at it. But if you're just kind of running free and you can get open and I can just dial you up with scheme because I know you're going to beat a guy and twitch somebody up, right? Doesn't that feel like it's more sustainable?
Maybe, but I just don't. There's nothing about Terry right now that I'm thinking is going to. I know that there's like this unwritten rule that after 32 people fall off. There's nothing about. If we pay him 1 year of overvalue, I'm not worried about that. And
I'm with you on that. I've said a few times.
I'll just say that on value, the one thing no one knows the numbers. We're all talking about this hypothetically.
Yep.
And I just kind of feel like that. The thing I'm wondering is if he's looking for 4 years. Well,
I'm sure he is. I'm sure him and his agent. Thanks for the call, buddy. I'm sure him and his agent are looking for 4 years.
Yeah, I would think so.
That's part of the difference. It's the guaranteed money. It's the term. And how long do you have to pay him out? But
I'd be pushing for 3 if I'm the team, and if that's
sure,
if that's some of the holdup, I understand that a lot more.
The years don't matter. In other words, if there's no guaranteed money, then you could sign someone to a 15-year deal. NFL contracts are just monopoly money and crazy numbers of years, theoretically.
Yeah.
If there's no guaranteed money, you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so all that matters is when do you get the guaranteed money off the books. So yeah, he wants guaranteed money, I'm sure, into year 4. They don't want to do that based on his age, and I don't think they will. But where I'm completely with Tris is I don't have a problem slightly overpaying Terry McLaurin. And that's kind of been my point all along. There is a question at the core of all of this. Is it worth it? Is this worth what they're doing? The distraction, whatever this storyline is, the message being sent, the idea that everything is harmonious other than this, is it worth it? And to that, I would say, not to me. To Adam Peters, obviously feels like it is. Brandon Sosna, who's the brilliant guy that does contracts, who's very, very sharp, he feels like it is.
Yeah, and I don't think it's worth it, too, for this team at this specific time. If this were the Kansas City Chiefs, if this were the Green Bay Packers, this were the LA Rams, take your pick of another franchise, I think it's just a regular negotiation. Think about where this team has been over the last couple of years in terms of changing ownership, fan base coming back, all this stuff, and then all of a sudden you're going to do this with the player that is the most beloved in the fan base for a couple of $1 million. I just don't think that it was worth it. Even if, like, from a regular business sense, we could have this discussion, and I think it is just over business. And even if we're talking about, is it worth it for another team? I think throwing in the added element about where this specific franchise is in terms of their franchise history and what's going on with the fan base, I just don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, when Tris asked about getting open versus contested catches, he does, based on being the number one contested catch guy in the National Football League, kind of render his lack of separation less relevant. There's no doubt about that. I think that's agreeable and easy to sign off on. But it is still irrefutable that the skill at wide receiver is to get open. That is the job. Like, the result is to catch the football, but the task is to run routes that can get you open. And that's what every team is seeking in wide receivers, and it doesn't get easier to do that as you get older. Ed's in Springdale. What's up, Ed?
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call. Listen, we've heard it before. We hear it many times. The greatest ability is availability. If we take this simple formula, the number of games played plus touchdowns minus age, Terry McLaurin comes in, based on last year, Terry McLaurin comes in number 4 after Chase, St. Brown, and Jefferson, and just ahead of Wilson. People don't talk about the fact that he is always available. And, so when we talk about him getting older, we have to think about how great a shape that he's in, how well he's taking care of his body. I think when I think of Terry McLaurin, I think of him actually being 2 years younger than his biological age, and he's proven that by how available he's been. So
He's played so much less. To your point, Ed, thank you, buddy. It's a really good call. I also like the simple formula, and then I couldn't follow it.
I did not get the formula, but
it reminds me of a scene in Little Big League, which is a movie I'm sure everybody sleeps on in here, where there's a guy, I think his name was Bowers, and he's like this nerdy, smart, like brilliant pitcher. And a young Bill Haywood, who's their manager, he's the kid manager, is like doing his homework before this big game to win the division. And Bill's like can't figure out how much pain he needs in this word problem. And Bowers goes up, based on the simple formula of R plus 2 plus 7 equals 6 plus A 2 times 2. Like the simple formula of like catches and age. I didn't track that. But I think the call's correct. And also, I'm going to tell you who agrees with him is the agent Buddy Baker. Buddy Baker is saying to them, he didn't play a lot in college. He didn't play the first couple years in college. He is older than guys in his class, so to speak, but he has less mileage. Who cares how old a car is if there hasn't been a lot of miles on the tires?
Yeah.
If an old lady who goes to Food Lion once a week to get groceries, but doesn't leave her house otherwise, owns a car, and then I own a car with all my kids going to activities and the pool and this and that and work and driving to see my parents an hour and 20 minutes away, there's a lot more wear and tear on my car. It doesn't matter if hers is 2 years older. She's at 9,000 miles. The thing's brand new.
And you always bring up the fact, too, that he's durable. The fact that he hasn't had a major surgery has to play into that as well. Because, yeah, he's going into age 30, but he's going into age 30 being still completely healthy. If he had torn his ACL when he was 21, you'd be like, okay, well, that knee might start to wear down. He's fully healthy. He's fully good to go. That's one of the things that he brought up when he was talking at Eastern Motors. And I think it's a good point, right? Like, the less wear and tear thing, I can understand to an extent, but you still are turning 30. Like, regardless, you still are getting older, and that's going to play a factor. But the fact that he's never been majorly injured before, I think does have to be a big, significant part of this as well.
I wonder why they couldn't do like a 3-year deal with $61 million guarantees or something, where he's a little bit ahead of DK. Even though DK's younger, I understand. And yes, you're overpaying. I get it. But basically, it's I'm just going to say like a, $90 million deal or whatever. And in the first 2 years, you've got like 50 plus million in guarantees.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have to eat some money on the third year or whatever. But that's where you're paying the tax of taking care of your guy.
Doesn't it just feel like if they get to that 30 number with the right amount of guarantees, like it doesn't have to be 33, doesn't have to be 32.
I think that's where it's going to end, but right now, I don't think that, like if they offered that today, I don't think they would necessarily take it. I think they're asking for more than that, and they want more than that.
Well, sure.
But yeah, I think 30 is probably the range that would get it done.
Yeah. I think
Whether that's now or in a week, to me, it would be unreasonable for McLaurin at his age not to accept $30 million a year at the correct guarantees or something. Because again, I know they won't like this on the Buddy Baker side. Cortland Sutton, not as good a player. He just screwed you, buddy. He's your age and he's $23 million a year. Now you deserve more than him. But 30 is a lot more.
Yeah.
You know, after 23 and a half, it's hard for you to go get 33 and a half.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Robert Maize of The Athletic is at Steelers camp. We want to talk about that, all the camps he's been to, but also the Micah Parsons, McLaurin hold-ins, also Trey Hendrickson. We'll get to the bottom of some of the big NFL stories with Maize next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders traveling up to Foxborough for a joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow ahead of the preseason opener Friday night at 7:30. Other news around the NFL, Kyren Williams signed a 3-year extension with the Rams worth $33 million, $23 million guaranteed. Some quarterback news, the Colts plan to start Anthony Richardson in their first preseason game against the Ravens on Thursday. Daniel Jones will get the start in the second preseason game. Shedeur Sanders is going to start for the Browns in their preseason opener. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers, and the Browns are also signing quarterback Tyler Huntley. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison has been suspended for 3 games for violating the league's substance of abuse policy, and the Titans are signing safety Quandre Diggs. WNBA, the Mystics are trading Brittany Sykes to the Seattle Storm, getting back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and a 2026 first-round pick. And in baseball, the Nats begin a 3-game series against the Athletics tonight. 6:45 first pitch in Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Luis Severino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Camp coverage on the Fan of everything the Commanders have going on is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Speaking of camp, Robert Maize of the Athletics Football Show is at training camp himself. He was with the Steelers today. He's been making the rounds. He's on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. So, Robert, what's your camp tour of sorts look like at this point?
Today was my 16th camp in 16 days, which seemed like a good idea at the time. Has since turned into something a little bit different. I've got about 8 more teams after this, but in all seriousness, it's fun. It's my favorite time of year. I absolutely love just being able to go to all these places and talk football and learn about these teams, and so it's been a blast. I was in Latrobe, Pennsylvania with the Steelers today. I'll be in Charlotte with the Panthers tomorrow, and then in West Virginia with the Texans on Thursday.
That's incredible. 16 and 16. You that's admirable. You are grinding. So well done on that. This is off the beaten path, but I actually was trying to text a couple coaches about this today. I was talking to someone about Raheem Morris's comments that 7-on-7 drills really have no use for him. And in asking about that, it sounds like it's something that he's kind of done away with. And as I thought about it, Dan Quinn doesn't do much of it here with the Commanders. They do a lot of 11-on-11. Do teams still do 7-on-7? Is there value in that? Do you see that at practices very often? And in addition to that, like, how different is the physicality at camps? Or is there anyone that actually like tackles to the ground at this point?
Teams still do 7-on-7. I was in Cleveland yesterday. They were doing 7-on-7. I think that there was some 7-on-7 in Pittsburgh today. I can't remember if I saw it or not. So it definitely does still happen. I think that the logic there is you're still getting a sense of, like, coverage rotations and certain things there while allowing the offensive line to do maybe a little bit more individual work. So you can kind of split your time that way. But when it comes to the physicality of training camp, I do think we've seen some teams kind of lean back into this a little bit. The Jets have been doing multiple tackle to the ground periods with Aaron Glenn. I know the Lions often do some of that, and I think the Bears were doing some of that today, including in 7-on-7, I want to say. So I think there are some teams who have a certain mindset about it. Obviously, so much has changed with the CBA for what you're even allowed to do. But I think that for the most part, a lot of the teams that have been a little bit more cautious with camp, where they haven't pushed the pedal down that hard, the Bengals come to mind. I think the Bengals have always kind of had a looser training camp. I feel like some teams are reevaluating that. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of an uptick in physicality over the last couple of years as we've seen other teams around the league, the Lions in particular, kind of realize some of the benefits of that.
You mentioned you were in Pittsburgh today for the Steelers camp. What'd you make of seeing Aaron Rodgers out there? What's the vibe around that team?
It's fascinating to see him in the uniform. I think it's a little bit jarring to see him in that jersey. The Jets is one thing. Seeing him in Steelers yellow and gold is an entirely different thing. I think they're confident about what this can look like. They have a young offensive line that I think is kind of the the area of the offensive roster where they're really rooting a lot of optimism. I think that they have a really solid plan and a vision for what they want that group to be and then build everything else around it. I think with Arthur Smith in particular, their offensive coordinator, there are certain elements of flexibility he's tried to build into his offenses over the last few years. And even with a veteran quarterback like Russell Wilson, just didn't feel like he was able to access some of that stuff. And now with Aaron Rodgers, you can do whatever you want at the line of scrimmage in terms of getting in and out of the right plays, packaging plays together. So I really do feel like they believe Aaron Rodgers is the right maestro to make this thing go. Whether or not that's true after what we saw from him with the Jets last year remains to be seen, but I think there's a lot of confidence about where this team is right now. They've been a playoff team consistently, and they've never really figured out the quarterback position, and I understand talking yourself into the idea that a Hall of Famer like Aaron Rodgers is your answer. We'll see if that's actually the case.
You mentioned Bears camp. We were talking earlier about the Caleb Williams viral video of him throwing into a net, and that's going to matter so much less than any of us kind of think as the season goes on. But the reports are either going to be glowing or not, and they kind of haven't been. Concerns too strong, but where are you at on him in year one with Ben Johnson and all that is going to come with him trying to learn a new offense and get off to a fast start?
I'm really not that worried about it. I think for a few different reasons. I think that we're about a week into padded practices of training camp. This is all so new. The season is a month away. And from everything that I've heard, they've really done everything they can to throw everything on his plate, right? We're going to give him everything, and we're going to see what works and what doesn't, and then pare it down from there. So I'm a very long way away from being overly concerned about what this is going to look like. I feel like if we get to week one and things like that, that's fine. But I'm really, over the years, I feel like I've tried to tell myself that overreacting in any way, positive or negative, to how training camp is going is probably going to lead you astray more often than it's going to lead you to the right place.
I feel like the number one overall pick this year has gotten the least amount of publicity I can remember of any number one overall pick in quite some time. Have you had a chance to be out in Tennessee, and what have you made of Cam Ward and the early talk around him, and what do you have as expectations for him this year?
I was in Tennessee. It was one of my first stops, and they're really excited about him. I think that we always hear this with young players where, he's in the building at 5:30 and he's such a hard worker. With Cam Ward, even off the record, even when it's just having conversations with people, they're bringing up the fact that he's in there so early that they've actually had to tell him to come in later because some of the rookies are following him around. Like, that's just kind of how it's gone. And their workload and just the demands of their day as position players is harder than it is for him. And so they've actually been worried about that. They're like, I get that you want to do this, but Eric Ayamanor has a much more demanding practice schedule than you. He can't be in here at 5:30 in the morning. So I think they're really excited about not only Cam, but that rookie class in general. Brian Callahan has been there for 2 years, but it's a new front office with Michael Morganti there. And I really do think that they feel like this group specifically, with Cam, Oladejo, their second-round pick at pass rusher, and then even Kevin Winston, their third-round pick, it's just a good foundation of players as they really try to start turning stuff around. And Cam specifically, I think they're really encouraged with a lot of the intangible aspects of what they can put on his plate mentally, how quickly he sees the game, some of the spatial awareness. Obviously, Brian Callahan played with Joe Burrow and coached Joe Burrow for several years. I'm not saying Cam Ward is Joe Burrow, but I think there are enough similarities with just some of the quieter, subtler aspects of how they see the game that it's left that coaching staff pretty excited.
Robert Maize, host of the Athletic Football Show, 16 teams in these last couple of weeks that he's been with at training camp. In the NFC East, how big is the gap between the Eagles and the Commanders going into the year? And then where are you on a Dallas team that it seems like a lot of people have differing views on with Dak Prescott back in the saddle?
I really don't know what to make of Dallas. That's a team that's confounding to me. Like, if you told me the Cowboys finished 7-10, I think it'd be hard to believe just because if Dak stays healthy, I think there's a certain floor. But there's just so much uncertainty with that team. The offensive line is still a theory in year one of a new offensive system with a new offensive coordinator. The left tackle's already hurt. The right tackle's already hurt. On defense, they're down to like their 7th and 8th corners at this point because of how many guys are banged up. And I don't think it's an overly talented group to start with on the back end for them. So I feel like there's a ton of variance with that team because I do think there's a version of them that if that offensive line gels with George Pickens there and Dak staying healthy, that they can be good offensively and solid enough on defense to be a playoff team. In terms of the gap between Washington and the Eagles, I still think there's a gap just from a talent level overall. Like, I feel like Washington has done a good job at trying to fill in some of the margins at positions this year. You know, talking to coaches there when I was in Ashburn, they feel so much better about their ability to play man coverage this year because of the corners that they have. They feel better about their defensive line depth and flexibility. So I think as a defense, you're hoping that it can be more than the sum of the parts. But in Philly, I think you have some real star-level difference-making players that have emerged where with the Washington defense, we just haven't quite gotten there yet. There's a lot of good players. Are there star-level players? And then on offense, I think it's just going to be a question of, do we have enough at the pass-catching spots if Terry comes back, and especially if Debo gets nicked up? The way that they've approached this is that I think they've looked at some of the other elite quarterbacks around the league and said, hey, if we protect that guy, he'll do enough for us. You look at the way the Bills have built around Josh Allen, et cetera. If you do that, the presumption is that Jalen is already one of those guys. He might be. Jayden might be one of those guys, but I think that's the bet that they're making, is that our quarterback is elite already, and we can take some cues from some of the other teams that have built around their quarterback in the right way.
With the four big hold-ins around the league, with Terry here in D.C., Micah Parsons down in Dallas, Trey Hendrickson, James Cook, do you see any of those guys holding out into the season and missing games, or any of those guys getting moved, or do we ultimately see stuff getting done and then playing for the teams they're on?
I just think that every team is incentivized to keep those guys. You know, the only one where I think the team could live without the player based on the construction of the team is like James Cook in Buffalo. The other three, when you consider the goals they have this year and how important those players are to the goals, I just don't think you can live in a world without them. Like, you guys are there. You understand what that pass catching group is like. Do you want to watch the Commanders without Terry McLaurin? I have no interest in that life.
Yeah, we can co-sign and verbally retweet that. Who is the most important? I was actually debating this on air with someone a couple days ago. Of those three, like if you take them off from a war standpoint or whatever, Hendrickson with the pass rush for a team that's loaded offensively, McLaurin here where the drop-off, as you said, at receiver without him is massive. Parsons maybe is a little more replaceable only because like the expectations in Dallas are not at the same level, but how would you rate those three?
It's a great question. Mike is the best player of the three, and so that's the first place my mind goes. But when you look at Dallas's construction, the deepest part of the Dallas Cowboys roster, ironically, is edge rusher, even outside of Micah Parsons. They really missed him last year, but they didn't have Donovan Ezeraku last year. Sam Williams, their second-round pick from a couple years ago, was hurt last season. But I still think that defense with and without Micah, he just makes such a difference. But when you look at Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin, both of those groups, again, I don't want to see either one of them. So I think you can make a pretty strong argument that it might be Terry or Trey just when you consider the drop-off from them to the rest of the players at their position.
Robert, appreciate the time, man. Safe travels around the country. Great to have you on as always.
Anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
Keep up the great work. Yeah, you got to check out Robert's show. The Athletic Football Show is fantastic. Appreciate his insight on Grant and Danny. 16 trips.
Incredible.
Now that he's been on.
16 in 16 days.
I am complaining about going out to Commander's practice like every day. He's just constantly in a different city.
I wonder what day he. Do you know what
some
day
of these, by the way, are like in the mountains. Like they're not next to airports. Like you're driving, you're renting a car and going.
Do you know what day he was at Commander's Camp? Because hopefully it wasn't one of the days it was like 100 and they moved up to 8 a.m.
It had to be at least a week ago, I would think. But what I love is when you talk to someone, like the detailed information on every team. He had a beat on the 3 or 4 biggest stories from that we're talking about from Commander's Camp. But he's going to be able to do that with, at the end of this thing, 30 teams or however many he hits out of 32. Pretty amazing. I love that. First-timers eligible for the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. I want to look at those names and see who might get in next on Grant and Danny. Toby's in for Danny. I'm Grant, and this is The Fan. We're on social at Grant H. Paulson for me.
At Toby_Altizer for me. Don't go to at Toby Altizer. That account is suspended for some reason.
Oh, is that Toki's account?
I don't know what happened, but
off?
somehow that one is suspended.
I got to imagine that guy was saying some terrible things. I am Grant H. Paulson for the same reason, that don't go to Grant Paulson. I don't know if he still exists or not, but this dude, yeah, here he is.
At Grant Paulson.
March 6th, 2009. He was one of the OGs on Twitter. He tweeted one time, ever. He said, looking forward to watching Jay on Glenn Beck. I don't think he was talking about Jay Gruden, who was then a young, up-and-coming offensive coordinator with the Cincinnati Bengals. But he was psyched for Fox News and watching Glenn Beck. I know that much. So his 58 followers.
He didn't even get a like. He got a couple of retweets and a comment. No likes.
His followers are a bunch of people with, like, Redskins and Commanders helmets, and, like, it's like people are like, man, this guy really doesn't tweet.
Yeah.
He does a radio show. He tweeted once in 2009 about Fox News, and that's it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so at Grant H. Paulson, at Toby_Altizer. So I mentioned I wanted to get into some of the names that are eligible for the Hall of Fame for pro football for the first time in 2026. I would have a very small Hall of Fame, okay?
So you're a baseball Hall of Fame.
I am a Hall of the best ever. Like every sport, baseball, football, certainly more baseball than football. I think baseball's Hall of Fame is way too big.
What?
Oh, yeah. Guys are getting in the last several years that I look at it and I'm like, nah.
I agree on some of the guys got in the last couple of years. I'm like, to me, when I think of a guy, I should think Hall of Famer. If I don't think it right away.
Are you one of the best players of your era? If you're not, were you the best player at your position at any point? If not, were you one of the top several at your position? If the answer is no, you're not a Hall of Famer. But just generally, I would have a much smaller Hall of Fame than most. Whatever the number is, if there's 400 people in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, give me a pen. I'll knock it down to 225 for you right now. Like, I don't follow anyone on Twitter. I unfollowed my wife on Twitter recently. She doesn't really tweet, so that's the main reason. But I don't want to follow people.
Do you have Rooster blocked or muted?
Generally muted. But just people in my life, like my friends, are like, follow me on Twitter. I look at their Twitter feed. If you don't regularly tweet, if you don't tweet anything I need to see, it's just Twitter, man. It doesn't. I'll go to a movie with you. Let's go to dinner. I could be your buddy. I just don't need to follow you on Twitter. I use it for work. So my thing is, all the time I'm going through my Twitter followers and I'm like, can I get rid of this person? Can I get rid of this person?
I do that as well.
I'm a minimalist.
How many people do you follow? 323?
It's way too many.
That's it?
That's it.
I try to keep.
You know how many people of that 323 I'd love to unfollow?
I try to keep mine under
anyone's feelings.
I try to keep mine under 1,000. I'm at 973.
I could unfollow 125 of those people if emotions or feelings weren't part of it, like this. Yeah, I would have a very small follower count, but a smaller Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Anyway, let's go through these names. Yes or no? First blush, Hall of Famer. Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Obviously. If Larry Fitzgerald ain't a Hall of Famer, nobody's a Hall of Famer.
By the way, wasn't Luke Kuechly not a first ballot? What the heck are we doing?
That's a good question. Larry Fitz, 11 Pro Bowls. Do you realize he was only a one-time first-team All-Pro?
That's crazy.
Don't know how that's possible. But he is one of the great receivers ever, certainly of his era. So, yes, he's in. Drew Brees.
Yes, no question.
Goes without saying, right? Drew Brees, Mount Rushmore quarterback of his era. It was him, Rodgers, Brady, and Manning.
I still remember watching, was it a Monday Night Football game when he broke the record against the then Redskins, and you had to hear about it every second of every day? Got annoying, but good for him.
He was never an MVP. He was only the first-team All-Pro quarterback one time. 13 Pro Bowls, Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP, comeback player of the year. The list goes on and on. Walter Payton, man of the year. He's a Hall of Famer. Here is a really interesting one because this guy is someone I have always thought was just massively underrated. Phillip Rivers.
I think he is.
So here's what I'm going to tell you. In my perfect world, where I'm the arbiter of the Hall of Fame, which is way, way smaller than it currently is, Phillip Rivers does not get in. But based on the standards that you people have allowed, with mediocre Jags like Eli Manning getting into the Hall of Fame, Phil Rivers needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Phil Rivers is a better quarterback than Eli Manning was. Eli can't hold his jock. Now, Eli got on a couple of heaters in the playoffs and luck boxed his way into a couple of Super Bowls.
If Eli, it's kind of the corollary because Phillip Rivers had a better career in terms of numbers and everything than Eli, but they're kind of connected, obviously, with the trade.
Well, the stuff that Phillip Rivers controlled, he was better than Eli at.
If Eli is in, Phillip Rivers has to be in. If Eli's not in, I can leave Phillip Rivers out.
Eli's going to be in because people can't help themselves with Super Bowl rings. But, again, I would say no, but he should be in because you guys have allowed, John Kitna to get in somehow. Jason Witten.
Yeah, I think he's Hall of Famer.
Jason Witten should be in. 11 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Pros, Walter Payton Man of the Year. Jason Witten was like one of the first high-volume beast tight ends.
He was so good. Just couldn't cover him. Always open.
He caught 73 or more balls almost 10 times at the tight end position.
Crazy.
Who else? Let's see. Other names of interest. Frank Gore.
No.
I'm also out on Frank Gore. I think Gore's going to get in because he's got the lifetime achievement.
He's got the
totals.
volume stats, but at no point in your career, or in his career, did you think of Frank Gore as like an elite running back?
0 black ink. What I mean by that is on a Pro Football or Baseball Reference page, when you lead the league in something, you get black ink. He never led the league in anything. He's just great player. Hall of very good.
Longevity award.
Not a Hall of Famer. Yeah, that's the thing. You play from 05 to 20. 16 seasons at a position where most guys play 6 years.
Yeah.
You're going to rank in the top 10 in a lot of categories. Julian Edelman is on this list.
No.
I agree. Marquise Pouncey.
No.
I agree. LaShawn McCoy.
No.
Thomas Davis.
No.
Thomas Davis, based on the low threshold now, is very interesting to me. People sleep on how mediocrely disappointing he was in Washington under Ron Rivera.
Well,
by the way, Thomas Davis only made 3 Pro Bowls.
If Luke Kuechly isn't first ballot, Thomas Davis better not be getting in the Hall of Fame.
He had a ton of injuries, too.
He
so,
did.
Yeah.
He was also one of my favorite guys ever.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Good player.
I'll say no to Thomas Davis. Greg Olson. Hall of Fame analyst. Greg Olson's not a Hall of Famer. This isn't that complicated. He made 3 Pro Bowls.
Did he only make 3?
Yeah, there's no black ink on that page. That's not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, I'd have to look, but probably not.
Never
then.
an All-Pro.
Oh,
Alex
well, then
Smith.
no.
Why is Alex Smith even listed on
I don't.
this?
It's the same thing. They did this with Tony Romo and tried to pretend like he was a good quarterback. He was not.
I think we could probably stop naming guys now, right?
Yeah, Alex Smith is not a Hall of Famer.
So first ballot, we go Fitzgerald, Drew Brees, Jason Witten.
Yeah.
And maybe I would maybe go Phil Rivers, but I think he can wait a year.
He's not first ballot. He doesn't deserve to be in the same conversation as those other guys.
Eli didn't get in, right?
I don't think so.
On the first ballot?
I don't think so.
Look that up, Dad. I remember there was like a huge controversy about Eli Manning waiting on Hall of Fame. He did not get in? All right, good. I mean, he'll get in next year. People, again, they fall all over themselves. He's got 2 rings. He's better than Marino. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're getting you ready for Nats baseball at 6:15. Couple of things before we get out of here. We've got our poll of the day from Metropolitan Moving and Storage on trouble areas for the Commanders. Want to update those results. And also, Jayden Daniels admitted something many of us had thought for a long time, but that he had never commented on until just yesterday. That's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders traveling to Foxborough as they'll have a joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow ahead of their preseason opener coming up Friday night against the Patriots at 7:30. Other news around the National Football League, Kyren Williams signed a 3-year extension with the Rams, 3 years, $33 million. $23 million guaranteed. Quarterback news, Shedeur Sanders is going to start for the Browns in their preseason opener. The Browns also signed quarterback Tyler Huntley. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Buccaneers, and the Colts are going to start Anthony Richardson in their first preseason game. Daniel Jones will get the start in the second game. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison is suspended for the first 3 games of the NFL season for violating the league's substances of abuse policy, and the Titans are signing safety Quandre Diggs. WNBA, Mystics traded Brittany Sykes to the Seattle Storm. The Mystics get back Alicia Clark, Zia Cook, and 2026 first-round pick. In baseball, the Nationals have added Clayton Beeter and P.J. Poulin to their bullpen. Zach Brixey and Ryan Luda sent to AAA. Cade Cavalli has been called up to make his second career start, his first start since 2022, according to Grant Paulson. That'll be tomorrow. Then the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the A's tonight in Nats Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Luis Severino. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of G&D. 10 minutes to go, then Nats pregame. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of a last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney for you. They'll do all the important paperwork you need. Schedule a consultation with them and their team at kmlawyers.com. Mention us for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We long suspected Jayden Daniels didn't just injure his ribs, but actually maybe did more than that. Maybe he broke a rib. Well, now we know for sure that he did because he said as much.
Nah, this was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I was at home watching this one.
Was that 65 in the air?
Nah, you launched that one. I ain't gonna lie. That's like a dream. That's like a Hail Mary? Oh, yeah. That's a dream. So win a game like that? In the all black? That's all a broke rib.
Damn.
So you heard it right there, with a broke rib. He kind of hesitated. He's like, with a... it's been long enough. I'll just say it. With a broke rib.
Crazy.
That was a promotional video for Madden with Justin Jefferson and Saquon Barkley. JJ's getting some run on this show today.
Yeah.
Jets has been mentioned.
Which, by the way, since Darius, I think has retired from Madden, whatever, can we get Jaden's overall higher than 85? You get 290 overall dudes hanging out with him, JJ and Saquon. Get Jayden a little higher than 85, please.
Uh-oh, Toby doesn't know about my Madden ratings bit. Do you know that like half of the words that I have muted on Twitter are Madden ratings? I just can't do the serious, like, no problem with you mentioning it. God bless you, do what you need to do. Like the actual all day long TV conversations on the shouty shows of like, he's a 92 running back. How's he a 92 running back? Why is his agility an 87? I have like Madden ratings. All
Can I
of
tell
those
you what?
words straight up muted because I cannot deal with that discourse.
Can I tell you where Terry McLaurin ranked according to Madden ratings and receivers?
You can.
He's 6th at 94 overall.
Wow. Who did those ratings? Toby Altizer? I know who was working on the wide receiver list for Madden. Let's get you your Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We do this every day. You can go vote on the 1067 The Fan Twitter page. Today we're asking you, what are you most concerned about heading into the 2025 season? The pass rush for the Commanders, the team's age rearing its head, the secondary being a problem, or the wide receiver group, which obviously right now is sans Terry McLaurin. Not surprisingly here, 44%, the number one response, pass rush, which would be my answer as well. Even if Von Miller gives him a half dozen sacks and proves efficient as a situationally used option, It's him and Dorrance Armstrong, and where else are the sacks coming from? Unless we're talking about Frankie Louvu coming up to the line of scrimmage. They don't really have traditional down defensive linemen on the edge that you feel like can get to the quarterback.
Yeah, I think if they're going to have a pass rush, it's going to be a manufactured pass rush by bringing an extra guy, by having Louvu, whatever they're going to have to do. I don't think it's just straight up line up, have 4 guys across, and they're going to get home to the passer. I think you're going to have to find a way to make it work. And if in turn that I don't really trust that that's always going to be something that works, and you take one guy out of coverage and you have to blitz an extra guy, hopefully that you have a secondary that can hold up. So we'll see. But yeah, the pass rush would be my answer as well.
We're closing in on not only Nats baseball tonight at 6:45, but a little later into the evening, the debut of a brand new season of Hard Knocks on HBO, the National Football League's official return every summer via the best television show we've ever had.
It's so good.
Here's my predictions for the 2025 Bills training camp Hard Knocks. I think we will get some frolicking between Josh Allen and his wife, Haley Steinfeld. We're going to see them on dates. We're going to see them at home. I think even though she's a celebrity, maybe normally you wouldn't have the cameras rolling. I think HBO is going to be like, listen, Josh, we need to come to your house and talk to Haley. He'll make it happen. We'll get that. I also think Keon Coleman will be heavily featured.
He's going to be a star.
Like everything that he says, people laugh about and text their buddies about. Did you hear what he said? He likes M&Ms. Can you believe it? He likes M&Ms. Keon Coleman is going to be the biggest star of this series. And I also think, a little bit of a sleeper here, I think Joey Bosa.
Okay.
Trying to run it back now, veteran, brother in the National Football League. Like Bosa parents will be involved somehow. I think you'll see a lot of Joey Bosa. There's going to be an episode where we get a heavy Joey Bosa, angle. Other than that, we got to find our long shots. Maybe we get something on Mitch Trubisky.
DeMar Hamlin's going to be a big story in this.
Oh, hell yeah.
A
Definitely.
couple of former Washington football teamers. Derek Forrest is in this.
The guy from DC News Now?
Yeah, Derek Forrest from DC News Now is in this. Also, Curtis Samuel in this.
That's right. Who could forget?
And
Shakur's banged up right now, by the way.
And you mentioned, too, that you wanted to see maybe a hold-in situation. You get that. James Cook is holding in.
That's true. He just started it, though.
He did. It's a little weird.
He had the weirdest hold-in ever. He just practiced for a few weeks and then one day woke up and said, actually, never mind. It's like, but wait a second, dude. You've been practicing. Like, why is this changing now? There's so many different ways to do it. You could be Terry McLaurin, couple-day holdout, then the hold-in, then the request of a trade. You just play all your cards back to back to back in like 1 week. No reason to make them sweat here. Let's just throw all of our cards out there one at a time as quick as possible. Trey Hendrickson, slow-played it a little bit more. Or you could be James Cook and just do everything in reverse order. First you demand a trade, then you hold in, then you hold out. I guess the only thing that would make sense if he signs next. He's just doing everything in the wrong order. He signed first, but then he started all of that somehow. It's time for the leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. The Nats are welcoming the A's to town tonight, Toby, and Mackenzie Gore is on the hill for the good guys.
Yeah, excited to see exactly what he can do. His last 3 starts have been a 10.66 ERA. Not very good. They're facing off against Luis Severino, Grant, who has not been good at home, but he has been great on the road. A 3.03 ERA in 10 road starts. So
he does this bit where he hates that ballpark so much.
He hates it.
That now he pretend falls over every time he throws a pitch. He kicks around at the mound. I mean, he is so miserable in that ballpark. The lineup for the Nats tonight: C.J. Abrams will lead off and bat first and play short. James Wood, the 2-hitter, is in left field. Got to get him out of his now month-long slumber. Luis Garcia plays second base and hits third. DH Josh Bell bats clean up, the switch hitter. Nathaniel Lowe will play first base and hit fifth. Third baseman Brady House bats sixth. Dalen Lyle will hit seventh and play right field. Drew Millis catches and plays in the 8th spot in the order. And the center field spot will be patrolled by Jacob Young. So as I look at this, no Robert Hassel tonight, which is annoying because he's come up and hit. So why keep him in the lineup? Let's get him a day off. Abrams, Wood, and Garcia, Bell, Lowe, and House, Lyle, Millis, and Young, your Nationals lineup tonight. What stands out to you?
Yeah, like you said, I'd prefer that Robert Hassel is actually in the lineup because You want to get the young guys playing time, Lyle and Hassel especially, kind of maybe battling for that third outfield spot once Dylan Cruz comes back for the future. But, yeah, I'm excited to see Drew Millis. He's been really, really good recently, and I think he gives you something that the other catchers on this team don't give you. He's athletic behind the plate. He's athletic on the base paths. Matter of fact, JP Finley was at the game the other day, texted me, he's like, this Millis guy can fly. I was like, yeah, he's a fast catcher. Doesn't look like a catcher. So I'm excited to see him in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, for a catcher, he's definitely got some speed. If you want more Nats talk, we've got a Nationals podcast that Toby and I do that's very, very popular. Hundreds of people love it.
It's the best Nats pod. That's all. That's what I've heard.
There's only one Nats podcast out there, and it's this one. And we are pretty proud of it, for sure.
I think you should be locked onto this podcast.
You should be locked on to Bustin' Loose Baseball. It's called Locked On Bustin' Loose Baseball.
Yeah, something like that.
Along those lines. Go listen to it if you want more Nats chatter. For Toby, I'm Grant saying so long. Big thanks to Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary, and Ben the Red for their work behind the scenes today. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.